During the day, you are the ruthless and invincible god of slaughter. In the brutal and bloody post-apocalyptic world, you chop vegetables and cut melons. But at night, you are the super-rich guy who spends money like water. Amidst the materialistic city where desires run rampant, you are immersed in luxury. All because you awakened the indulgent time travel system. You can shuttle back and forth between two parallel time and space. Thus, two supreme rulers are quietly being born. At this moment, inside a high-end office building in the northern frontier city of Manhwa, a group of office workers are slouching in their chairs, dozing off. With men and women, some light, some heavy, they rise and fall, forming a quiet and peaceful melody. Suddenly, a cry broke the silence, and you instantly got up from the table, wiping the cold sweat from your forehead. Your handsome face, now pale and filled with lingering fear. Who is it? So annoying. I just fell asleep, and it's you again. Yesterday at noon, you ruined my good dream. A guy sitting behind you turned around, his face full of resentment. Colleagues are discussing, who else could it be? Isn't it just that new unparalleled person? The cry has provoked everyone's anger, causing chaos in the entire office area. Didn't pay attention to the complaints of colleagues at all, still not fully recovered from the shock, damn it, dreamt of being bitten by a female zombie again, how many times has this happened? Just as you were thinking, a colleague walked over, threw a stack of files on your desk, impatiently saying they need to be sorted by tomorrow morning before leaving work. Why so many? You asked instinctively, but the colleague left without looking back, not giving you a chance to refuse. They just see you as the new guy with poor social skills. Little do they know, you used to be a cheerful and sunny boy, well liked by leaders and colleagues. The reason you become like this now is because 1 month ago, you were perfectly fine, then you crossed over to the horror of a zombie apocalypse. Scheming and attacking others, facing shortages of supplies, it's been extremely tragic. Surviving like a cockroach, barely clinging to life. After enduring a month like this, not sure if it was extreme luck or the original crossover, one moment you were cowering in fear, the next back in the original world. Unfortunately, while the body returned, the mind wasn't right. A month of miserable experiences led to PTSD, constant anxiety, nervousness, and ongoing nightmares. Missing for a month, naturally lost the previous job. To make ends meet, you had to grit your teeth and go for interviews everywhere. Finally, you arrived at this company, already on the second day of work. Hey, you, come over here. At the entrance of a large office, a woman with a strong presence walks out. She has a fair and delicate face, wears gold-rimmed glasses, a meticulously tailored suit skirt, long and slender black stockings, and exudes confidence in her pointed high heels. He gestured at you with his slender fingers, furrowed his brows slightly, and said, "What about you? Why haven't you acted yet? Do you have no sense of obedience? I have a name, Sheen." When you respond like this, although there may be a slight mental issue, you are a person, not a dog, and you should have the minimum dignity and bottom line. The person in front of you, known as General Chin, is Chin Xiaoyun, the sales director of this company. She dresses in high-end clothing all day, carries luxury brand handbags, carries herself arrogantly, doesn't even regard ordinary employees, and her attitude is extremely rude. "I know you have a name, but I can't remember it," Chin Xiaoyun shouted at you. "In my eyes, only customer names and top sales names are worth remembering. So, come here now, or else. If you don't come, then resign." You just said a sentence that shocked the whole room. The entire office area is almost boiling. Oh my, he actually dared to confront General Chin. The newcomer is indeed different, he fears no one. What do you know? Can't you see he's a fool? Forget about General Chin, I bet he would even challenge the boss if he showed up. To be honest, earning this little in a month, why should we endure this frustration? With how hard it is to find work outside now, you might not appreciate this amount, but I find it quite good. Your words made the always arrogant Chin Xiaoyun very unhappy. Ding shouted with a stern face, "Resignation pay, is that it? If you want to resign, then do it. Either crawl over here or get lost on your own. The company least needs trash like you." Upon hearing this, you couldn't help yourself, clenching your fists tightly with a cracking sound. Your eyes glared angrily at Chin Xiaoyun, almost on the verge of exploding. At this moment, a colleague exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, his left eye changed color." Upon hearing this, you quickly turned your head to look at the nearby glass wall. The reflection clearly showed your left eye displaying a strange blood-red color, causing you to be extremely surprised. Subsequently, you held your breath and focused, trying to recall something from your mind. The next moment, a panel appeared in your mind. Name, Wu Chen. Species, human. Mutation level, first tier. Mutated body part, left eye. Mutation ability, cholera. Staring at the opponent puts them in a controlled state, lasting for 1 second. You couldn't help but sigh in your heart. You never expected that the ability you gained in the apocalypse would appear in a peaceful world. It seems that all creatures infected by the virus have a chance to mutate, collectively known as mutants. Mutants can enhance their mutation level by absorbing mutated body parts from other mutants. You have done this 18 times in a month, but upgrading still seems quite far away. But now, in the real world, a first-tier mutation ability is completely sufficient. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyun anxiously shouted for someone to get rid of this red eye disease. "Shut up, you filthy woman!" You clenched your fist and quickly walked forward. Staring at Qin Xiaoyun fiercely, he shouted, "Kneel!" The next scene left everyone dumbfounded, as the arrogant female CEO who acted like she was on top of the world. Surprisingly, like an obedient little baby, she fell to her knees with a thud, despite her confident demeanor. A deathly silence fell over the crowd, with mouths agape in disbelief as they witnessed the scene unfold. Someone quickly reacted, pulling out their phone to capture the CEO's humiliating moment, but it was already a second too late. Time passed quickly, and Qin Xiaoyun regained her composure. She first looked down at her sore knee, then quickly got up, pointing angrily and asking, "What did you just do?" "Ha, I didn't do anything. It's your own fault." Still filled with anger, you continued speaking, attempting to use your powers of discernment again, but to no avail. Low-level mutation abilities not only have a short duration but also a long cooldown time. Frequent use is not good for the body. Grabbing him, Qin Xiaoyun roared, "Forcing employees long-term doesn't yield great results, but there are still a few loyal dogs." With a command, several male employees leaped out, glaring at you and moving in for the attack. Faced with this situation, you did not choose to fight hard, but turned and ran, through the office area, turned into the side corridor. Male employees followed closely, but when they rushed into the corridor, they were dumbfounded. The person was gone, only a straight and closed corridor. There was not a trace of shadow. The next moment you looked at the dim space in front of you, the familiar feeling of fear instantly filled your body, and you actually returned to the end of the world. In the end-time world, this is where you live in the end-time, located at the bottom of a collapsed building. With an area of about 50 square meters, only a narrow passage can go to, easy to defend and difficult to attack outside, relatively safe, but lacking in supplies, can only wait to die. Snoring at this time, a snoring sound unexpectedly came from the darkness on the side. I didn't expect that in the time I was away, this place had already been occupied by someone else in the darkness. You stare at this guy, a cruel smile on your lips, and not long after, time passed. The apocalypse lingers, as you stealthily approach with only your upper body visible. Your hands, like iron tongs, fiercely grip the person's throat. With a crisp crack, the shattering sound of their throat ushers in death's finale. Eyes bulging, they hadn't anticipated an enemy's surprise attack in such a secluded space. "Don't be scared, it'll all be over soon," you whisper with a chilling smile. Morality, constraints, and mercy are absent in the post-apocalyptic you, a stark contrast to who you were before. This is the power to survive. To live on, people miraculously adapt to their surroundings, evolving into ruthless and ferocious hunters. Soon, that guy lost all signs of life. As usual, the first thing you need to do is to search his body. With a thud, something falls to the ground. You pick it up and, under the faint light, see that it's a wallet containing a few banknotes and a family photo. In the apocalypse, this thing is the most useless. You furrow your brow, casually toss the wallet onto the body, and start the most important task, absorbing. After a bit of skillful exploration, you find a faint glow on the back of the body. You dig your nails into it, and the glow hovers in the air before fading completely. In the end, it's time to divide the food. In the apocalypse, there's no luxury of the peaceful world with so many delicacies. In the apocalypse, food is more precious than gold. But there's no choice, for the sake of survival, you have to eat everything. The next moment, a voice sounds in your mind. "Congratulations, host, on awakening the unrestrained shuttle system. In the apocalypse, come and go as you please, and in the peaceful world, go wherever you want." You instinctively jump up. What's good about this ink world? I must go back immediately, and never come again. But after a few seconds of excitement, you suddenly realize a very important question. If you never come back after going, survival is not a problem, but the quality of life is abysmal. Like most people, you come from an ordinary working-class family, with meager parental income, average educational abilities, and a background that is nothing to speak of. Struggling in society, unless you have a patron or incredibly good luck, you'll just scrape by for a lifetime. Money is hard to earn, but it's different on this side of the apocalypse. Money is just a piece of waste paper. Thinking of this, you quickly bend down, pick up the wallet you discarded earlier, look at the 328 yuan in your hand, and the familiar portrait on it. You can't help but smile. This thing is the most useless existence in the apocalypse, not even qualified for heating or lighting a fire, at most just good for wiping your butt. As for golden jewelry, they hold slightly higher status, but their value is just a bit more than a moldy biscuit. Ha, you lower your head, unable to suppress your laughter. The direction is clear, revenge cannot be stopped. You say a sentence to the air, back to the original world. Feeling a blackout, you find yourself back in the familiar place, the corridor inside the company. The voice of the system sounds in your mind again, with a warm reminder: each time you time travel, you will automatically return to the previous location. Please ensure the safety of the time travel location. Realizing that next time you need to find a more concealed location, fortunately, there are no cameras in the corridor. You don't want to be caught and studied. Whether it's mutant abilities or time travel, you must use them cautiously to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the office area, everyone is frantically busy working. No one notices as a figure quickly passes by in the corner. You left the office building, hailed a taxi directly, and returned to your own place. You opened the computer and carefully searched for relevant information. Public data shows that in Longwei alone, the cash in circulation amounts to 11.02 trillion. In circulation means that 11.02 trillion is physically printed and in circulation on the market. As for where the most cash is located, the top spot is naturally the bank vault, followed by hospitals, large shopping malls, supermarkets, toll booths, and so on. The reason for checking this information is that the post-apocalyptic world and the original world can be said to be parallel worlds, with almost no difference in background. Geography, technology, culture, and so on can be said to be exactly the same. The only difference is that one world has entered the post-apocalyptic era, while the other has not. Even the people are exactly the same. You have seen several familiar faces in the post-apocalyptic world, who have already died, but in the peaceful world, they are still alive. Only you are a unique existence. There is no other you in the post-apocalyptic world. After reading the information, you were so excited that you were shaking all over. The entire post-apocalyptic world is an endless treasure trove. The only thing to do now is to improve your combat power. After making a phone call, you turned off the computer, hurried out, and took a taxi to a factory near the outskirts of the city. Under the shade of the trees by the road, a tall, dark, and chubby man is standing. His name is Wang Meng. He is your childhood friend, and you have a very close relationship. Since childhood, he has been very smart, achieved excellent grades, and was admitted to a top university's mechanical engineering program. After graduating, he joined the workforce with honor, becoming a young engineer. He is also known as Mechanical Dog, comparable to the hard-working civil engineering dog. The reason you're looking for him is simple: to make weapons. Wanting to dominate in the apocalypse requires strong equipment. Thanks to the strict and excellent control of Manhwa, forget about firearms, but cold weapons can still be considered. Therefore, Wang Meng's abilities are crucial. What? You're looking for me just for this? After hearing your request, Wang Meng was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Disappeared for a month before, now thinking about this again. Do you want to make a move? The doctor said, just ask if you'll help. Money matters are easy to handle. I won't treat anyone poorly, especially not you. As soon as Wang Meng heard about money, he got excited. What's the budget? You gritted your teeth and said, 200,100. Originally had no savings, only got 328 yuan in the apocalypse. Spent 100 just on a taxi, left with 28 yuan for food. Can only come up with 200 yuan at most now? This budget is a bit tight. Wang Meng shook his head in pain. Others wouldn't bother, but since we're brothers, I'll take a loss for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Audi passing by suddenly slammed to a stop. The car window rolled down, revealing a stunning and cold face. It was the beautiful CEO Qin Xiaoming. When enemies meet, jealousy arises. Due to the incident of kneeling, Qin Xiaoyun was furious. Seeing you standing on the roadside, she immediately sneered and said, you're going to work in the factory, no backbone at all. Well, I happen to know the boss of this factory. You won't even dream of getting a job there. Qin Xiaoyun became more and more aggressive as she spoke, pointing at you and cursing. I'll make sure the whole industry blacklists you. You'll never find work again. Haha, feeling excited? Look around, it's desolate nearby, no one else, and the camera is far away. So, I smiled and said to Qin Xiaoyun. Stepping on the gas with a buzz, the black Audi instantly emitted a sharp roar, like a dart, shooting straight towards the factory wall. Seconds later, Qin Xiaoyun in the car came to his senses, suddenly frightened, screaming, frantically turning the steering wheel, but this led to an even worse result. The Audi lost balance at high speed, directly flipping over, hitting a tree, and instantly billowing thick smoke, a scene of devastation. Ha, a female driver is just a female driver, not reliable at all. After muttering to yourself, you grabbed Wang Meng and quickly left, lest someone see us. Not good. At this time, Wang Mang was like a puppet, being dragged away for quite a distance, and it took a while for him to recover from the shock, stuttering, "I'll be damned. Still knows sorcery." "Hush, there's no such thing as sorcery, just retribution." You patted Wang Meng's shoulder, urged, "Please, don't forget your task, remember to do it quickly, the faster, the better." After that, you walked towards the bus stop under the scorching sun. Back home, you were still immersed in excitement and anticipation, unable to calm down. To distract yourself, you had to open a familiar web page and, amidst a sea of white images, selected, "Today's lesson is you, Teacher Tsang." There's nothing like wandering in the ocean of knowledge. It was so enjoyable to follow Teacher Tsang's footsteps, learning extensively in classrooms, offices, swimming pools, hotels, and other places. Finally, feeling satisfied, I lay on the bed until the next morning when I was awakened by a call from Wang. After preparing everything, we agreed to meet at the small grove behind the factory's back door. Despite your financial constraints, you had to take multiple buses, spending over an hour to reach the industrial area on the outskirts of the city. In the small grove, Wang Meng carried a snakeskin bag, looking somewhat haggard as if drained. I was busy all night, and early in the morning, I even went to the farmer's market, spending 200 yuan. I even ended up losing 10 yuan. "Hey, it's been tough. I won't shortchange you," you said apologetically. "Wait, what does the farmer's market have to do with making weapons?" "Of course, it does. See for yourself." Curious, you opened the snakeskin bag. The first thing you saw was an industrial-grade gas mask, followed by a large plastic can with a thick tube attached. "What is this?" you asked. "Is this a good thing?" "I came up with this idea after thinking for an hour," Wang Meng proudly explained. "It's a powder sprayer. I modified it using second-hand items, with a large-capacity lithium battery, stepless speed switch, and an engineering ABS body with an anti-slip handle. I didn't ask for a powder sprayer. Why are you taking so long to explain? Hey, what's in the red bag at the bottom?" You found the red bag, opened it, and saw that it was filled with bright red powder, emitting a strong, pungent smell. Black devil chili powder, plus pepper powder, sprayed with a pressurized powder sprayer. The effect is even better than a shock bomb. After Wang Meng finished introducing, couldn't help but worry, "This thing is very powerful, you're not really going to do it." "Don't worry, I am a law-abiding citizen." You waved your hand and said, "You go back and busy yourself, I'll stay here to study and won't go elsewhere." "Alright, I'll leave first." Wang Meng yawned and tiredly walked back to the factory. In the next moment, in the small grove, you and the snakeskin bag disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the dim habitat of the post-apocalyptic world, you suddenly appeared carrying the snakeskin bag, immediately looking around. Luckily there were no unexpected guests. After confirming safety, you quickly crouched down to arm yourself. Wearing an industrial-grade gas mask, carrying a canister with devil chili powder and pepper powder on your back, securing the powder sprayer at your waist. 2 sharp alloy spears personally crafted by Wang Meng, the spearheads with barbs and blood grooves. If it explodes inside a person's body, blood will spurt out uncontrollably. Finally, a gray protective suit, stolen by Wang Meng in the factory due to a tight budget. With the equipment in place, you resemble a biochemical warrior from a movie, exuding an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Next is to determine the action target. Currently, it has been over a month since the apocalypse, most of the damned people are dead, and the remaining ones are mostly grouped together. You still remember clearly, there is a fairly large supermarket about 500 meters away. The advantage of this place is that there should be a lot of money, and it's highly likely that it's still locked in the cash register. The disadvantages are self-evident, there are definitely a lot of people inside. After all, it's a supermarket. The most worthwhile place to occupy in the apocalypse. In your memory, that supermarket has experienced at least a dozen fierce battles. The strength of the group that can ultimately occupy it will naturally not be weak, but that is in relation to most people. The strength, well, after stretching your muscles, you decisively climb out of the refuge's passage. Outside, dark clouds loom, the wind howls, rubbish flies everywhere. Looking around, there are ruins and dried bloodstains everywhere, and aimless zombies wander around. What a scene of the apocalypse. You take a deep breath, bending over to walk through the collapsed ruins, every step cautious to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 500-meter distance is not far, and soon you appear across from the supermarket. At the entrance of the supermarket, there are 2 ragged guards standing, holding kitchen knives, listlessly staring at the silent street, occasionally letting out a big yawn. "Hey, hello there." Your sudden appearance almost scared the 2 guards to death. "What are you doing?" "I'm from the rescue team," you say calmly. "What's that?" The 2 guards from the rescue team look a bit confused. You pointed to the large canister behind you and said very seriously, "The virus has been controlled. Quickly gather the people inside, I will spray disinfectant for you all." Looking at your appearance, the two guards were suddenly excited. Could it be that the end of the world is really coming? So, they turned and shouted into the supermarket, "Stop sleeping, come out and spray." Facing the other party with a serious look, you almost couldn't help but laugh inside the gas mask. As soon as they heard that the rescue team was coming, the supermarket suddenly became lively, and excited faces appeared before you. Then the crowd parted, and a stubble-faced man walked out. Someone asked, "Are you really from the rescue team? Where did you come from? What's the situation outside now? Stop the nonsense. I saved you, but I still have to save others." You don't want to answer these questions, so I pretended to be impatient and said, "Haha, let's not talk about others." The stubble-faced man paused, and suddenly the man with a rat-like face burst into laughter. "Do you think I'm an idiot? The virus is transmitted through blood. Spraying outside is useless. Brothers, kill him for me." Ha! Facing dozens of knife-wielding villains, you were not afraid at all. Instead, you laughed out loud and said, "I'm just waiting for you to gather. Watch carefully, I'm done talking." You pressed the switch on the powder sprayer, and with a click, a huge amount of red and yellow powder sprayed out with strong pressure. Suddenly, there were wails. Tears and snot covered their faces, in pain, rolling on the ground. Some even started digging their own eyes. Just as you were about to stop spraying, a stubble-faced man hiding in the crowd stepped forward. "What's all the shouting about? Clear the way." He stood up, his large, ruddy nose shining. "When I transformed, you immediately became alert. It's obvious that the mutated part of my beard is my nose, but you have no idea what abilities it possesses." With a PU sound, a terrifying scene unfolded. The nose of my beard unexpectedly has an extremely powerful blowing force, instantly blowing away the remaining powder on the ground. Luckily, you were wearing a gas mask, otherwise, you would have been in big trouble. "You can blow, huh?" With a sharp alloy spear, I ruthlessly pierced the belly of my beard, blood gushing out, and he couldn't make it. You approached, pulled out the spear, and then stabbed the throats of two people. "Please spare us," someone repeatedly called out to you, saying you can take whatever you want, just don't kill me. "If you spare us, we will tell you where we hide our food." Others also echoed the plea. You looked disdainful, saying, "I only want money. Where is the money?" All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this person a fool for wanting money? What uses money in the apocalypse? It's even too hard to wipe your butt with it. There's a lot of money in the cash register and also in the pile of bodies behind. Spare us, please. After getting the desired information, Li Shuang, holding the alloy spear, began a merciless slaughter. In the end, there were only 3 pitiful women left on the floor. "Please spare us, big brother. From now on, we will be yours. You can do whatever you want with us." "That's enough," you said, frowning as you looked at the filthy, foul-smelling women. "I haven't stooped so low as to be desperate for anything. Get up and find the money for me." Under the leadership of women, you arrived at the warehouse deep in the supermarket, opened the door latch, and suddenly billions of flies exploded. The intense buzzing sound is like a symphony of hell. Hundreds of corpses have already highly decayed. Even wearing a gas mask, you can't help but start to retch. Women even vomit bile, but there is no way, they must work, otherwise they will become a corpse. "Brother, what do you want money for? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up." You hold the alloy spear and guard not far away. Always pay attention to the supermarket door, in case someone else picks peaches from behind. "Brother," after searching them, the woman hugged the large banknotes and rushed out. It's hard to have so much cash. People nowadays mainly use mobile payments. The supermarket business is very good. Many of the shoppers are middle-aged and elderly, so there is a lot of cash. "Got it. Take me to the place where the food is hidden." "Big brother is right here," said the woman, pointing at the warehouse entrance, where floor tiles covered with corpses lay. "The food is beneath the tiles. Go ahead and take it directly." "I'm pretty good at hiding. You can't help but secretly admire it. This method is great. Whoever opens the warehouse door will definitely be disgusted and run away. It's highly unlikely that they will check the floor here. It's just a bit unsanitary. The amount of food stored is not much, just a few scattered boxes of canned goods, a few bags of cookies, and water." 3 women stared at the food, clearly just vomited wildly. Now they are starting to lick their lips. "Hurry up and eat." About this, you said words that made them unbelievable. "Can we eat?" The 3 women looked at you with eyes wide open. You must know that in normal times, they have to endure all kinds of humiliation just to get a little bit of leftovers. "Go ahead and eat," you said coldly. The 3 women immediately started to eat voraciously, with tears streaming down their faces. Finally able to fill their stomachs, happiness came too suddenly. With a chuckle, you delivered 3 fatal blows to the 3 women, followed by a murmured "no need to thank me." Wiping off the long hair, you arrived at the cashier counter. After easily prying it open, you found that the money inside had hardly been touched, neatly stacked. Roughly calculating, there were over 500,000. We've hit the jackpot. Excited heart, trembling hands, you stuffed all the money into the snakeskin bag you prepared. Then, you started harvesting mutation points. After a round of harvesting, you obtained a total of 73 mutation points. With everything done, you retreated. Hoisting the snakeskin bag onto your shoulder, you quickly rushed out of the supermarket, dodging the zombie horde, crossing through the ruins. Finally, you returned to your beloved nest, standing in the darkness, holding your breath. You muttered something about an insulation event to the air. In the small grove, Wang Mang was struggling to pull the wild feces. Suddenly, the sound of panting behind him scared him so much that he immediately pinched off the feces and scrambled forward. Seeing Wang Meng's embarrassed appearance, you said, "Don't be afraid. It was me." Hearing a familiar voice, Wang Meng finally dared to look back. "Oh my, why do you look so ghostly?" You were seen with 2 snakeskin bags slung over your shoulder, dressed in rags, but your smile on your face was extremely bright. "Are you going crazy?" Wang Mang asked nervously. "Have you seen a wealthy lunatic before?" You threw a wad of cash into Wang Meng's arms, saying, "This is hard-earned money. I promise not to treat my brother unfairly." "You really went to do a job?" Wang Meng said in astonishment. "I asked you if you wanted it before cleaning up. If you do, then that's it. By the way, why did you run here to use the bathroom?" "Don't mention it." The factory's toilet exploded. It was covered in feces and urine, unbearable. "Oh, here's your protective suit. Don't just throw it away. I stole it from a colleague. I have to return it." "It's not a big deal. Your wallet is bulging. You're bold," and you pointed to a few more banknotes. "Is this enough to buy a protective suit?" That's enough. Wang Meng nodded repeatedly. "Also, hurry and get some clothes for me, then let's go together." "Where are we going?" Wang Meng looked puzzled. "Of course, we're going to have some fun," you said mysteriously with a smile. Soon, Wang Meng hurried back with the clothes. "This is my clean clothes. It's a bit big, but just make do." "Oh, about what you said earlier about having fun. It means the 2 of us big men, how else can we have fun?" You chuckled as you put on the clothes, took out your phone, and called a Didi. The destination, Huangchao nightclub in the city center. You have passed by this place many times at night, and every time you could see various styles of beautiful ladies, hence the deep impression. As evening falls, you gazed at the neon lights flashing outside the car window, let out a sigh, while Wang Meng beside you was in a highly excited state. This guy is like a female insulator. Apart from his mother, no other woman has ever looked at him properly. Being poor, he has endured until today. He is now about to elegantly get off the car, and his mouth hasn't stopped moving. About an hour later, the car slowly turned into a magnificent and resplendent building. At the entrance, the VIP greeter in a high-slit cheongsam quickly opened the car door, smiling warmly as she held your hand, assisting you out of the car. She inquired politely, "Do you have a reservation, sir?" "No." "Do you have a preferred lady?" "No." "Got it, I'll take you in then." "Wait a moment, I forgot something." You shrugged off the greeter's arm, opened the car's trunk, and took out a large snakeskin bag. Ah, the greeter finally saw clearly. You were dressed in obviously ill-fitting cheap clothes, wearing platform sandals, and carrying the snakeskin bag, looking somewhat mismatched. However, in the business of hospitality, there is no reason to turn away guests. The greeter offered, "Would you like me to find someone to help you with the bag, sir?" With a smile, though her expression stiffened. "No need, I'll do it myself." You waved your hand repeatedly. Even though society is safe now, showing off is never a good idea. "Alright, bosses, please follow me." With the guidance of the hostess, you and Wang Meng enter a private room. After waiting for a few minutes, the door is pushed open. A big-wave internet celebrity with a strong figure appears and sits down next to you without saying a word. Panting, the lady says, "Boss, new face here. I'm the mama of this place. Feel free to make any requests. Whatever you like, just say it, and I can find someone for you. You are the mama now. Call everyone over to take a look." The mama playfully punches your chest with her small fists and says, "I didn't realize, you're quite good." "Alright, I'll arrange it now." After speaking, she claps her hands, and the door to the private room is pushed open again, and a large group of young ladies enter in an orderly fashion. There are those wearing enchanting hip-hugging skirts, those in cool camisoles exuding innocence, those in luxurious evening gowns, those in oversized shirts, revealing fair long legs, and even those in suit dresses and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an executive vibe. "Wait, isn't that Qin Xiaoyun?" You smirk and point your hand towards her, saying, "It's her." The mama turns her head to look, and hurriedly explains, "Oh, boss, you've got it wrong. She's a guest from the next room, not Peijio's princess." "Oh, I see," you pretend to suddenly realize, but your eyes continue to scan Qin Xiaoyun up and down. She still had the cold and sexy appearance of a CEO, but her delicate face was swollen with a huge bruise, and a slender arm hung down, wrapped in several layers of bandages. No need to guess, it was definitely the result of yesterday's car accident. Faced with your naked gaze, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Oh, business talk isn't just for fun." You regained your composure, pointed to Wang Meng beside you, and brought your brothers over to have some fun. How can General Qin, with minor injuries, not leave the front line, and still come out to accompany clients? A fierce glint flashed in Qin Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes, and she chuckled, "No choice, for survival, right? By the way, is this your first time here?" You nodded and said, "Yes." "Why are you just sitting there without drinking? Come, I'll have a drink with you." Qin Xiaoyun, unlike her previous arrogance, actually walked over to sit beside you with a beaming smile, and said to Mommy, "Let's have ping-dong bridge. I'm used to drinking this one." Mommy Tong hurriedly went out to make arrangements, and Qin Xiaoyun moved closer, deliberately pressing her fair and tender arm against you, and started chatting. After experiencing a terrifying car accident, Qin Xiaoyun now fears you and would never dare to offend you in person. But as a proud and arrogant female CEO, how could she contain her anger? The opportunity has come. She decided to have you spend a large sum here, enjoy a 58,000 worth guqiao set meal, and in the end, be unable to pay. "Would you like to drink?" Qin Xiaoyun personally poured the wine, threw a flirtatious glance at you, and let bygones be bygones. "You no longer work at the company, so let's be friends, not boss and employee. Let's be friends." You nodded. "We'll join in too." Wang Meng, with a charming young lady in his arms, also entered the fray, and soon a pricey guqiao bottle appeared. Qin Xiaoyun touched her rosy cheeks and, with a sultry voice, said, "Another bottle, please. I haven't had enough." At that moment, you were staring at Qin Xiaoyun's slender black stockings. Drinking one glass after another, don't just drink. Why not sing a song? So Qin Xiaoyun personally chose Hiroshima Love Song and delivered a heartfelt performance with you. As the song ended, Wang Meng, accompanied by the young lady, gave a lot of loving encouragement. "Sing well and keep drinking." This Qin Xiaoyun is a bit unsettled. She sang earlier to sober up a bit from the alcohol, but unexpectedly encountered two tough guys. After downing several more glasses, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't take it anymore. She knows she still has to entertain clients later. Helpless, she had to resort to seduction, embracing your arm and singing because of love. Qin Xiaoyun felt disgusted inside, revenge not yet taken advantage of quite a bit. Almost no different from a princess. But on second thought, seeing your miserable state when you can't pay the bill later, the disgust eased a bit. Clenching her teeth, she finished another bottle, shouting to the waiter to keep the drinks coming. 3 bottles of wine, plus the fruit platter, room fee, princess fee, almost a 200,000 bill. Then it's Qin Xiaoyun's turn. Even she would feel the pain paying this amount, let alone you, a poor loser. With a bang, at that moment, Wang Meng grabbed the princess and rushed into the restroom, hastily closing the door, the sound of eating echoing. Qin Xiaoyun's face was already flushed, now even more vibrant. She naturally knew what kind of exciting games existed in this kind of place, but usually, for the sake of performance, she could only pretend nothing happened. But now drunk, you, with a dazed look, are staring straight at him. "What do you want to do?" Qin Xiaoyun asked fearfully. "I want to go to the restroom," you said with drunkenness. "Don't even think about it." Qin Xiaoyun immediately shrank back. "Why are you spreading your hands out? I can't even pee when I need to. I can't do anything with you. Come on, keep drinking." Another glass of wine downed, Qin Xiaoyun finally passed out, covering her mouth and running into another restroom. After pretending to retch a few times, she started to smile in front of the mirror, nearly done. "Humph, I'll see if you can't come up with the money later," looking like a beaten coward. Dr. Shia, as the restroom door was pushed open, you hurriedly rushed in, unfastening your belt and aiming at the toilet. "What are you doing, feeling so good?" Qin Xiaoyun blushed with embarrassment, hurriedly running outside the restroom. Before taking a few steps, she froze. "Zhang, why are you here?" "I heard from my mom that you were next door drinking with friends, so I came to check on you." The important client, Zhang, undoubtedly stared at Qin Xiaoyun, then glanced at you picking at your pants in the restroom, his expression immediately changing. "Since you're busy, I'll head back." "Oh, Zhang, please listen to my explanation." Qin Xiaoyun almost cried in a panic. This is the super important client he's been chatting with for a while. Isn't it just a matter between men and women? What's there to explain? Zhang chuckled. "You carry on, I won't disturb you." Seeing the important client about to leave, Qin Xiaoyun knelt down in desperation. Zhang Zong was startled. Xiao Qin, what are you doing? Quickly get up. How can you make a scene like this? Zhang Zong, please listen to my explanation. I didn't do anything just now, it's all because of him. As Qin Xiaoyun was speaking, her face suddenly changed. She raised her fist and struck Zhang Zong's vital area fiercely. No! Without any defense, Mr. Zhang was attacked and fell to the ground clutching his vital parts, in so much pain that he almost passed out. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyun, who was kneeling beside him, was trembling all over and sweating profusely. It's over. The general manager Zhang, who had secured the performance of a strategic-level major client for the next 3 years, a performance that other salespeople couldn't even dream of, had actually been defeated by himself. It's over, it's over. Even Qin Xiaoyun, who was always quick-witted and had exceptional reflexes, was at a loss in this situation. There was no way to save the situation, no way to escape, just kneeling there like a dead dog. Fortunately, Mom acted quickly, immediately had Mr. Zhang carried away, and kindly advised, it's all a misunderstanding, he drank too much, accidents happen. Mr. Zhang lay there wailing, I screwed up big time. This sentence basically sentenced Qin Xiaoyun to death. She turned her head in anger, looked towards Wu Chen at the toilet door, and roared, it's you. It's your trickery. Unfounded accusations can't be made against good people. Wu Chen said lightly, with a smile, besides, who had the bad idea first, you know best in your heart. Bad idea. Qin Xiaoyun suddenly realized that she still had a score to settle. Filled with anger that needed to be vented, she couldn't wait to run to the corridor, grab her mom, and shout, those two guys have no money. They're here just to have fun. Mom was taken aback. Just to have fun? Is that true? Absolutely, that guy used to work under me. Qin Xiaoyun angrily pointed at Wu Chen, look at how he's dressed, he can't possibly afford to be here. Alright. Mom suddenly understood, she had always been suspicious of Wu Chen. But when she entered the industry, a senior had shared an experience, never judge a guest by their appearance. Based on this experience, Mom's reaction was not very intense, but politely asked Wu Chen, boss, do you mind if I? Take this, is it enough for tonight's expenses? Wu Chen threw out a thick bundle of cash arrogantly. That's enough, that's enough. Mom could tell the amount of money just by touching it, a full 30,000. Immediately, she flattered, there's a few thousand more, boss, should I keep it on the account or continue spending? Of course, continue spending. Wu Chen pointed at Qin Xiaoyun, who was shocked, and said to Mom, arrange for her to have the same, right away. Alright, please wait, I'll arrange it right away. Mom hurried off, leaving Qin Xiaoyun standing dumbfounded in place, looking like a wooden chicken. Where did he get the money from? He handed out 30,000 in one go, and it was cash. Something's not right, definitely not right. Boss, just as Qin Xiaoyun was puzzled, several young ladies wearing glasses, suits, skirts, black stockings, and sexy OL outfits walked over enthusiastically. They surrounded Wu Chen, their eyes full of ambiguity, and various flirtatious gestures. Boss, do we look like her? Yes, you look the most like her. Wu Chen picked one out, a princess who looked 3 parts similar to Qin Xiaoyun in appearance and figure, and said satisfactorily, it's you, accompany me tonight, what's your name? I'm Luna. Wu Chen took out a few hundred yuan bills and stuffed them into Luna's cleavage. Tonight, you're changing your name to Xiaoyun, got it? Got it, I'm Xiaoyun, let's go, boss, take Xiaoyun in and have fun. The door to the private room closed with a bang, and in the corridor, Qin Xiaoyun's face was as white as if struck by lightning, her body leaning against the wall no longer able to support itself, slowly sliding down to the ground. Several days later, in a clean and comfortable room in a mid-range hotel on the outskirts of the city, Wu Chen was lounging on the sofa watching TV when suddenly the doorbell rang. Shuang, it's done. Wang Meng walked into the room carrying a large mountaineering backpack, dropped it on the floor with a dull metallic sound. Why is it taking so long this time? Wu Chen complained slightly. Well, this kind of thing can only be done secretly, and now the factory is being closely monitored. There are people watching the lathe. If you ask me, you might as well not do it. Not do it? Then how will you support me? You said it yourself. You provide the skills and I provide the money, that's what brothers do. Wu Chen pointed to the backpack. How much did it cost in total? Wang Meng replied, around 1,800 for materials. Let's talk about labor later, let's see the results first. For the convenience of meeting, Wu Chen had already moved out of the rental house in the city and moved to a hotel in the suburbs, only 2 kilometers away from Wang Meng's factory. The two also reached an agreement to prepay the material costs, and after the weapons were made, the labor costs would be settled based on the results. This was not because Wu Chen was stingy or not brotherly enough, but because he had to put some pressure on Wang Meng. In the apocalypse, the quality of weapons directly affected life and death. There was no room for carelessness. But he couldn't tell Wang Meng directly, in case he couldn't accept it, so Wu Chen had to use money to tempt him. Fortunately, Wang Meng was a laid-back guy. As long as there was money to be made, he didn't have that much curiosity. "Oh my, I'm so tired." Lying on the comfortable bed, Wang Meng suddenly yawned. "I can't go on, I need to rest for a while. You don't mind, right, Shuanga? You can sleep as you please." Wu Chen waved his hand and started stretching nearby. In just a few minutes, Wang Meng next to him started snoring. Almost done. After warming up, Wu Chen muttered to himself and dragged the backpack into the bathroom. He put on a brand new protective suit inside, and wore a high-priced carbon fiber helmet imported from overseas. This helmet was a replica of an F1 racing helmet, with a hard carbon fiber shell, a total of 17 layers inside and out, containing a high-density foam that could absorb energy by deforming under heavy impact. A few blows to the head were nothing. The helmet's visor was also impressive, made of 3 mm thick polycarbonate, passing a 500 km ballistic test. It was both strong and provided a clear line of sight. In addition, there was a ventilation system that could bring up to 10 liters of fresh air per second, while also removing heat from inside the helmet. The mouthpiece had a small filter that not only filtered the air but also emitted a muffled metallic sound. Quite cool. After arming himself, Wu Chen couldn't wait to start moving around. Back to the apocalypse. Habitat. Still pitch black. Wu Chen, as usual, quietly inspected the area, confirmed there were no intruders, then climbed to the entrance to observe the outside world. His target this time was a street 1 kilometer away, where there were 5 banks lined up together. Because he couldn't get high explosives for now and couldn't access the bank vaults, he had to target the ATMs. Typically, the cash in one ATM was around 300,000 to 800,000. The 5 banks had a total of 18 ATMs, so conservatively, the money should add up to around 5 million. That was a lot of money. After making sure there was nothing unusual outside, Wu Chen, with an excited heart, crawled out of the passage. Since the ATMs were located on the street, this time Wu Chen's main enemies were zombies. In this case, the powder sprayer wasn't very useful. Click, click. On Wu Chen's hands were rudimentary and rough mechanical arms. The left arm had a sharp alloy hammer, while the right had 3 circular diamond rollers, polished to be extremely sharp, spinning at high speed to easily cut open the ATMs. Dealing with flesh and blood creatures was even easier. Behind him was a small diesel engine that provided powerful force to the diamond rollers, allowing for 3 hours of continuous use. Below the engine was a traction rope, tied to several thick nylon bags used to hold the money. Although the burden was a bit heavy, Wu Chen thought it was necessary for safety. Stepping with heavy strides, he quickly arrived at the intersection where the bank was located. At a glance, goodness, the street was full of zombies. Because this street was full of financial institutions and almost no supplies, no one would visit, making it a paradise for zombies. Hiss! Seeing the oddly dressed uninvited guests, the zombies instantly became agitated, baring their teeth and claws as they attacked Wu Chen. He was well prepared for this, activating the switch on his right arm, and 3 diamond rollers emitted sharp roars. Swinging at the nearest zombie, Poochie. A large amount of black filthy blood spurted out. Goodness, the heads of a row of zombies were all split in half. Roar! However, zombies were basically unintelligent and would not retreat due to the gruesome deaths of their kind. Instead, they quickened their pace and rushed forward. Unfortunately, they met Wu Chen. In order to freely withdraw money from the ATM machine, Wu Chen had already made a decision early on to slaughter all the zombies on the street. The core weapon, a large alloy hammer on his left arm. This thing could also be powered by a diesel engine, releasing a force of 1,000 caddies through hydraulic rods. With just one swing, the zombies burst open in groups. The sharp spikes at the top could extend and rotate, and with a thrust, the flesh and bones of the zombies were directly crushed into a pulp, spraying everywhere. Wu Chen slaughtered along the wall, quickly covering his whole body with a thick layer of viscous material. But with a shake of his body, the viscous material was immediately thrown off, and the protective suit returned to its original clean state. This was because the protective suit used hydrophobic nanotechnology, making it almost impossible for liquids to adhere to it. After all, expensive things only have one drawback. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. As he delved deeper into the zombie horde, Wu Chen also activated the rollers on his right arm to prevent being surrounded. The zombies surged like a tide, but also dissipated like waves, their numbers rapidly decreasing. Only a few remained not far away, standing foolishly baring their teeth and claws, looking fierce. Wu Chen laughed with a dull metallic sound, just barking, "Come at me if you dare." Hiss, die. Damn. one of the zombies actually made a human sound, which delighted Wu Chen. Mutant. It should be noted that the probability of zombie mutants appearing is much lower than that of other creatures. Because the occurrence of mutations is a low probability event after being infected with the zombie virus, as long as a mutation occurs, it cannot become a zombie, just like Wu Chen himself. So, how could zombies mutate again? Wu Chen had thought about this question and boldly speculated that it was because the virus was constantly evolving. In his previous month of post-apocalyptic life, he had only heard of the existence of zombie mutants but had never seen one. This time, he encountered one as soon as he returned. Could it be that his speculation was correct, and there would be a large number of zombie mutants appearing in the future? Regardless, now was not the time to consider this. Die! The zombie mutant remained motionless, crazily taunting. And Wu Chen didn't dare to be careless, leaning against the wall and constantly moving, waiting for the opponent to show its mutant abilities. They remained deadlocked until Wu Chen killed all the zombies that came near. One-on-one, it began. Die! The zombie mutant paid no attention to the plight of its kind, its hollow eyes fixed on Wu Chen, until Wu Chen accidentally stepped on a zombie's severed arm, losing his balance. Die! The zombie mutant's body leaned forward, and with a swift step, it lunged forward. As it approached, a shiny spike-tipped tongue shot out from its dark mouth. Heh, it seems I have to reveal a flaw. With that, Wu Chen, crouching on the ground, suddenly raised his head. Stop! The zombie mutant, affected by confusion, obediently extended its tongue and stopped. Wu Chen picked up the roller on the right wall and swept it fiercely. Snap! With a crisp sound, the zombie's tongue was cut off, revealing a white cross-section in the middle. Bones? Wu Chen was stunned for a moment. Goodness, bones in the tongue, no wonder it has spikes. If it were an unprotected person, wouldn't they be pierced through in an instant? Hiss 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 hiss. The mutated zombie was fooled and quickly retracted its severed tongue, with black sticky fluid oozing from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, it kept moving backward, looking like it wanted to escape. Wu Chen certainly wouldn't give it a chance. In the apocalypse, sparing any potential enemy is disrespecting one's own life. Who? The alloy hammer powered up and smashed towards the mutated zombie's head. Puff! Due to the excessive force, the mutated zombie collapsed from the head down, shrinking by half, turning into a cute compressed zombie. Buzz! The diamond roller cut open its skull, and the brain inside was still pulsating slightly. Wu Chen disdainfully smashed the disgusting zombie brain with a spike, then squatted down to collect the spoils. Mutation points plus 99, congratulations on leveling up. Current mutation level is second tier. Congratulations on unlocking a new mutation ability. Cold stare, stare at the opponent, causing them to enter a dazed state for 2 seconds. Damn. 99 mutation points. How many mutated zombies did this zombie kill? It's almost leveling up. Wu Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lucky he came today. If he had waited another day, who knows how strong this zombie would be after leveling up. Thankfully, Wang Meng didn't delay. Oh right, his new ability. Cold stare, from the looks of it, it's somewhat inferior to the previous confusion. But in this post-apocalyptic place, being able to control for an extra second can significantly increase the chances of winning a battle. After dealing with the final tough enemy, Wu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The unexpected gains made him quite pleased, and he briskly walked to the ATM machine at the agricultural bank, wielding the hammer to smash it open. So satisfying. He had wanted to do this since he was a child. After easily piercing the cover of the ATM machine, the diamond roller came into play. Soon, a large box of bright red banknotes appeared before Wu Chen. Jackpot! The money in this machine was just deposited before the apocalypse broke out. Full amount. At least 600,000 in thickness. Ha ha, hit the jackpot. Wu Chen was now full of energy, lifting the hammer to smash another ATM machine. Meanwhile, in a building behind him, several pairs of sinister eyes watched everything unfold. Brother Dao, where did that guy come from with such fierce equipment? Don't know, but his mind isn't quite right. Damn, robbing a bank in the apocalypse, wasting equipment. Should we go down? No, we can't confront such a fool head-on. Brother Dao pondered for a moment and said, let's observe a bit more, see if he has any teammates first. Got it. We're gonna strike it rich. Humming a tune, Wu Chen smashed all the ATM machines in the bank. Then he ran into the bank and looted the money from the counter. Box after box of banknotes gathered together, totaling about 7.8 million, slightly below expectations. This was because the damn Jianxi Bank had its ATM machines under maintenance, so they were empty. But it was still a fruitful haul. Wu Chen quickly adjusted his mindset and packed the money into nylon bags. At this point, the most challenging part was just beginning. Calculating by the weight of the 100 yuan bills, This money weighed a total of 89.7 kilograms. Although Wu Chen had a towing rope and didn't need to lift it by hand, the weight was still there. Dragging it along, Wu Chen was already panting after a few steps. It's going to be tough to walk 1 kilometer. What's more, the road surface is rough and uneven, with either corpses or broken stones. Bringing a trailer won't help. Brother! At this moment, a warm greeting came from behind Wu Chen. Turning around, he saw 2 thin, yellow-faced men. They raised their hands to show they were unarmed, a friendly signal in the post-apocalyptic world. Brother, what are you dragging? Need any help? Sure, Wu Chen replied nonchalantly. The 2 men hurried over to carry the luggage, exclaiming, "What heavy stuff is this?" Wu Chen solemnly said, "Money." Damn, why are you moving so much money? Of course, it's useful. Wiping your butt? Honestly, I also like to use money to wipe my butt. Although it's a bit hard, it feels good. One man joked, "Unfortunately, there's nothing to eat now, I can't even take a dump." Yeah, brother, we helped you out, can we get some food as a reward? Rotten or smelly, we don't mind. Another man pleaded, "Judging by your condition, you should have plenty of supplies, can you spare some? Let's talk after moving the stuff." Wu Chen smiled foolishly and continued dragging the luggage. The 2 men struggled to keep up, saying, "Brother, where did you get that outfit? It's awesome." Without looking back, Wu Chen replied, "My son helped me, he's an engineer." Son? Oh, he's your subordinate, right? Wow, what a talent. Not bad, just a bit thirsty. Brother, you must have a lot of people under you, right? Let me guess, it must be the department store on East Street, where you guys have taken over, right? Wrong, guess again. It's not the long-distance bus station, is it? Impossible, there are at least tens of thousands of zombies there. Then, is it the elementary school ahead? Wrong again. Wu Chen suddenly stopped, turned around with a sinister smile. "You've used up your 3 chances, now die." With a bang, a big hammer directly smashed one man's head. The other man knelt down in fear. "Big brother, why did you attack so suddenly? You found out about my hideout, if I don't act, you'll come knocking on my door." Wu Chen pressed a spike against the man's throat. "Where is your gang hiding?" "In the building above Jianxi Bank. You 2 were sent to scout me out, right? Tell me, is anyone else following you?" "No." "Really?" "Yes, our boss said to gather information first, only the 2 of us were sent." "Oh, thank you for your answer, goodbye." Ah! The man's throat was cut open, emitting a painful groan. Wu Xian kicked him over, alone dragging the luggage and reaching the nearby passage. After sliding the luggage in, he lightened his load and returned to the street where the bank was located. Holding his breath, he stayed still against the wall. After a while, he heard the sound of footsteps and talking from upstairs. Won't they be exposed? They shouldn't, our people are good actors, besides, that guy is a fool. It would be a pity if they were exposed. Doesn't matter, let's consider it as him helping us kill the mutant zombies for free. Ha! True, let's not worry about it, I'm going to relax. The conversation abruptly stopped, followed by various gasping sounds. Wu Chen shook his head and quietly retraced his steps. There were too many enemies, unfamiliar terrain, and no certainty of winning, so he had to give up. However, just as he was leaving the end of the street, the gasping sounds from the building above Jianxi Bank immediately ceased. Brother Dao, that guy left. Damn, hurry up and pack, let's change our hideout. Brother Dao, are we really that afraid of him? Of course, didn't you see his weapons and equipment? We only have sticks and kitchen knives, how can we fight? Grass, why does he have such good equipment? Hee, brother, don't worry, I estimate that guy lives nearby. We must find an opportunity to deal with him. Brother Dao, who are you sending this time? Of course, it's our ace. The man called Brother Dao shouted, Jun, I'll leave this to you. I've got it. A soft and delicate voice responded. Return to the original world. With a heavy object falling to the ground, Wu Chen returned with a full load and appeared in the hotel restroom. Looking at the time, only 2 hours had passed. According to Wang Meng's habit of sleeping like a pig, he must still be sound asleep at this time. Ha! Just as Wu Chen was taking off his equipment, sharp curses could be heard outside the restroom. Since you're here, I won't leave without money. Damn, it's your fault for not being clear. Are you stupid? Do you believe the photo on the little card? That's Yangmi, okay? You don't really want to spend $600 to play with Yangmi, do you? I don't care, you guys are running false advertisements, asking for money without doing anything. Then call the police. How can I report this kind of thing to the police? Do you think I'm stupid? Anyway, I won't leave without money, I'll stay here and waste your time. Humph. The sharp voice moved closer, until it reached the restroom door, twisting the doorknob. Ah! A heavily made-up round-faced woman, staring at the naked Wu Chen in the restroom, was instantly dumbfounded. After a while, she shouted in a louder voice, "Wow, there's another one inside. Let me tell you, it costs extra to play like this." "How much?" Wu Chen impatiently asked. 1,000. What I mean is, how much do you want to leave? 100 yuan for the taxi fare. Here, take it and leave. After sending the woman away, Wu Chen walked angrily to the room and looked at Wang Meng on the bed, saying impatiently, "You're quite something, ordering takeout on my bed?" Wang Meng embarrassedly said, "Hee, I thought you were out. So, you think you can do this when I'm not around? Can't you just get your own room?" Wu Chen said helplessly, "What if we encounter a police operation? Won't I be wrongly accused?" "I'm sorry." Wang Meng straightened his attitude. "Actually, it's all because of you, Shuanga, taking me to those nightclubs, opening a new chapter in my life, and I can't control myself anymore. Bro, I'm telling you, takeout is not good for your health, at least get something high-end." Wu Chen's tone also softened a bit, taking out a stack of banknotes. "Here's the labor fee, save some money, don't just spend it on this." "Wow, 10,000 yuan? Wang Meng instantly got excited. "Shuanga, did you pull off another job?" Wu Chen was about to speak when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Bang bang, police inspection. Open the door quickly. Inspection? Upon hearing these two words, Wu Chen was almost scared stiff. Damn it, there's 2 million cash in the restroom, and the bloody weapons that haven't been cleaned up yet. If the police see this, we're dead. Shuanga, why are you panicking? We didn't do anything. Just as Wu Chen was panicking, Wang Meng had already walked to the door and turned the doorknob. Don't! It was too late. The door opened, revealing two stern police officers. One of them held up his credentials and waved them in front of Wang Meng's face. "We received a report that there are illegal activities in your room. Please cooperate." "Cooperate? We must cooperate." Wang Meng made a welcoming gesture. "Police uncles, please come in, feel free to look around. Would you like some drinks?" Cut the act. The police officer walked into the room with his hands behind his back, looking at the pale-faced Wu Chen. "Why are you panicking?" I am not panicking." Wu Chen pointed at the TV screen. "I'm watching a horror movie. It's normal to be scared, right? Ha, getting scared like this from watching a funny horror movie." The police turned around and glanced at the British uncle who was casting a spell on the TV, suddenly saying, "Come clean. What have you done?" The sudden questioning struck Wu Chen like lightning. "I didn't do anything." "No, you police need evidence to arrest people, right?" "Evidence, right." The police nodded, then quickly walked to the bathroom door, opened it and pointed inside. "This is the evidence. You've done something big, kid. Oh my god." Wang Meng saw the bloody weapons in the bathroom and immediately crouched on the ground. He thought he was just joking about doing something big, but he didn't expect his brother to actually do something big. Humph, quite daring, so young and actually dare to. As soon as the police walked into the bathroom, he was stunned. Wow, this bloodstain, it's a massacre. At this moment, behind him came a sinister laugh. Hee, seen enough? Wu Chen stood at the bathroom door, holding a desk lamp in his hand, looking quite unfriendly. "Brother, you're not going to attack the police, are you?" Wang Meng behind him said in horror. "Attack the police? What attack? They are fake police." Wu Chen said and then smashed the desk lamp on the back of the police officer. "Spare me, big brother, spare me." The police officer, instead of fighting back, sat on the ground with a mournful face, crying, "Big brother, spare me, I didn't see anything." Hee, do you think I believe you?" Wu Chen snatched off his police cap, revealing a shiny bald head inside. "Oh, can police officers dye their hair yellow?" Trying to look the part. "Ha, damn, they're fake." Wang Meng outside got excited, dragged another fake police officer into the room, and started punching him. "Stop it. Big brother, stop it. Tell me, who ordered you?" "It was Xiao Mei. She said you guys seemed suspicious and might have something to hide, so she told us to extort some money." "Damn, extorting people for no reason." Don't be fooled by Wang Meng's harmless appearance on ordinary days. He's not a good person, especially after the failed takeout delivery earlier. His temper was flaring up. Wu Chen was even more furious. The killing intent from the slaughter and the apocalypse had not yet dissipated, and encountering fake police officers trying to scare people made him angry. The two brothers vented their anger crazily and beat the two fake police officers half to death. During the halftime break, there was a knock on the door again. "Who is it?" "I'm here to make peace. Please open the door, brave men." Wang Meng opened the door and saw a middle-aged man with a crew cut standing at the door, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, looking serious. "Who are you?" "I am their leader." The middle-aged man pointed to the bruised fake police officers. "People on the street call me Knife Brother. It's just a compliment, don't be shy, just call me Old Knife." After introducing himself, Knife Brother got straight to the point and proposed a condition: let go of his men, have a table of wine, and make friends. Wang Meng frowned. "Do you think I'm stupid? What if it's a trap?" "Oh, what do you brave men do? How could I dare set up a trap for you?" Knife Brother pointed to the weapons in the bathroom, trembling with fear. "What if we call the police?" At this point, Wang Meng had resigned himself to his fate. After all, he was an accomplice in making the murder weapon. He couldn't afford to be caught. "Brave men, are you joking? Although I may not be as successful as you, I've also done some things." Knife Brother patted his chest. "These small cards around here, mine. And small loans, mine. And, alright, go ahead, but you have to wait. I'll change clothes and take a shower." Wu Chen pulled Wang Meng aside and agreed to Knife Brother's request. Shower, clean the weapons, change clothes, and finally put the money in the prepared suitcase. The suitcase is specially made. Ordinary cold weapons can't break it at all. It has a password lock, and there is a hidden GPS locator inside. Connected to the phone, it will send out an alert as soon as it moves. Wang Meng helped throughout the whole process this time, not daring to ask a single question. How scared he was, regretting deeply for getting on Wu Chen's thief ship. After settling the matter, the two went out, and Dao Ge had been waiting in the lobby downstairs for a long time. Wu Chen immediately made a request. "Eating is fine, but it must be nearby." Dao Ge readily agreed. "This is my territory. Where else would we eat if not here? Let's go, two good men." In just a few minutes, they arrived at an ordinary food stall, indeed nearby. A whole lamb pot, all other specialty dishes, and 3 bottles of Jinbei River No. 1. Dao Ge ordered. "All right." Soon, fragrant dishes were served on the table one after another, which made the other customers who arrived earlier quite unhappy. But after the explanation from the food stall owner, their dissatisfaction disappeared immediately. "Come, as the saying goes, no conflict, no acquaintance, let's have a drink." Dao Ge raised his glass. "Cheers." Wang Meng happened to be hungry. After taking a few bites of the dishes, he gulped down half a cup of white wine. Dao Ge admired, good drinking capacity. Wu Chen, on the other hand, drank sparingly, keeping an eye on the location of the suitcase on his phone. The reason he agreed to have a meal was that he was worried that Dao Ge might have ulterior motives and wanted to use the opportunity to chat over drinks. But after 3 rounds of drinks, Dao Ge didn't say anything else. He genuinely wanted to make a friend. "I, Lao Dao, am born to be in the rivers and lakes. I may not have anything else, but I am loyal, especially fond of making friends with good men like you. Aren't you worried that we might get into trouble and trouble you?" Wu Chen asked deliberately. "That won't happen." Dao Ge, slightly drunk, said, "Many of my good brothers have been in trouble. Not a single one has implicated me. Why? Because of loyalty. But loyalty doesn't mean much these days. Money is the real deal. Money is important, but loyalty is also necessary. My ideal, Lao Dao, is to have both money and loyalty. Unfortunately, I'm halfway there now, lacking money. That's not right. With so many businesses, how can you be short of money? You don't understand, the cops are cracking down hard now. I still have to support a group of people. It's hard to break even." "Then Dao Ge, have you ever thought of other ways out?" Wu Chen tempted. "Other ways out? Brother, you're not trying to recruit me. I can't do that." Dao Ge shook his head repeatedly. "I mean other things, like dealing with valuable goods." Wu Chen squinted his eyes and said in a devilishly enticing voice, "Dealing with valuable goods?" Dao Ge was a bit puzzled. "What valuable goods? Not stolen goods, right? I can guarantee that the source is clean." Wu Chen imitated Dao Ge and patted his chest. "If you don't believe it, you can try it once. If there's a problem, just stop." He said this with future considerations in mind. In the apocalypse, besides a large amount of cash, there are also good things to bring back and cash in on: gold, silver, and jewelry. These things are equally worthless, easy to get, but the raw materials alone are valuable. The only problem is that selling them can be troublesome. Going to second-hand shops, once or twice is fine, but if the quantity is large, they will definitely become suspicious. Therefore, Wu Chen needs a reliable black market trading channel. After hesitating for a while, Dao Ge spoke up. "Brother, don't say anything. I do have a few old friends who are doing business over in Southeast Asia now." This statement indicated that he was interested. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Chen said, "That's great. With connections, it's simple. Just get in touch directly and get started. What else are you waiting for? The road to riches is right in front of you." "Is your goods really from a clean source?" Dao Ge asked again. He is a cautious person, usually only daring to do some low-profile business. Although he hasn't made a fortune, he has never committed any major offenses. "As I said, you'll know after trying it once." Wu Chen swallowed a glass of wine. "Bewitching. Take some time to consider it. If you dare not do it, I will find someone else." This is an easy way to make money. If we didn't have a relationship, you wouldn't even have this opportunity to know. No need to consider, I'll do it. Dao Ge hurriedly said. "Well, think about it. It's better to be cautious." Wu Chen waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink." After a meal and drinking for another half an hour, under the double pressure of Wu Chen and Wang Mang, Daoge was completely drunk. Like mud, he collapsed on the ground. One moment he was shouting to become brothers with Wu Chen, and the next moment he was lying in vomit, sound asleep. Finally, the owner of the food stall sent a few people to carry Daoge back. Wu Chen and Wang Mang were only slightly drunk, walking towards the hotel, sobering up. The suburban path had no streetlights, few pedestrians, dark and quiet, filled with the chirping of insects in the wilderness. After walking for a while, Wang Mang couldn't hold it anymore and pleaded tremblingly, "Brother Shuang, from now on, you do your thing, don't involve me. He, since things have come to this, I have to tell you the truth." Wu Chen also didn't want to keep hiding. Sooner or later, it would cause trouble, so it's better to be open about it. Besides, Wang Mang was his childhood friend, knew him well, and had no character issues. "It's like this." Wu Chen explained his experience in as simple terms as possible. Throughout the process, Wang Meng's mouth never closed, following him to the hotel entrance. Suddenly excited, he shouted, "Damn, Brother Shuang, why didn't you say so earlier? Wow, all that money from the end of the world, we can make a fortune. Keep your voice down." Wu Chen hurriedly covered his mouth, quickly went upstairs into the room, and let go of his hand in surprise. "You believe it just like that?" I must believe." Wang Meng pointed to the suitcase at his feet. "The real money is right in front of us, why wouldn't I believe it? Besides, Brother Shuang, you don't know, I usually read online novels when I have free time at the factory." "So what? So I'm familiar with these plots." Wang Meng excitedly said, "To be honest, every night when I go to bed, I fantasize about becoming a wealthy man, spending money, and having all the goddesses kneel before me. I also imagine myself traveling back to ancient times, using modern knowledge to build weapons, creating a powerful army, entering the capital, overthrowing the emperor, and enjoying the life of a tyrant in the harem every day." After a long speech, Wang Meng took a breath and said, "I've never fantasized about making money in the end of the world and then returning to the city. Damn, my imagination isn't big enough." "Alright, this time you don't need to fantasize, experience it yourself." Wu Chen opened the suitcase, confirmed the money inside, stood up solemnly, "Pack up, we need to change places." For safety reasons, they couldn't stay at that hotel. After checking out, Wu Chen called a ride-hailing car and headed straight to a nearby 5-star hotel. This level of hotel had strict management regulations, and there was no chance of fake police knocking on the door. Unfortunately, Wang Meng didn't get to eat his takeout, feeling uncomfortable all over and tossing and turning on the soft and comfortable bed. Until the early morning of the next day, he had just fallen asleep when his head was tapped. "It's not early, get up," Wu Chen notified seriously. "Why get up so early? The club isn't open, and the girls haven't started work yet," Wang Meng said puzzled. "Is that all you think about?" Wu Chen shook his head. "Moving around like this is not a solution, we must buy a house, get it done today." Buying a house was the most urgent matter at hand. After a night of thinking and research, Wu Chen had already set his sights on a large residential area in the suburbs. The residential area was just completed 2 years ago, including 3 main areas: high-rise buildings, Western-style houses, and townhouses. Due to its remote location near an industrial area, lack of supporting facilities, and absence of schools and hospitals in the vicinity, the sales situation in this residential area is very pessimistic. The houses have been on the market for 2 years, only selling half of them, and the occupancy rate is extremely low, making it a real ghost town. However, these drawbacks have become advantages in Wu Chen's eyes. Remote location? No people around? Great, it's better to have fewer people around to avoid trouble. Near an industrial area? Even better, convenient for manufacturing weapons and equipment. Not to mention, due to poor sales of the houses, not only are there discounts, but also ready-to-move-in units. Welcome to Shanhu No. 1. The sales hall was empty. A young lady in a suit and black stockings was mopping the already clean floor. Seeing someone visiting at this time, she squinted and raised her head. The next moment, her rosy lips suddenly opened. "Is it you, Mr. Qin?" Wu Chen was directly stunned. The dignified sales president, Qin Xiaoyun, was actually selling houses here? In the end, it was all because of him. After completely offending the important client, Mr. Zhang, Qin Xiaoyun encountered the darkest moment of her life. After discussions among the company's management, Qin Xiaoyun, the sales president, was heartlessly dismissed on the grounds of seriously harming the client's physical and mental health, causing significant economic losses to the company. The workplace is cruel and ruthless. The high-level executives who usually had a good relationship with her didn't even speak up for Qin Xiaoyun. Not only that, in order to distance themselves, they deliberately spread the incident of Qin Xiaoyun's proactive attack on the important client, Mr. Zhang, everywhere, causing no company in the industry to dare to hire her. As a Phoenix woman from a rural background, Qin Xiaoyun had spent all her savings over the years on improving her self-image and buying houses. After compensating Mr. Zhang's medical expenses, her savings were on the verge of depletion. In desperation, she could only endure and sell houses in the real estate while using her connections to sell insurance. Just as she started working, seeing her archenemy personally coming to her door, how could she contain her grievances? She immediately roared, "Wu Chen, are you deliberately here to mock me? I advise you not to go too far." "Oh, Ms. Qin finally remembers my name." Wu Chen sneered, "I don't have the leisure to come here to mock you. Quickly, bring the villa information over and explain it to me in detail." Villa. Qin Xiaoyun's expression froze. Qin Xiaoyun was an extremely intelligent woman who, even in the lowest point of her life, did not lose her way. Selling houses and insurance are both high-commission professions. She believed that with her abilities, it wouldn't be long before she could set sail again and climb to the peak of her life. But unfortunately, this residential area was just too deserted. After a whole day, there wasn't even a single visitor. Having all the sales skills but nowhere to apply them. Now that guests had finally arrived, it was Xiao Qin. Just as Qin Xiaoyun was at a loss, the sales department manager rushed over anxiously. "Xiao Qin, is this how you treat customers?" "No, Do you think you're a high-ranking executive of a big company? Who are you showing that attitude to?" The manager pulled Qin Xiaoyun aside and sternly reprimanded, "Have you forgotten the on-the-job training you just received? You should greet customers with a smile. Bow 90 degrees. Accompany them attentively throughout. Explain every detail meticulously. If you don't work hard today, work hard to find a job tomorrow. If you don't want to work, you can say it now. I want to work, but they are not here to buy a house." Qin Xiaoyun said with a grievance, "Manager, you don't know, they have grievances with me and came specifically to mock me." At this point, Qin Xiaoyun still couldn't believe that Wu Chen had come sincerely to buy a house. In her opinion, Wu Chen was just lucky to make some money and squander it recklessly. Buying a house? Come on, even though this property is a bit miserable, a house still costs over $1 million. What can a poor guy use to buy it? Did you come all the way here to make fun of me? The manager's face immediately darkened. "Xiao Qin, let me tell you, if you provoke such unsavory people to come over again, just leave." "Manager, I don't want to either." Qin Xiaoyun was almost in tears. Damn it, Wu Chen is like a lingering ghost. Wherever she goes, she can encounter him, and it never ends well. Remembering the various miseries of the past, she couldn't contain her anger. No, she must seek revenge no matter what. The impulse caused by hatred made Qin Xiaoyun lose control in an instant. She walked to the front desk, took out a sharp pair of scissors from the cabinet, hid it behind her back, took a step with her black silk legs, and quietly moved behind Wu Chen. Unexpectedly, a large suitcase was suddenly slammed to the ground. "There is money inside. I want to buy a house right away, in full." Wu Chen looked up at the ceiling and said loudly, "I'll count to 3. If no one serves me, I'll go to the next property." "Yes, yes." The manager was instantly overjoyed. "You've come to the right place to buy a house. Our property is currently on sale." "That Xiao Qin." "Ha?" Qin Xiaoyun was dumbfounded by this shout. "Really buying a house? Xiao Qin, do you have a persecution complex? He clearly came to buy a house." The manager quickly walked to Qin Xiaoyun and said fiercely, "Don't just stand there stupidly, go and serve him properly. He's here with money. If you can't handle it, don't bother coming tomorrow." "Wait, what are you doing with the scissors?" I saw a thread hanging from the customer's clothes and wanted to help cut it off." Qin Xiaoyun quickly came up with an excuse, pointing to the zipper of Wu Chen's pants where there was indeed a thread hanging. The manager nodded. "Very good, we need this kind of service spirit. Go on, good luck." So, Wu Chen stood proudly with his hands behind his back, while Qin Xiaoyun knelt in front of him, carefully cutting the thread. It was impossible to say it wasn't awkward at such a close distance. Qin Xiaoyun felt embarrassed, annoyed, angry, and anxious, pinching the thread several times but failing to catch it. Now it was even more embarrassing. In her desperation, Qin Xiaoyun increased her strength, but Wu Chen, unfortunately, suddenly moved. "Ouch! Damn it!" Wu Chen grimaced in pain. "Qin, are you seeking revenge on me?" "I'm not. I didn't mean to." Qin Xiaoyun's face turned pale. Feeling the chill from the manager behind her, she quickly said, "Let me massage it for you." He. Wu Chen closed his eyes, feeling quite comfortable indeed. Next, blushing, Qin Xiaoyun took the house documents and accompanied Wu Chen to explain them in detail on the sofa. Due to the difficulty in selling the house, under the manager's planning, many cunning tricks were employed. For example, the sales lady's attire, the white shirt was tight and see-through, the tight skirt was shockingly short, and even the smile lines on her buttocks were visible. For example, the floor of the sales office, it was so shiny, with a great reflective effect, offering a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery. For example, the sofa in the sales office was replaced with a slippery leather one that was prone to sinking in the middle. Xin Xiaoyun sat next to Wu Chen, and after speaking only a few sentences, she almost slipped into Wu Chen's arms. After finally moving away, she almost slipped again. "Xiaoqin, why don't you just sit on my lap?" Wu Chen couldn't help but joke. "Do you want to die?" Xin Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. "Is this your service attitude?" "Manager." Wu Chen raised his hand and shouted. "No." Xin Xiaoyun quickly pulled Wu Chen back, obediently leaning on his shoulder, and said with a slight annoyance, "Is this okay? But remember, don't take advantage." "Don't worry, I'm not that desperate." Wu Chen began to seriously study the information about the house, and soon set his sights on a unit. It was a row house in Area C, with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 4 bathrooms, a floor area of 205 square meters, 2 floors and a basement, with a special price of 128,880 yuan, and a total price of 2.64 million yuan. The only problem was that the information indicated that all row houses were unfinished. Wu Chen was eager to move in now and didn't want to wait for months for renovations, as there was simply nowhere to put the money. "What's wrong? Is there something you're not satisfied with?" Xin Xiaoyun sensed that something was amiss. "This unit is very good, with good lighting and separation of living and quiet areas, and a large yard." Wu Chen interrupted, "Is there one with renovations included? By the way, are model homes for sale?" Row houses rarely come with renovations, as for model homes. Xin Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly whispered, "Do you want to move in right away?" "Yes. I happen to have one on hand. Are you interested?" "Of course. Whose house is this?" "Mine." Xin Xiaoyun, like most middle-class people, invested all her spare money in real estate. She had a school district house and an apartment in the city center, but felt it wasn't enough, so she also bought a villa in the suburbs, thinking of bringing her parents from the countryside to live there in their old age. But things took an unexpected turn. She was laid off. The monthly payments for the 3 houses were suffocating Xin Xiaoyun. She wanted to cash out, but the price of the school district house kept rising steadily, so she couldn't bear to sell it. The apartment was for self-use and couldn't be sold. The worst was the villa, with no one interested in new houses, and no one willing to take over second-hand ones. Selling at a discount would mean losing money. So Xin Xiaoyun came here to do sales, with another purpose, to sell the villa at a suitable price. "I see, okay, I'll buy it." Wu Chen decisively agreed. "How much?" "You name the price." Xin Xiaoyun happily said, "Great, you're straightforward, so I'll give you a further discount. How about the same price as the unfinished one?" Wu Chen nodded. "Okay, let's do it." "Good. I'll contact the agent now to draft the contract." Just now, Xin Xiaoyun was holding scissors and seemed ready to stab someone, but now she leaned softly on Wu Chen's shoulder, afraid that he might slip away. "Wait, I haven't even seen the house yet." Wu Chen suddenly smiled. "Buying a house is such a big deal, I should at least take a look, try out the bed or something, let's go." Shanhu No. 1. The villas here were designed by a well-known designer, consisting of rectangles of various sizes, giving a sense of hierarchy. The floor-to-ceiling windows provided excellent lighting, and the private courtyard was bathed in sunlight, with lush green trees and plants. Inside the villa, Xin Xiaoyun had already completed the basic decoration, only needing to buy furniture and appliances to move in. The gray-white-black color scheme was very tasteful, without any extra decorations, revealing the beauty of freehand in modern minimalism. Xin Xiaoyun introduced, "I spent a lot of money on the decoration, everything is new, you're getting a good deal." Well, not bad. In fact, Wu Chen had no experience in buying a house at all, just going by his feelings, touching here and there, and finally getting lazy, letting Wang Meng stay to inspect the house, while he went upstairs to the master bedroom. This bed is made of solid wood, with a latex mattress, worth over 10,000 yuan, originally for my dad, who has a bad back due to his old age. Xin Xiaoyun continued to introduce in the room. "Words are not enough, I have to try it out." What Wu Chen valued most was the comfort of the bed. After all, he spent a third of his day in bed, sometimes even longer. Lying down, the zero gravity made him feel light and comfortable. "No, it's hard to feel it alone, you should lie down too." Wu Chen patted the bed beside him. "Please cooperate, otherwise I'll have to consider whether to buy it or not." Helpless, Xin Xiaoyun had to comply. Lying down obediently next to Wu Chen, staring at the ceiling, she suddenly felt a bit tired. "I'm just too tired." These days, in order to make money, she has to report to the sales office early in the morning, and in the evening, she has to run around to pull insurance for clients. She can only go home to take a shower and sleep late at night. For the sake of appearance, she is still wearing stockings and high heels throughout the process, and her feet are so sore. Now lying on the zero-gravity mattress, the pressure all over her body suddenly lightened, and her pair of jade feet also broke free from the constraints, instantly feeling drowsy. Oh! After who knows how long, Shin Xiaoyun suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing herself lying on her side, her right leg in black silk was pressing on Wu Chen's stomach. How did I fall asleep? Hee, not only did you fall asleep, you also grind your teeth and use me as a pillow, Wu Chen joked. Damn, why didn't you remind me? Shin Xiaoyun hurriedly got up, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Do you want to buy it or not? Give me a clear answer. Buy, let's buy it now. Wu Chen got up and said, but I'm thinking, if you don't help the company complete this deal, you might get fired, right? There's nothing I can do about it. Shin Xiaoyun sighed, it's better than being crushed by the mortgage. Besides, no one is coming to see this lousy property. No matter how hard I try, it's useless. Okay, since you're fine, let's make the deal. 6 million in full payment. Wu Chen did not bargain and directly handed over the cash. Shin Xiaoyun was quite curious about this, but because of the awkward relationship between them, she didn't dare to ask. She called the agent to sign the contract, followed by the submission of the application, review, payment, and other processes. Since it was a full payment, a lot of time was saved, and the transfer could be completed in about 3 to 5 days. Seeing the money enter the escrow account, Shin Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of the burden. Wu Chen and Wang Meng were excited, finally having their own base. Walking out of the office lobby, it was time to part ways. Wu Chen was about to say hello, but unexpectedly, Shin Xiaoyun, who had always been gentle, suddenly changed her attitude. She glanced at Wu Chen with disdain, snorted unkindly, and walked away on her high heels. Wang Meng complained, damn, Xuangu, this woman changes her face faster than turning a page. Wu Chen just shrugged and said nothing. 1 week later, the villa transfer was completed, and all the furniture and appliances were installed. Wu Chen renovated a study room on the second floor, treated it for moisture and mold, and added a separate security door. At the same time, the entire villa was also connected to the security system to ensure everything was safe. Standing in the courtyard, Wu Chen took a sip of fragrant coffee, feeling that something was still missing. Ding! At this moment, the access control system reminded him, and Wang Meng returned from work in his work clothes, dragging a bunch of things on his newly bought electric scooter. Xuangu, look what I brought back. What else could it be? Are you being silly? Wu Chen thought Wang Meng was talking about the customized weapon for this operation, the compound crossbow. He had seen the design drawings, made of advanced composite materials, with a range of about 150 meters, a firing speed of 120 meters per second, capable of easily shattering any bone. The accessories were also fully equipped, with a laser sight, magnetized arrow track, rangefinder, and an enlarged magazine that could hold 10 shots. In addition, each arrow was laced with ricin toxin, ensuring a deadly hit. Xuangu, I'm talking about this. Wang Meng grinned and pulled out a little guy from behind. Wu Chen took a closer look. A dog? Yes, I found it in a flower bed on the roadside. It can help guard the house. Wang Meng put the dog on the ground, and the little guy was instantly excited, patrolling the courtyard as if it were his own territory. Not bad, it's good. Wu Chen slapped his forehead. Yeah, we're missing a dog here. I felt something was off. Xuangu, give it a name. Let me think, let's call it Sangbiao. Wow, this name is awesome, little guy, come over here. You have a name now. Wang Meng ran over and held Sangbiao down, but the little guy was quite unwilling, twisting his little head and baring his teeth, looking fierce, truly living up to his name. Wu Chen smiled, letting Sangbiao stay in the courtyard to play, while he and Wang Meng went upstairs together. The battle room, located next to the fortune room, as the name suggests, stored a large number of weapons and equipment, as well as various first aid supplies and devices, just in case. After equipping himself here, Wu Chen would shuttle to the end of the world. Brother Shuang, I've tested all of these, feel free to use them. Wang Meng assisted on the side, while Wu Chen took off his clothes and put on protective gear. With money now, his equipment was even more high-end. In addition to the compound crossbow and the alloy spear on his back, Wu Chen also carried a titanium alloy hand axe as a secondary weapon. On his left waist, he had a Wasp high-pressure air tank dagger, which had a highly compressed air tank inside the handle. When the button was pressed, the ultra-high-pressure airflow would instantly spray out along the fine tube inside the blade, creating a wound larger than a basketball. Even elephants couldn't withstand it. On his right waist, he had a tactical flashlight, with a brightness of 10,000 lumens. When turned on in a dark environment, it could instantly blind the enemy, gaining absolute advantage. He wore a pair of Ballyway combat boots on his feet, essential for top special forces, providing good grip and strong ground traction, with a unique ST structure that was so sturdy even a car couldn't crush it. Finally, he put on a carbon fiber helmet and in front of Wang Meng, silently recited, "Return to the end of the world." Habitat. After investigating, Wu Chen climbed to the entrance of the passage. Outside, the weather was as gloomy as ever, with a haze everywhere, the air filled with the stench of blood and the buzzing of flies. This time, Wu Chen's mission was simple. The target was the Wufu jewelry store 1 kilometer away. The store was located at a crossroads, surrounded by both zombies and possibly humans. In addition, the gold was of high quality, so this time Wu Chen didn't equip himself with a mechanical arm, but went lightly armed. The weapons he carried could inflict fatal damage on both zombies and humans. Swish, as one zombie's head exploded, the other zombies smelled the brain and immediately rushed over, crazily feasting on their kind. Wu Chen seized the opportunity, swiftly running along the wall. Passing the first wave of zombies, he crouched beside a convenience store window. These small convenience stores were highly likely to have humans inside, but since there wouldn't be much money in there, Wu Chen wasn't interested at all. However, if it was on the way, it had to be cleared out. "Come over here, why cry? If you cry again, I'll eat you too." "No, Daddy." Inside, there were the voices of a man and a little boy. A tragedy of human relationships. Wu Chen shook his head, took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, and threw it at the convenience store entrance. "Damn, there's food. What a damn lucky break." The chocolate was quickly picked up, and the sound of swallowing came from inside the convenience store. This confirmed the number of people inside. After all, in the end of the world, no one would turn a blind eye to food. Wu Chen immediately moved to the entrance of the convenience store and shot an arrow towards the target. Swish, the thin man fell down, the chocolate in his hand slipped to the ground, and was picked up by a little boy who chewed on it frantically. Behind them lay the mutilated corpse of a woman. A family of 3, hiding in a looted convenience store, ended up killing each other, and Wu Chen could roughly guess at a glance. At this moment, the little boy was completely focused on eating chocolate, showing no reaction to his father's death. Wu Chen walked in, looked down from above, and said, "Kid, tell me, what kind of forces are nearby? Answer and you'll get something to eat." "There's none, they've all gone to the department store." The little boy, upon hearing about food, hurriedly replied, "I heard they need people over there, and there will be food if we go, but my dad said it's a lie and absolutely forbids us from going." "What about over there?" Wu Chen pointed in the direction of the gold shop and asked. "There's no one there either, they've all run away, the ones left should be starving to death." "But," the little boy's tone suddenly dropped. "But what?" Wu Chen bent down and asked. "But why haven't you died?" The little boy's innocent eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light, his small hand flipped over, revealing a sharp dagger, and fiercely stabbed towards Wu Chen's chest. Bang! However, this move was too naive for Wu Chen. He had been prepared and kicked out, kicking the already frail little boy half to death, lying on the ground coughing up blood. "Kid, if you don't want to die, answer honestly, are there people over there?" "Yes, there are people. Many people." Before he could finish speaking, the little boy was shot in the head and died instantly. In the apocalypse, there are no sincere words, one must discern the truth from lies. Wu Chen speculated that when the little boy said there was no one, he was trying to make him relax for a surprise attack. So the correct answer should be that there are people, but the exact number is uncertain. Leaving the convenience store, Wu Chen threw the boy's body into the street, attracting a large number of zombies, quickly crossing the second wave of corpses. Arriving at the back door of a clothing store, he cautiously observed the situation. The city in the apocalypse is the most dangerous because there are tall buildings everywhere, and who knows how many evil eyes are hidden inside. But there's no choice, even though it's easier to be discovered during the day, it's even more terrifying at night. A careless fall, death. Ambushed in the dark, death. Turn on a flashlight? That's asking for death. There are too many uncontrollable factors, making it impossible to act. Daytime is different, as long as one is careful, it can still be managed. Darling, trust me, the apocalypse is coming to an end. But I'm so hungry. I've already told you to eat less, Sai. Please, give me a little more. But if I do that, I'll lose too much blood and die. Do you really love me? Yes, of course I do. Then, as long as you promise, I'll let you. Okay, I'll do it now. With a scream from the clothing store, Wu Chen couldn't help but be furious. Damn it, even in the apocalypse, there are simps? They must die. He rushed to the storefront without hesitation and shot inside. Swish, swish, 2 shots pierced a woman's face covered in blood. Behind her lay a man with 2 missing legs, miraculously not passing out from pain but instead crying out in agony, "No, my goddess." "Shut up!" Wu Chen swung an axe, splitting the man's skull in half. "Damn, go to hell, you simp." After dealing with these two, Wu Chen continued on his way. Using the same tactics, he crossed the third wave of corpses and finally arrived across from the gold shop. It seemed safe here, with only a few scattered zombies, quiet without even a fart sound. Did he make a mistake? Was the little boy not lying at the beginning? Wu Chen didn't dare to be careless, squatting behind a broken wall, deciding to wait a little longer. 5 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Wu Chen's legs were numb from squatting, still not hearing any suspicious movements. He had been very careful all the way, even adjusting his line of sight, so even if there were people in the gold shop, they wouldn't be able to see him. Forget it, charge in. After a sudden rush, Wu Chen kicked open the glass door of the gold shop. Before he could catch his breath, he was stunned. There was actually a woman crouching inside. The woman had her back to him, her hands and head constantly moving, as if she was eating something. Hearing the noise behind her, the woman turned around mysteriously, opened her shiny golden mouth, and smirked. Hee, do you also like to eat gold? Damn it! Wu Chen was startled by her mouth full of golden light and hurriedly said, Are you a mutant? Can you eat gold to satisfy your hunger? Yes. The woman nodded repeatedly, so I won't steal your food, and you won't kill me, right? Your mom. Wu Chen directly released, cold stare, and immobilized the woman. Then he raised the titanium alloy hand axe and ruthlessly plunged it into her skull, following through the back of her head and spine, all the way down. Stab! The woman was almost split in half, blood gushing out, with a large number of golden objects wriggling in her stomach. Indeed, her mutant ability was to digest gold. Wu Chen was almost infuriated. Encountering such a bizarre ability, it was fortunate that he discovered it early, otherwise, the entire city's gold would have been depleted by her. Enduring the disgust of dismembering the body, the lumps of melted gold were placed on the ground. It seemed a bit less. Wu Chen couldn't help but wonder, did the gold come out after being digested by the woman? No, golden excrement is also gold and must be found. He hurried into the gold shop, constantly scanning the ground. As he walked, he suddenly saw a pair of feet. Wu Chen looked up abruptly, almost dropping his jaw in shock. My goodness! In the depths of the gold shop, there was a pile of bodies standing against the wall, each body's face covered with a layer of gold. The bodies were intact. The cause of death was suffocation. After a detailed examination, Wu Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. All these bodies were killed by the gold-eating woman. This woman not only could eat gold but also could spray liquefied gold, causing people to suffocate and die in agony. This indicated one thing. This gold-eating woman was a second-tier mutant. Wu Chen hurried back to her body, grabbed the still wriggling stomach. Mutation point plus 107, indeed. A total of 7 bodies. It seemed that the gold-eating woman had just leveled up and encountered 7 people squatting in the gold shop, then sprayed gold to kill them. Fortunately, his ability was strong control. Wu Chen wiped his sweat. Otherwise, his helmet would have been scrapped, and he wouldn't have seen anything, which was dangerous. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved in advance. All the gold gathered together weighed about 20 kilograms. According to the original world's gold price of 520 yuan per gram, over 10 million. Feeling pleased, Wu Chen quickly packed the gold into his backpack, feeling a sense of solid happiness as his body sank. Then he left the gold shop and stealthily returned the same way. Overall, this operation was somewhat risky. If he wanted to make money without pressure in the future, he not only needed to significantly improve his weapon equipment level but also possess stronger mutant abilities. It seemed he was about to level up again. Should he keep a few mutant kills before going back? Unconsciously, he was nearing his habitat. Wu Chen was contemplating when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Another woman was squatting with her back to him. Could it be? Did he encounter another mysterious mutant again? This time, Wu Chen dared not make a sound, raised his crossbow, and aimed at the back of the woman's head. Woo, woo, woo. At that moment, the woman made a pitiful whimper. Slowly turning her head, she directly shocked Wu Chen. Qin Xiaochuan. Although dressed in rags and extremely dirty, her face was still stunningly beautiful. Woo, 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 my leg is injured. Is there anyone kind enough to help me? Qin Xiaochuan looked pitiful, her beautiful eyes filled with timidity and fear, far from the arrogant demeanor of the original world. Stop calling, there's only me here. Wu Chen, feeling excited, walked to Qin Xiaochuan's side, constantly observing her. Her cheeks were somewhat sunken, indicating long-term malnutrition. Bruises covered the exposed parts of her body, clearly showing signs of abuse. On the round and slender beautiful legs, there was a wound about an inch long, blood gushing out. It seemed to have been scratched by some sharp object. Follow me. Wu Chen dropped a sentence and walked forward without looking back. Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly got up, limping along, following Wu Chen until they reached a passage and crawled in with him. The light inside was poor, but the space was decent, easy to defend and hard to attack, making it a good hiding place. After looking around a few times, Qin Xiaoyun timidly asked, "Is this your hideout? Are there no other people?" "Yes, just me." Wu Chen stood in the darkness and coldly replied, "What's your name?" "And you?" "I'm Xiaoyun. Call me Shuangge." Shuangge. Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly knelt down and knocked her head loudly. Wu Chen hurriedly said, "Hey, this is not quite appropriate." In fact, in the apocalypse, this kind of humble etiquette is everywhere, representing submission. But for Qin Xiaoyun, it was different. The huge contrast made Wu Chen somewhat uncomfortable. "Shuangge, what's wrong with you?" Qin Xiaoyun raised her head, nervous. "Don't you want me? Do you think I'm useless? Please, I can serve you well. I promise to make you comfortable." Wu Chen did not give a direct answer, but grabbed a handful of food from his pocket and sprinkled it in front of Qin Xiaoyun. "This is..." Qin Xiaoyun saw clearly in the light, excitedly exclaimed, "Chocolate? Beef jerky? Lollipop? Snickers? Oh my god, Shuangge, where did you get so many good things?" Wu Chen said indifferently, "Stop talking, eat, talk after you're full. Then I won't be polite." Qin Xiaoyun, like a hungry beast, wolfed down the food, almost swallowing the packaging paper. She didn't even chew the tough beef jerky, just swallowed it whole. She didn't even lick the huge lollipop, just bit it into pieces. The sweet chocolate and Snickers, she finished them and still wanted more, panting heavily. "Shuangge, can I have some more?" "Don't worry, I'll serve you well after I'm full." Wu Chen ignored her words and said seriously, "As a woman, how did you survive until today?" "I survived by being someone's dog." Qin Xiaoyun seemed to touch on painful memories, tears streaming down, depicting her tragic experience. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she was discussing business with a client when the client suddenly turned into a zombie. She quickly hid in a pantry. She stayed there for 3 days with only water and drinks. As soon as she came out to search for food, she was captured by a group of people. What followed was ruthless abuse and humiliation. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyun was quite beautiful, so the group of people didn't want her to die, which allowed her to survive. But the good times didn't last long. Another, more powerful group appeared, killing everyone in the office building and capturing Qin Xiaoyun. "They are all perverts, woo-woo." Qin Xiaoyun's emotions almost collapsed. "They don't treat me as a human at all. They torture me in every possible way from morning to night, and if I resist, they beat me. I can't take it anymore. I managed to escape when they weren't paying attention, but as a weak woman with injuries, if I hadn't met you, Shuangge, I wouldn't have survived." "Where is the base of those people you mentioned?" Wu Chen continued to ask. "In the department store." Qin Xiaoyun exclaimed, "What about it, Shuangge? Are you going to help me get revenge?" "Ha, dreaming." Wu Chen chuckled, "Who do you think you are? In the apocalypse, there are no goddesses, only female slaves. You do understand this, right?" "Yes, I am a female slave, Shuangge's female slave." Qin Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly, coquettishly, "I'm very open-minded, I can do anything. Shuangge, lie down." Wu Chen lay on the cold floor, placed the crossbow aside, squinted and said, "Just massage, don't do anything else." "Alright." Qin Xiaoyun crawled over, her boneless hands started to move, not to mention, the strength was just right, and the technique was very professional. It continued like this for a long time, and Wu Chen finally closed his eyes, emitting a faint snoring sound. Qin Xiaoyun was afraid of disturbing his sleep, so her movements became lighter and lighter, until she stopped completely and obediently knelt aside. Inside the nest, silence fell once again. Wu Chen slept deeply and relaxed, breathing evenly, his sturdy chest slightly rising and falling. Qin Xiaoyun kept staring at him until her knees could no longer support her, then she struggled to get up, moved not far away, and collapsed against the wall. Her beautiful eyes were listless, and soon closed, entering the realm of dreams. At the same time, Wu Chen suddenly disappeared. Oh! After who knows how long, Qin Xiaoyun suddenly opened her eyes. "Awake?" In the darkness, came Wu Chen's deep voice. "How did I fall asleep?" Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly crawled to Wu Chen's feet, bowing repeatedly. "Brother Shuang, I was wrong. I should have stayed by your side to serve you. Do you need to pee when you wake up?" Wu Chen ignored these words and pointed to the ground. "Look at this. This is..." Qin Xiaoyun looked down and suddenly became excited and trembling. "It's a self-heating pot. And purified water. Freshly squeezed juice. Potato chips. Sakuma. High-calorie delicacies, the best resources in the apocalypse." The huge surprise almost drove Qin Xiaoyun crazy, without noticing that a backpack in the corner was missing. "Come, let's have dinner together." Wu Chen took out a bottle of Mauzi from his arms and shook it. "Wow, Brother Shuang, you even have wine." Qin Xiaoyun quickly started working, kneeling with her legs crossed, sorting out and arranging the food. The wineglass was filled, the self-heating pot was steaming with fragrance. It was truly an emperor-level feast in the apocalypse. Come, let's eat. Wu Chen sipped his wine and slowly chewed on the potato chips. Qin Xiaochuan's way of eating was different. She was like a pig, her mouth smacking nonstop, and her nose occasionally making excited pig-like noises. After a satisfying meal, she patted her round belly. Brother Shuang, where did you get all these supplies? You're amazing. Hee, I have plenty of these things. After Wu Chen said this, he saw a look of intense shock in Qin Xiaochuan's eyes. Plenty? Yes. How is that possible? Did Brother Shuang discover an underground warehouse? No, keep guessing. Brother Shuang, did you know about the apocalypse in advance, so you stocked up on supplies? This is a novel plot, keep guessing. I'm not guessing. Qin Xiaochuan coquettishly said, why do I care about this, anyway? As long as I follow Brother Shuang in the future, I will never go hungry. Did I say you should follow me? Wu Chen smirked. Oh, don't joke, you're so good to me, there must be a purpose. Qin Xiaochuan put down her wineglass, quickly dived into Wu Chen's arms, seductively saying, Brother Shuang, let me serve you well, I guarantee you'll be very satisfied. Hee, not now, let's wait a bit longer. Why wait? I'm all ready. Qin Xiaochuan held Wu Chen's waist tightly, twisting like a water snake. Brother Shuang, are you hesitating because I haven't bathed? You guessed right. Wu Chen pinched his nose, the smell is a bit strong, I can't enjoy it. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, Qin Xiaochuan picked up the purified water and gargled frantically, then exhaled into her palm. No smell now. Brother Shuang, can we now? I already said, we have to wait a bit longer. Wu Chen crossed his arms. Still waiting. Qin Xiaoyun seemed very anxious, crawling on the ground in various poses, but Wu Chen remained indifferent. Until, a slight knock was heard inside the passage. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyun happened to be behind Wu Chen. Her charming expression instantly disappeared, replaced by strong killing intent. She reached out to touch the ground, but was dumbfounded. Where is the weapon? Hee, I knew what you were up to a long time ago. Wu Chen turned around and kicked Qin Xiaoyun to the ground, leaning down and said in a low voice, if you don't want to die, don't make a sound. How did you figure it out? Qin Xiaoyun asked unwillingly. Hee, because I understand you, Wu Chen smirked, with your intelligence and methods, unless you die in the apocalypse, it's impossible for you to end up as a female slave. You understand me? Impossible, we've never met before, Qin Xiaoyun exclaimed. Besides, I didn't even touch you while you were asleep, how could you suspect me? It's simple, because you weren't sure if you could take out me while I was sound asleep. As Wu Chen spoke, he put on a helmet and picked up a crossbow. If my guess is correct, your people are planning to act when it gets dark, right? So you didn't need to act early, just sacrifice some beauty to render me unable to fight, right? You. Qin Xiaoyun was completely convinced. Since the apocalypse, she had used her beauty and intelligence to eliminate many tough opponents, becoming one of the leaders of the group. She never expected her scheme to be ruthlessly exposed by a fool who robbed banks in the apocalypse. Come here. Wu Chen pulled Qin Xiaoyun to the entrance of the passage and ordered, have your people launch an attack, or I'll kill you now. Qin Xiaoyun had no choice but to obediently knock 3 times at the entrance of the passage. Soon, there were many faint breathing sounds coming from the passage. Wu Chen smirked coldly, then dragged Qin Xiaoyun back to the darkest corner, stepping on her foot while reaching for his waist. Why aren't you screaming yet? Oh, a seductive cry came out. Qin Xiaoyun was indeed a beauty in every aspect. Unfortunately, she targeted the wrong person. Thud. The sound of landing continued, filling the enclosed space with a strong body odor. Where are the people? Yun Jie? Qin Xiaoyun's gasping abruptly stopped, and no one appeared, leaving her subordinates extremely frightened, staring into the darkness without daring to move. Crack! At that moment, Wu Chen, who had been preparing for a long time, turned on the tactical flashlight. The 10,000 lumens of strong light was as intense as the sun in the darkness, causing screams to erupt instantly. My eyes! Ah! What the hell is this? The alloy spear began to slaughter recklessly. Wu Chen didn't even look, stabbing and thrusting wildly. The sound of flesh and blood was continuous. When the screams ceased, he stopped and turned on the tactical flashlight again. The entire habitat was filled with corpses, each with a miserable and unrecognizable face, a bloody purgatory indeed. We can't stay here, let's go, out. Wu Chen taped Qin Xiaoyun's mouth shut, tied her hands with plastic zip ties, and then escorted her out of the passage. Looking around, it was quiet and deserted. It seemed that the other party thought their attack was foolproof and didn't send reinforcements. Go that way. Wu Chen pointed to the left and pushed Qin Xiaoyun forcefully. After walking about 300 meters, the two arrived at the base of a dilapidated pagoda. This was an ancient-style building, built recently, surviving a fierce gas explosion and becoming the only high ground nearby. Wu Chen had been observing here for a long time. The view was good, the space was sufficient, and it was absolutely easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, he could confirm that there was no one above. The only obstacle was that the stairs inside had been blown up, but it was not a big problem. There were climbing ropes and ascenders specially designed for climbing, so he easily reached the top of the 5th floor tower. Brother Shuang, what are you going to do to me? Seeing herself trapped, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask fearfully. Tell me honestly, what is your mutant ability? Wu Chen raised the titanium alloy hand axe emitting a cold light, and asked sternly. On the top floor of the pagoda, the eerie moonlight spilled on the floor, and occasionally the roar of zombies could be heard in the distance. Qin Xiaoyun looked at the over 10 meters high abyss below her feet, realizing that she couldn't escape no matter what. My mutant part is the sweat glands, and my ability is the healing factor. After saying that, she struggled to raise her hands bound by plastic straps, and turned over her palms, revealing glistening beads of sweat. With a touch on the wound on her jade leg, a miracle happened. The wound quickly scabbed over at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a faint scar. Damn, this is incredible. Wu Chen couldn't help but be surprised. This ability was powerful. Brother Shuang, you won't kill me, right? Qin Xiaoyun asked pitifully, otherwise, you wouldn't have prepared so much good food for me. It would be such a waste to kill me. I've said it before, I don't lack resources or anything. Wu Chen said coldly, it's getting late, and I don't have time to waste with you. After that, he tightly sealed Qin Xiaoyun's eyes and mouth with black tape. Then he tied her ankles with a rope and hoisted her upside down. Hee, since you can heal yourself, enjoy it slowly. With these words, Wu Chen disappeared instantly. The original world. In the battle room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Wu Chen suddenly appeared, startling Wang Meng who was guarding beside him. Brother Shuang, did you kill that woman? No, I'll keep her for some fun. Wu Chen took off all his equipment, stretched lazily, and asked, has the gold been weighed? Yes, a total of 25.7 kilograms, equivalent to a market value of 13.36 million. Wang Meng couldn't stop smiling. We've hit the jackpot, Brother Shuang, we're millionaires now. Damn, I'm the one becoming a millionaire, okay? Wu Chen gave Wang Meng a look, but you're getting a good share too. How about it, isn't it better than being a factory worker? Of course. According to the agreement, Wu Chen promised to give Wang Meng 5% of the profits each time, and also bear all expenses. Trust is the basis of cooperation, and Wu Chen didn't have many friends, but Wang Meng was one of the most trustworthy. Moreover, this guy had no hidden agenda, he was carefree and straightforward, making communication effortless. 670,000, I couldn't earn this much even if I worked overtime to death at the factory. Wang Meng happily rushed downstairs, picked up the wagging zombie, and said, enough talk, we must have a blast tonight. Oh, by the way, I'll get you some female dogs tomorrow, let you enjoy the feeling of being an emperor. Come on, the zombie is still a puppy, it hasn't even grown up yet. Wu Chen gave Wang Meng another look, don't waste money recklessly now that you have it. Can't you find a proper girlfriend? Hee, Brother Shuang, don't underestimate me. I may seem silly sometimes, but I'm smart when it comes to women. Wang Meng sneered, finding a girlfriend is digging my own grave. Isn't it more fun to fool around every day? And it saves money, believe it or not. Well. Wu Chen also felt that he had been too preachy just now. Wang Meng understood the reasoning, and he had experienced it himself. When he first entered society, he and his ex-girlfriend had had many discussions on how they could be together due to their long-distance relationship. The ex-girlfriend's attitude was very clear. Wu Chen must have a stable and substantial income, buy a house with her name on it, pay a one-time dowry of 380,000, and it's okay to delay marriage and having children. In response, Wu Chen retorted, why didn't you mention these requirements when we were in college? The ex-girlfriend replied, college is college, society is society, girls in society have such requirements, she doesn't want to lower her own value. Faced with the now unfamiliar ex-girlfriend, Wu Chen had the idea of breaking up at that time, but due to the foundation of several years of relationship, he kept dragging on until they naturally drifted apart. Brother Shuang, what are you thinking? Wang Meng had already changed into a cool young man's outfit. I've made an appointment with mommy, let's go. Let's go, Wu Chen waved his arm. Imperial Dynasty nightclub. The two bosses are here again? Please come in quickly. Mommy, with a chrysanthemum-like face, bent over all the way to escort Wu Chen and Wang Meng into the private room. The reason for choosing to come here is that it perfectly meets their needs. Once a person has money, they cannot indulge in low-level pleasures, fast food is too monotonous. In upscale nightclubs, the girls are beautiful and charming, many of them are university students, not only tender but also speak well. Drinking and chatting about pleasant topics, feeling high, going directly to the restroom or hotel, it's simply a double enjoyment of spirit and body. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive. Brother Shuang. Mangu. Damn, this scene is not cheap. The door was pushed open, Daoge rushed in with a bag in hand, paying no attention to the occasion, and said loudly, spending tens of thousands in one night, just for a business talk, isn't it too wasteful? This made the lineup of girls couldn't help but chuckle, so uncultured. Everyone go out, come back in a while, Wu Chun ordered, letting the girls file out. Then he pulled Daoge aside and whispered, business is here, whether you can walk this path of wealth depends on your performance. I must be able to. Honestly, after we finished drinking last time, I immediately contacted my friends in Southeast Asia, they said, whatever goods are needed, they can provide. As long as it can be sold. Well, then I'll give you a chance. Wu Chen reached into his bag and pulled out a golden nugget the size of an egg. For the first cooperation, don't make it too big, this thing is worth 150,000, I'll give it to you for 130,000. Is the profit so small? Daoge was slightly disappointed. Damn, you'll make an extra 20,000 when you sell it, I'm already taking care of you. Wu Chen said seriously, besides, this is clean, there's no risk at all, do it well, as the volume increases in the future, the profit will be considerable, and it's a legitimate business. Alright, I'll have someone send the money over. Daoge checked the golden nugget, confirmed it was fine, and picked up his phone to make a call. Wu Chen took a sip of his drink, looking quite relaxed. This partner Daoge, although chosen on the spot, seemed reliable after testing. Moreover, with cash on delivery, as long as the transaction amount is controlled each time, there is no problem with the risk. Wu Chen's goal is clear, if the channel for cashing in on gold can go abroad, he won't do it domestically to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Daoge. After about half an hour, a stranger appeared at the door of the private room. This is my little brother, bringing the money, Daoge quickly introduced. However, Wu Chen's face suddenly changed drastically, staring at the man, a bloody scene flashed through his mind. This person, isn't he one of the guys who helped drag the gold that day and was taken care of by himself? Brother Shuang, this is the money, you count it. A large craft paper bag was stuffed into Wu Chen's arms, also interrupting his surprise. Well, money is not a problem, but let's do direct bank transfers in the future. We are doing legitimate transactions, no need to worry. Hee, legitimate, it must be legitimate. Daoge flattered, raising his glass towards Wu Chen, happy cooperation, I'll drink first as a toast. Alright. The fiery brandy went down, and Wu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy. On one hand, he had just been killing rampantly in the apocalypse, and his mindset had not yet returned. On the other hand, the enemies he faced in the apocalypse were likely members of Dao Ji's gang. Xuango, what are you staring at? Daoge joked at this moment, the transaction is complete, why not invite the girls in to have some fun, don't tell me you want me to accompany you. Yes, everyone come in. After a call, the girls from before entered one after another. Daoge made the first selection, his gaze stopping on a girl dressed as a bunny girl, it's you. Wang Meng followed suit, calling out to a cute girl in a JK uniform, come here for a physiology lesson. Wu Chen seemed a bit hesitant, his eyes darting around, and finally clapped his hands, I'll take them all. In an instant, sweet voices filled the air, and fragrances permeated the room. Wu Chen was engulfed in a sea of flowers, feeling like an emperor, easing his tense nerves in the apocalypse. The revelry lasted until 2 a.m., with Daoge once again drinking himself unconscious, slumped over the toilet like a dead dog. They say drunk words are sober thoughts, and Daoge, having drunk too much, voluntarily confessed his past misdeeds, shocking the girls who hurriedly covered their ears. All for survival. After saying this, Daoge collapsed. This finally eased Wu Chen's heart. Yes, all for survival. Different environments lead to different fates, just like Daoge, Qin Shaoyun must be the same. Thinking of this, Wu Chen felt a bit dizzy. Escorted by a group of girls, he stumbled into the suite of the adjacent hotel, switching to sober-up mode. The next day, in the afternoon, the weather was unfavorable, with the rain drizzling non-stop. But this did not stop Wu Chen from fulfilling his dream. After sending off the girls, he went upstairs to have a sumptuous lunch, then took a ride-hailing car to a luxury car dealership in the city center. The Land Rover Range Rover SV Autobiography long wheelbase, this car exuding a boss-like aura, had always been Wu Chen's dream car. Now, he could finally own it. With a total price of over 4 million, it was ordered by a local big shot who gave it up due to unforeseen circumstances, allowing Wu Chen to seize the opportunity. Sitting in the huge cockpit, caressing the ultra-luxurious leather interior, playing with the all-terrain feedback adaptive system, experiencing the surging power of the V8 engine, the joy alleviated Wu Chen's hangover. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared, the rain pouring harder, making the road ahead unclear. Wu Chen's driving skills were very basic. He hadn't touched a car since passing his university driving test, and he didn't dare to take risks in such a situation, so he had to park the car on the side of the road. Humming a tune, watching the panicked pedestrians outside in the pouring rain, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. However, a familiar figure caught Wu Chen's attention. Qin Xiaoyun? Seeing the usually imposing General Qin standing in the rain with a folder on her head, looking lost and bedraggled like a drowned rat, Wu Chen was surprised. Beep beep. Wu Chen, a kind-hearted person who couldn't bear to see a beauty in distress, drove the car to Qin Xiaoyun's side and honked the horn. Qin Xiaoyun turned her head, paused for a moment, hesitated for a few seconds, then climbed into the car. Where to, General Qin? Wu Chen asked with a smile. My clothes are all soaked, of course, I'm going home. Qin Xiaoyun gave an address. Oh, a nouveau riche, driving a big shot's car. Wu Chen tapped the steering wheel. General Qin, I kindly offered you a ride, do you have to be so proud? Are you happy to see me in such a miserable state? Qin Xiaoyun said irritably, I earn my own money, unlike you, who must be doing something shady. Get out of my car, Wu Chen said, feeling annoyed. Qin Xiaoyun raised her chest proudly. I won't get out, if you dare, come and push me. Wu Chen looked at the rain-soaked scenery through the rearview mirror and smirked. Qin, you better behave, I've seen everything inside. You. Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly protected her chest, angrily tried to open the car door, but found it locked. Open the door. I want to get out. I changed my mind, I won't argue with you. I can torture you anytime anyway, ha. With a big laugh, Wu Chen stepped on the gas pedal. There were not many cars on the rainy road, and they soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the apartment building where Qin Xiaoyun lived. But Qin Xiaoyun showed no intention of getting out of the car, hesitated and said, explain clearly, what do you mean by torturing me? What bad idea are you brewing now? In dreams, Wu Chen said with a suppressed smile, you know about the apocalypse, right? I've been dreaming about it every day recently, capturing you in the apocalypse world and torturing you however I want. Disgusting. Despicable. Qin Xiaoyun spat out, hastily jumped out of the car, her high heels making sharp noises. However, at that moment, a figure rushed out from the side and headed straight for Qin Xiaoyun's back. Wu Chen saw this clearly and instinctively shifted to reverse, intercepting swiftly. Then he jumped out of the car and kicked the attacker. Ouch! After a cry of pain, Qin Xiaoyun turned back in surprise. Chalet? Wu Chen also saw the attacker's face clearly. It was his former colleague, Qin's vanguard and sales manager, Ma Xiaolei. Qin. Ma Xiaolei struggled to get up from the ground. Without even looking at Wu Chen, he rushed to Qin Xiaoyun excitedly. Qin, where have you been all this time? You didn't answer my calls. It's okay to be fired, we can start over. Do you have the right to manage my affairs? Qin Xiaoyun instantly restored her domineering female CEO demeanor, sternly said, Ma Xiaolei, you repeatedly harass me, now I'll tell you the truth, stop daydreaming, get lost. The farther, the better. Faced with humiliation, Ma Xiaolei smiled bitterly. Qin, do you already have someone else? Is it him? Suddenly, the accusation was directed at the innocent Wu Chen. At this moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Qin Xiaoyun quickly walked up, held Wu Chen's arm, and said loudly, yes, I'm with him now, what about it? Ma Xiaolei was struck as if by lightning, murmured, Qin. I can sit in his Land Rover without getting wet in the rain, what about you? Still riding your electric scooter? I don't want to suffer like that. Qin Xiaoyun said, nudging Wu Chen with her elbow, let's go, take me upstairs. Of course, dear, I must escort you. Wu Chen cooperated with the act. Qin Xiaoyun's apartment was decorated in a very chic, minimalist style. As soon as Wu Chen entered, he was pinned against the wall. Qin Xiaoyun almost begged, can you stay a little longer? Ma Xiaolei must still be squatting downstairs, just help me out, make him give up, please? Wu Chen looked puzzled, he's just a lapdog, do you have to be like this? You don't understand, Ma Xiaolei is not an ordinary lapdog, he has issues. Qin Xiaoyun pointed to her head, he's extremely paranoid, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. I'm worried he might go to extremes. Wu Chen was puzzled, if Ma Xiaolei is like that, why did you humiliate him? I was forced to, ever since I was fired. Ma Xiaolei has been calling me 100 times a day. Qin Xiaoyun looked pained, I had to block him, but he still comes here every day to stalk me. I couldn't take it anymore, that's why I humiliated him. When it came to this point, Wu Chen could only stay to help. Nestled on the sofa, drinking a frozen drink, boredly watching TV to pass the time, Qin Xiaoyun took a hot bath, changed out of her soaked clothes, and busied herself until she disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Due to overwork last night, Wu Chen was extremely tired. Just as he was about to take a nap, the door opened, and a fragrant breeze wafted in. Qin Xiaoyun, with her hair loose, lips slightly pursed, wearing a wine-red camisole nightgown, charmingly appeared. The nightgown was very revealing, not only low-cut but also exposing a large expanse of fair as jade back. Her long legs under the skirt were wrapped in black stockings, emitting an irresistible holy white light. Xiaoshuan, do I look good? Qin Xiaoyun, wearing shiny pointed high heels, spun her body 360 degrees, finally falling on the sofa, her charming eyes fixed on Wu Chen, who was close by. Under such temptation, Wu Chen suddenly lost all drowsiness and blurted out, "You look good, Miss Qin, you are." "Shoo, don't speak." Qin Xiaoyun placed her slender fingers on Wu Chen's lips. "Don't move, let sister do it." Wu Chen nodded obediently. Then, like a snake demon, Qin Xiaoyun wriggled on the sofa, entwining Wu Chen and exhaling fragrantly. When it was almost ready, she suddenly changed her expression and ruthlessly pushed Wu Chen off the sofa. Wu Chen was immediately annoyed. "Are you crazy? Humph. You don't really think I'm seducing you, do you?" Qin Xiaoyun chuckled, covering her mouth. "I'm just testing my charm. The effect is not bad. It seems that I'm not old yet. Nonsense. I even helped you deal with the bootlicker." Wu Chen said discontentedly. "Didn't I buy you a cola? And let you enjoy the view of beauty?" Qin Xiaoyun said smugly. "Very well, just wait." Wu Chen slammed the door and left in a huff. Down in the parking lot, he started the Land Rover Range Rover and returned to the villa. After gearing up, he gritted his teeth and said, "To the apocalypse." At the top of the pagoda, the dark version of Qin Xiaoyun was sleeping upside down. A sudden kick made her let out a painful whimper. Hee, sleeping so soundly. Wu Chen untied the ropes and removed Qin Xiaoyun's restraints. "You haven't eaten for a day, you must be hungry, right?" Qin Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly, her brows furrowed in apparent anxiety. After a day and night, not only does one need to eat, but also to relieve oneself. "Here, eat this." A bowl of piping hot, extremely spicy turkey noodles was placed in front of Qin Xiaoyun. Unless you have a strong stomach, eating such spicy food on an empty stomach will inevitably cause severe discomfort. However, Qin Xiaoyun, who was starving, did not consider this, and after wolfing it down, she froze. "What's wrong?" Wu Chen asked with a smile. "I need to use the bathroom." Qin Xiaoyun's face turned green. "Use this." Wu Chen took out a dog pee pad and smirked. "Remember to throw it away after using it, don't make this place stinky." "Okay." Qin Xiaoyun was already accustomed to this in the apocalypse, feeling no embarrassment at all, and ran to the side to do her business. For Wu Chen, it was a form of revenge, and he suddenly felt much better. After enjoying the scenery of the apocalypse for a while, he hoisted up the nearly exhausted Qin Xiaoyun with ropes again. Then he returned to the city to get down to business. To make a fortune in the apocalypse, besides having well-equipped weapons, map exploration is also crucial. In Wu Chen's eyes, all those humans hidden in various buildings were potential huge threats, much more terrifying than zombies. However, it was difficult to spot enemies with the naked eye. Now, it was time for the drone to come into play. The importance of this thing was at a strategic level and could be legally purchased. The only problem is that Wu Chen doesn't know how to operate it. So Wu Chen signed up for a drone driving training class, and in the next few days, he mainly did three things: operating drones, practicing driving, and tormenting Qin Xiaoyun. "Don't hang me anymore, brother Shuang, I beg you." Finally, a week later, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't bear the repeated torment, didn't even eat food, knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. "Brother Shuang, I will listen to you in the future, I can even be a dog, please don't do this to me anymore." "I don't lack dogs," Wu Chen replied. "I lack reliable and trustworthy people." "Do you think you can do it?" "I can." Qin Xiaoyun, with tears in her eyes, hugged Wu Chen's leg. "I can. Brother Shuang, just give me a chance." By now, Qin Xiaoyun had also figured it out. Want to escape successfully? No hope. Ordinary people without tools simply cannot reach the top of the pagoda. On the contrary, even if she freed herself from bondage, she couldn't get down. Want to end it all? Absolutely impossible. If Wu Chen wanted to kill her, he would have done it long ago. The reason for keeping her in torment must be for a purpose. "Brother Shuang, whatever you command, just say it, I will definitely do it," Qin Xiaoyun said sincerely. "Well, confess the hideout of your accomplices, then come up with a plan to kill them all." Wu Chen ordered. "If you want to surrender, you have to show your sincerity. Do you have a problem with that?" "No problem." "Then speak up." "They are." Just as she started to speak, Qin Xiaoyun suddenly realized that once she revealed this, she would have no way out. Her future fate would be firmly tied to Wu Chen, but she didn't know who Wu Chen really was. What if Wu Chen is a cruel super pervert? In the apocalypse, to live a good life, you must stick together, but Wu Chen is a lone wolf. Just based on this, Qin Xiaoyun dared to conclude that Wu Chen must have killed all his teammates and monopolized all the resources. Otherwise, it couldn't explain Wu Chen's current wealth. He, do you think I wouldn't know if you didn't say it? Wu Chen looked coldly at Qin Xiaoyun. The leader of your group is Brother Dao, right? How did you know? Qin Xiaoyun was completely dumbfounded. Not only do I know this, I can immediately locate Brother Dao and his group. Wu Chen took off his backpack and took out a drone from inside. You actually have this. Qin Xiaoyun was once again shocked. In the early days of the apocalypse, countless drones took to the sky just to see what was happening. Later on, drones became essential tools for finding supplies and exploring, with extremely high importance. It can be said that whoever has a drone in hand can gain an advantage in the apocalypse and become a leader among the various forces in the city. However, with batteries running out, it's now very difficult to see drones taking off. The remaining ones have become strategic assets, carefully guarded by various forces for use in times of crisis. Buzz. In the gloomy sky, the sound of drones buzzing once again. Wu Chen operated the remote control with a smile. Oh, there are many people hiding in that building ahead, TSK, each one is so skinny. There are over a dozen people squatting in that convenience store, we'll take care of them later. Wow, people inside the Lanzhou noodle restaurant are killing each other, the scene is quite explosive. The water in the gym's swimming pool has turned green, they're still drinking it, can't kill you. I was wrong. Seeing that the location of the group was about to be exposed, Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly hugged Wu Chen's leg, crying out, I'll tell you, Brother Dao and the others are hiding in the Hai Di Lao restaurant. Which Hai Di Lao? The one at the intersection. I see, quite a few familiar faces. On the display, the two guys who pretended to be fake police officers under Knife Brother appeared, and at this moment, they were lying on the window staring at the drone. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Chen retrieved the drone, lowered his head sternly, and said, I'll give you one last chance to tell the whole truth. If there's half a lie, I'll torture you to death. Okay, I'll talk. The real situation is like this. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Qin Xiaoyun was indeed discussing business with a client. She did hide in the pantry, relying on water and drinks for 3 full days, and then was caught by a group of people. However, the so-called abuse and humiliation did not happen because Qin Xiaoyun cleverly escaped. Hiding and running on the streets full of zombies, she met a group of people who were also trying to escape. Everyone unanimously believed that staying in the city meant certain death, and the only way to survive was to go to the suburbs and countryside. So they united, went through hardships, and finally made it out of the extremely dangerous urban area. However, their judgment was wrong. In the suburbs, an endless tide of zombies was closing in. Due to the lack of buildings to take cover, they were unable to resist such a tide of zombies. Helplessly, Qin Xiaoyun and the others had to run back, but that's when Knife Brother and his men appeared. Although this guy didn't do well in the city, he was like a fish in water in the apocalypse. Leading his men, they controlled an entire building, well-equipped and strong in combat. But even so, they were still unable to resist the endless tide of zombies. Then Knife Brother led us to escape together, returned to the city, occupied a place, but due to the lack of supplies, our people kept fighting among themselves. Qin Xiaoyun said seriously, with my help, we managed to survive crisis after crisis, so I became the deputy leader. Later, when I saw you fully armed robbing a bank, I thought of targeting you. Xuan, everything I said this time is true. Well, I'll trust you for now, Wu Chen said lightly, it's time to make a move now. You lead the way in front, responsible for being the bait, got it? Okay. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaoyun had to obediently climb down the pagoda and walk bent over in front. Without any weapons, she could only close her eyes whenever a zombie pounced. Swish! Fortunately, Wu Chen's arrows never missed, harvesting the zombies' heads all the way, and also clearing out the survivors discovered by the drone. The ruthless killing made Qin Xiaoyun somewhat puzzled. Why did Wu Chen spare her? A crossroads. The sign for underwater overflow was right in front of them. This time, Wu Chen didn't come to establish a cooperative friendship with Knife Brother in the apocalypse. He came to wipe them all out. The environment can change human nature, and Knife Brother in the apocalypse was not a good person. Besides, Wu Chen didn't come to the apocalypse to wander aimlessly but to make money. So he ordered Qin Xiaoyun, you, lure them out. Okay. Qin Xiaoyun hurried to the back door of underwater overflow and whispered, open the door, I'm back. She acted extremely calm, without a hint of panic on her face because Wu Chen's crossbow arrows could easily pierce her head. Open the door. Where are the people? After calling out a few times, Qin Xiaoyun immediately sensed that something was wrong. She pushed the door, and it wasn't locked. In the dark restaurant, a strong smell of blood rushed to her head. Not good. She stumbled and ran in, only to see the floor full of bodies, all without heads. What's going on? Following behind, Wu Chen opened the flashlight and shone it. Damn, we've been wiped out? There are words on the wall. Qin Xiaoyun keenly noticed the clue and looked at the wall where a lot of twisted and ferocious words were written in blood. Xiaoyun, I killed all your people. Xiaoyun, I love you so much. Xiaoyun, where are you? Who can take Xiaoyun to the department store? I will reward him with a box of instant noodles. Under the wall full of words, a long row of heads was placed on the ground, and Dao Ji's head was also among them. This scene left Wu Chen and Qin Xiaoyun stunned at the same time. It's Ma Xiaolei. Qin Xiaoyun decisively shouted. The one who licks boots? Wu Chen subconsciously echoed. Qin Xiaoyun incredulously said, You know him? I do, we are from the same company as you. Wu Chen had to explain, by the way, is he doing well now? Of course, that dead pervert, he is now the leader of the department store. Qin Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Since Ma Xiaolei took over the department store, he has been sending people to inquire about my whereabouts. Never thought he would really find me here. Department store. Wu Chen muttered these 4 words, revealing a playful smile. This place is great. Located in the prime downtown area, with a total of 5 floors, usually bustling with business, the money inside should be countless. But such a place is really difficult to conquer. Large area, many obstacles, to deal with it, heavy firepower weapons are needed, and support is required. Brother Shuang. Faced with the tragic death of their comrades, Qin Xiaoyun did not grieve for too long. After wiping away her tears, she grabbed Wu Chen's hand. Brother Shuang, I'm scared. Wu Chen was puzzled. What is there to be afraid of? Ma Xiaolei won't kill you, you are his goddess. No, he's crazy, he will drive me crazy. Hee, what about me? Seems like I've been bothering you a lot too. You are different, others are willing to be bothered by you. Qin Xiaoyun unexpectedly acted like a little girl, shyly. What do women value most in the apocalypse? Sense of security. Powerful equipment, seemingly endless supplies, ruthless means. For Qin Xiaoyun, Wu Chen now provides an extremely solid sense of security. As for the doubts about Wu Chen's identity and background, they are no longer so important. Brother Shuang, the bodies are still warm, Ma Xiaolei and the others shouldn't have gone far. Qin Xiaoyun said fearfully, what should we do now? Should we go back or? Rare to come out, of course, we should make some money first. Wu Chen pointed to the ground. Where's the cash here? Brother Shuang, are you not feeling well mentally? Stop talking nonsense, where's the cash? It should be at the cash register, who cares about that stuff? Qin Xiaoyun muttered as she walked inside, soon coming back with a bundle of banknotes, tilting her head. Brother Shuang, this is all there is. Wu Chen took a look, the amount should be tens of thousands, and said satisfactorily, put them all in my bag. With the bustling business of the underwater store, the daily sales turnover is certainly more than this amount. Mobile payments are harmful. A few tens of thousands of dollars are certainly not enough to satisfy Wu Chen. After going out, he continued to plunder cash with Qin Xiaoyun. Until several buildings were cleaned out, one group of survivors after another was eliminated, the large mountaineering bag was filled to the brim, and then they set off on the return journey with satisfaction. Brother Shuang, even if you like money, there's no need to get so much. Qin Xiaoyun, carrying the heavy mountaineering bag, her slender waist almost bent under the pressure. Why talk nonsense? If I ask you to carry, you carry. But I use my brain, my body is weak. Stop pretending to be cute. Can you show some domineering CEO style? By the way, Brother Shuang, how did you know that I used to be a CEO? And how did you know that Ma Xiaolei is my bootlicker? I know a lot. You have a villa in Shanhuno. 1, right? And also in the downtown area. Wu Chen smiled as he uncovered Qin Xiaoyun's secrets, almost scaring her to the ground. Brother Shuang, are you a special agent? He. Wu Chen neither confirmed nor denied. The mysterious appearance made Qin Xiaoyun even more fearful. She followed silently behind until she was close to the pagoda, when she was suddenly startled by a low drink. There are people ahead, squat down. Wu Chen hurriedly reminded. Qin Xiaoyun quickly lay down on the ground and looked up to see 7 or 8 men with controlled knives gathering on one level of the pagoda. Using a human ladder, they attempted to climb up to investigate. Obviously, these people were attracted by the drone. Wu Chen sneered and took out a compound crossbow. Swish! A man fell instantly with a shot to the back of his head, unable to even groan. His teammates were dumbfounded, looking around trying to find the source of the attack. Swish, swish, swish! Wu Chen hid behind a broken wall, continuously pulling the trigger. Arrows laced with ricin mercilessly took lives one by one, and soon, there was only one man left under the pagoda. The poor guy shouted in despair, "Who? Come out! Fight me one-on-one if you dare!" One-on-one, ha! Wu Chen quietly appeared holding an alloy spear, walking step by step towards the guy, sneering, "Come, I'll let you attack first. Go to hell." Suddenly, the man's belly, which was originally shriveled, swelled rapidly. His legs accelerated and he ran towards Wu Chen. Damn, a mutant. Faced with such a bizarre attack, Wu Chen did not dare to be careless, and quickly released Cold Stare. After freezing the man in place, he picked up the crossbow and shot fiercely. Boom! However, Wu Chen underestimated the power of the ability. As death approached, the man's body also exploded. A yellow-green shockwave, mixed with flesh and bone fragments, swept over like a high-explosive bomb. Brother Shuang. Seeing Wu Chen affected, Qin Xiaoyun panicked. Rushing over, she saw that fortunately, Wu Chen was wearing a helmet. His exposed skin was burned, making a sizzling sound, and several bone fragments were embedded in his protective suit, blood flowing out continuously. Brother Shuang, hold on. Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly reached out and felt inside her clothes. She wiped off some sweat and began to release repair factor. Fortunately, Wu Chen was fully armed. After lying down for treatment, the bleeding stopped immediately. But he couldn't engage in strenuous activity, he had to take it slow. Damn, such bad luck. Wu Chen smiled bitterly, random shooting, and I happened to leave a mutant, cough cough. Brother Shuang, please don't talk. Qin Xiaoyun picked up the alloy spear and squatted on the side, not daring to make a sound. If another wave of enemies came at this time, it would be difficult to handle. With her looks, if she fell into the hands of other forces, the outcome would be unimaginable. Roar! The roar of zombies soon sounded not far away. It's okay, it's okay. Compared to others of its kind, zombies are not that scary. Although Qin Xiaoyun was a weak woman, she had killed many zombies, so she was not afraid at all, holding the alloy spear ready for battle. Roar! Suddenly, a childish and milky roar came from the nearby ruins. Qin Xiaoyun turned her head to see a small milk dog, a puppy with blood-red eyes, dirty fur, and a fierce appearance. The scariest thing in the apocalypse is these little guys. Qin Xiaoyun was pale with fear, not knowing how to deal with it. Woof! The little milk dog licked its tongue and quickly rushed towards the pile of bodies at the base of the pagoda. Just as it was about to feast, Wu Chen suddenly shouted, "Don't eat, it's poisonous." Woof! The little milk dog tilted its head, looking at the human not far away wearing a helmet. As if understanding human speech, it forcibly stopped its mouth from moving. It hopped over to Wu Chen and sniffed around. Go to hell! At this moment, Qin Xiaoyun seized the opportunity, aimed with the alloy spear, and thrust it fiercely. Stop! At a critical moment, Wu Chen picked up the little puppy. He stroked the dog's head and said, "This is Sang Biao, my own dog. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The alloy spear was stuck in the cement ground, causing Qin Xiaoyun's hand to bleed. "Please, Xuangu, this is the apocalypse, and you still keep a dog? Hee, dogs are much more reliable than people." Under Wu Chen's touch, the post-apocalyptic version of Sang Biao wagged its tail. "Come, eat." A piece of beef jerky was thrown on the ground, and Sang Biao quickly opened its mouth, revealing two canine teeth shining with a strange light. This made Wu Chen very happy. Mutant dog. Woof! Sang Biao proudly shook its head and quickly swallowed the beef jerky. "Are you hungry? Don't worry, I'll get you fresh meat when I recover a bit." Woof! Although this Sang Biao is a mutant dog, its physique is too weak to compete with the zombies for fresh corpses. It can only scavenge and was coincidentally encountered by Wu Chen. "Xuangu, stop playing with the dog." At this moment, Qin Xiaoyun was on high alert, pointing tremblingly in the distance, "The zombie tide is coming." Ha! Wu Chen stood up to take a look and saw a dense tide of zombies approaching. Each one was roaring and chasing after a low-flying drone. The drone kept playing a loud voice, "Xiaoyun, where are you, Xiaoyun? I've been looking for you so hard." Seeing the zombie tide approaching, Wu Chen had no time to rest. After quickly absorbing the mutation points from the self-destructing mutant, Wu Chen took out a rope and climbed to the top of the tower with Qin Xiaoyun and Sang Biao. "Xiaoyun, where are you, Xiaoyun? I've been looking for you so hard." The drone was still making noises, causing the zombie tide to grow larger and block all the streets near the pagoda. "Damn, you like to make noise, huh?" Wu Chen also activated a drone and flew straight towards Ma Xiaolei's drone. Smack! The two drones collided and fell to the ground. The zombies were instantly confused, standing foolishly in impotent rage. "Xuangu, why did you abandon the perfectly good drone?" Qin Xiaoyun anxiously said, "Just let Ma Xiaolei continue, he can't see me anyway." Hee, drones, I have plenty." Wu Chen struggled to stand up, tied Qin Xiaoyun's hands and feet, and put a black plastic bag over her head. Back in the city, he drove out and went shopping at the supermarket. After that, he took several drones and reappeared on the top floor of the pagoda. Woof! Sang Biao witnessed its owner disappear and reappear out of thin air, its dog brain unable to process it. Hee hee, look at this. A large chunk of fresh pork belly almost made Sang Biao faint with happiness. It wagged its tail frantically and devoured the meat. At the same time, the plastic bag on Qin Xiaoyun's head was removed. She widened her eyes, watching Wu Chen setting up a smokeless barbecue grill, and exclaimed, "You even have this? Hee hee, this is nothing." Wu Chen opened the shopping bags one by one, revealing colorful fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as large pieces of beef and lamb, with fragrant sauce. Qin Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. These were all exquisite delicacies. "Xuange, I'm so happy to be with you, Sob. Why are you still standing there? Get up and work." Wu Chen couldn't be bothered to do it himself. Post-apocalyptic barbecue, let's do this. Alright. Soon, the delicious and juicy grilled meat sizzled. The tablecloth was laid on the ground, the chilled craft beer was opened, and Qin Xiaoyun knelt down, tears of happiness uncontrollably streaming down her face. This meal was something many people in the apocalypse would trade their lives for. "Brother Shuang, no need to say anything more. From now on, even my heart belongs to you." Qin Xiaoyun said this, knocked her head loudly, and then buried herself in eating. Wu Chen, on the other hand, chewed slowly, listening to the sounds of the women and the dog eating crazily in his ears, couldn't help but laugh. "Slow down, no one is competing with you." "I do want to slow down, but my mouth doesn't listen to me." Qin Xiaoyun licked the oil off her fingers and mumbled unclearly. "Woof." Sang Biao also followed suit by vigorously nodding his head. Wu Chen sighed, "Alas, poor things." Due to a long-term lack of vitamins and protein, Qin Xiaoyun's skin had become much duller, not as radiant as she used to be in the city. But from today on, everything was different. After several days of nutritional supplements, Qin Xiaoyun's complexion improved significantly. Even Sang Biao's fur became shiny, making it a bit difficult for him to walk around. Wu Chen didn't want to raise two fat pigs, so he waved his hand and started special training. The first phase was to enhance physical fitness, which meant running laps. Since the pagoda's interior was not large, Wu Chen set a rule that they had to run 10 times a day, with 100 laps each time. Qin Xiaoyun and Sang Biao were exhausted, their tongues hanging out, leaning against the wall, panting heavily together. But the effect was also very obvious. As time went on, they needed less time to catch their breath, and their running speed increased. The second phase was to strengthen combat skills, which meant killing zombies. They had to descend to the ground along a rope, fight the zombies barehanded, and kill at least one zombie each time. The rule was the more zombies they killed, the more rewards they would receive, but Wu Chen didn't specify what the rewards were. Qin Xiaoyun and Sang Biao cooperated in combat, quickly establishing a deep bond, becoming more and more skilled in their coordination. As for the third phase, it was weapon training. Qin Xiaoyun finally gained trust and was assigned a spear made of alloy. Sang Biao wore a spiked anti-wolf collar, greatly increasing his combat power. The two of them started scavenging for wealth in the surrounding area, and with each passing day, they managed to accumulate tens of thousands. One evening, Qin Xiaoyun, covered in sweat, climbed to the top of the tower. She threw her backpack on the ground and gasped, "Brother Shuang, this is today's harvest." Qin Xiaoyun no longer thought about why Wu Chen was so obsessed with making money. As long as there was good food and drink, she was willing to do any dirty work, no matter how filthy it was. "Well done," Wu Chen nodded, breaking the record this time with over 200,000. All of this was the result of Qin Xiaoyun's hard work, scavenging from shop to shop, inevitably encountering danger. Her dirty appearance was the best proof. After completing the task, it was time for a happy dinner. Qin Xiaoyun took a breath and started preparing delicious food. Wu Chen provided the ingredients daily, just the right amount, stored in a large refrigerator. When she opened it, Qin Xiaoyun's eyes widened. "Oh my god, salmon and Australian lobster?" Wu Chen nodded. "How about that, happy?" "Happy, Brother Shuang, I love you to death. Where did you get these?" Qin Xiaoyun was too excited and hugged Wu Chen, but she quickly let go, afraid. "I'm sorry, Brother Shuang, I shouldn't have gotten my sweaty body on you." "It's okay, it's just a little sweat, right? This is sweat with repair factors, good stuff." Wu Chen picked up some with his fingertips and put it in his mouth. Pa, it's salty, I think you need to wash up." "Brother Shuang, this is the apocalypse, where can we take a bath?" Qin Xiaoyun blushed. She had long noticed Wu Chen's serious cleanliness obsession, otherwise why would he not touch her? In fact, she had been a little concerned about this matter all along. After all, she was completely dependent on Wu Chen now, and if she couldn't further improve their relationship, she always felt uneasy. "Hey, what do you see?" At this moment, Wu Chen walked to the other side of the top of the tower, lifted a piece of plastic sheet, revealing several clean buckets of water. Not only that, there was also a large plastic basin, as well as facial cleanser, shampoo, and shower gel. "Am I seeing things right?" Qin Xiaoyun exclaimed. "Brother Shuang, so much clean water, is it for me to take a bath?" Of course, didn't I say I would reward you? Wu Chen smiled. During this time, you have killed a total of 186 zombies, earned 156 million yuan. You did well. Taking a bath is what you deserve. So, can I really go take a bath? Yes. After receiving a positive answer, Xin Xiaoyun didn't say a word, took off her clothes and squatted in the plastic basin. The cool clean water touched her skin. At that moment, she choked up. As a woman, who wouldn't want to be clean every day? Sometimes when she smelled the strong odor on her body, Xin Xiaoyun felt like dying. The sound of water splashing lasted for nearly an hour. Xin Xiaoyun kept washing and washing. Even after she was clean, she continued to wash until her skin turned red, then she stopped. Looking down, she saw a basin full of dirty black water. Here. Seeing the beauty after bathing, Wu Chen handed her a set of underwear, brand new and fragrant, but a bit too sexy. Xin Xiaoyun didn't care about that. She quickly put on the lace bra and butterfly panties, then threw a flirtatious look. Brother Shuang, I'm a little cold, wait a moment. Faced with such a fragrant beauty, how could Wu Chen resist? He quickly put a plastic bag over Qin Xiaoyun's head and said gently, wait a moment, I have a surprise for you. Inside the plastic bag, Qin Xiaoyun had a joyful expression. Qin Xiaoyun had always slept on the cold floor like a zombie. After all, the conditions in the apocalypse were harsh, and she had long been accustomed to it. But Wu Chen was different. He didn't want to suffer. He quickly rushed out of the battle room in the city and went downstairs to get a new mattress he had just bought. However, as soon as he stepped on the stairs, he noticed the alarm lights flashing in the villa. At the same time, the zombies outside were alert and roaring. Someone was here. Wu Chen immediately became vigilant, grabbed an iron rod in his hand. After all, there were tens of millions of cash in the house. He had to be cautious. He went to the monitor in the living room and took a look at the screen. There were an old man and an old woman. The old man was shouting, Xiaoyun, open the door. Wu Chen thought to himself, could these two be Xiaoyun's parents? So he turned on the switch and went out to greet them. Who are you? The old man was startled and asked. Wu Chen pretended to be strange and said, I am the owner here. Who are you two? We are Xiaoyun's parents. By the way, young man, what does owner mean? The old man, Qin's father, asked in confusion. It means the owner of this house, Wu Chen replied. Ah, the owner? Qin's mother on the side suddenly got excited. Wow, Xiaoyun always said she didn't have a boyfriend, turns out she was lying to us. Qin's father didn't say anything. He stared at Wu Chen, looking somewhat scrutinizing. Young man, what's your name? Where do you work? How long have you been dating Xiaoyun? You are living together with her. Do your parents know? Qin's mother quickly threw out a series of questions. In response, Wu Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he led the two elders into the house to sit down and made a pot of hot tea. He asked, how did you two know about this place? Did Xiaoyun ask you to come? How could she? She's so busy. Qin's mother explained, she bought this house for us to retire in, so she told us the address early on. So you came here this time without telling Xiaoyun in advance, right? Wu Chen continued to ask. Yes, Xiaoyun is a big leader, usually very busy. We dare not bother her. Isn't it the same to come directly? Qin's mother took a sip of tea. Young man, you haven't answered the question Auntie asked just now. Oh, it's like this. My name is Wu Chen. I don't work for a company. I'm self-employed, and I've been dating Xiaoyun for about half a month. You've been living together for just half a month? No company? So you're a self-employed individual? What kind of business do you do? Qin's father and mother asked at the same time. Wu Chen chose to answer the latter question. As for this business, even if I explain it, uncle and aunt may not understand. Anyway, it's quite profitable, hee. Very profitable? Does it earn more than my daughter? Qin's father said disdainfully, my daughter Xiaoyun is a senior executive in a big company, with an annual salary of millions. How about you, young man? As for me, if converted to an annual salary, well, it's probably several billion. Wu Chen chose to give a conservative number, but in fact, at his current rate, he probably earns more than several billion in a month. Several billion? Young man, you're just bragging. Qin's father immediately changed his expression. You even live in my daughter Xiaoyun's house, how could you possibly earn several billion? Am I getting old and confused? Wu Chen shrugged, since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Young people are really unreliable. Qin's father stood up, hands behind his back, and walked upstairs. Qin's mother hurried to follow, agreeing, Xiaoyun is really something, sneaking around and finding a boyfriend secretly, and even bringing him home. What's going on with that? Wait until she comes back. I'll have to educate her properly. At this point, Qin's father reached the door of the room where the money was kept and exclaimed, why can't this door open? Wu Chen followed behind, smiling as he explained, Uncle, this is the room where I keep the money. Qin's father, displeased, said, keep money? You keep so much money in a room, open it for me. Alright. So Wu Chen opened the door, and Qin's father and mother were both stunned, sitting down in shock. After a while, they murmured, "This. So much money, so much money." Although the two elderly people were getting older, they were not foolish, and they knew that even though their daughter had abilities, she couldn't possibly earn so much money. Staring at the piles of banknotes in the room, they exchanged glances. "Xiao Wu, I didn't expect you to be so young and talented." Qin's father changed his serious expression from before, smiling warmly. Wu Chen waved his hand. No, uncle, you're too kind." "Xiao Wu, you still haven't answered auntie. Do your parents know about you and Xiao Yun?" Qin's mother asked with great concern. Wu Chen hesitated for a moment. "Not yet. How can that be? You're already living together." Qin's father was about to reprimand, but was harshly stomped on by Qin's mother. "Young Wu and Xiao Yun have only been dating for half a month. It's too early to meet the parents, you old fool." Hee, I'm confused. Qin's father scratched the back of his head and chose to keep quiet. Qin's mother continued, "Xiao Wu, judging by your appearance, you should be younger than Xiao Yun, right?" Wu Chen nodded. "I'm 3 years younger than her." "Oh, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings a golden house. You two are a good match." Qin's mother said cheerfully, "My daughter Xiao Yun has been busy with her career. She's at this age and still not married. As parents, we're worried." Wu Chen grinned. She's not that old, she's only 28. "Not that old, in our village, women her age already have children in elementary school." Qin's mother complained, "Look, it's already dark, and she's not back yet. Letting you stay hungry at home alone. By the way, do you have any food at home? Auntie will cook for you." "Yes." Just as Wu Chen was about to take Qin's mother to the kitchen, the front door was pushed open, and Wang Meng, covered in sweat, rushed back. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Damn, it's so hot today. What kind of weather is this?" "Oh, it's Xuan Gu and the others? Who are you and why are you here at Xiao Yun's house?" Qin's mother asked before Wu Chen. "Who am I? I live here, who am I?" Wang Meng said impatiently. "You live here?" Qin's mother was shocked. "What is your relationship with Xiao Yun?" Wu Chen explained, "It's like this, auntie, he is my friend, staying here for a few days." "Oh, a friend, looks quite honest." Qin's mother glanced at Wang Meng and whispered, "Xiao Wu, auntie is telling you, don't bring this kind of friend home. After all, there is Xiao Yun, it's not convenient." "Auntie, recently, Xiao Yun and I haven't been getting along well, so I called a friend to accompany me." Hearing this, Qin's mother became nervous, having a conflict? Caused by Xiao Yun, right? I knew it, she has her father's temper. "Xiao Wu, don't worry, auntie will help you scold her later." What a good relationship. Wu Chen smirked evilly. It must be said that Qin's mother is good at housework. After some operations in the kitchen, delicious dishes were served on the table. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyun, who received Wu Chen's notification, finally hurried over. As soon as she entered, she saw her parents' unfriendly eyes and was dumbfounded. "Xiaoyun, do you have the nerve to come back?" In order to marry her daughter to a wealthy husband, Qin's mother launched an attack first. "What time is it now? I'm telling you, as a woman, do you know what is most important? Family." "Right." Qin's father slammed the table. "Xiaoyun, look at Xiao Wu, he is fair and handsome, and has a career. Do you need to work outside?" Qin's mother continued to attack. "In my opinion, you might as well resign quickly, take care of the house well, don't let Xiao Wu go hungry for dinner." Qin's father intensified, "The marriage cannot be delayed, it's half a year away from the spring festival, you are not allowed to come home then. Go to Xiao Wu's house." Qin's mother made a big move, "Treat Xiao Wu's parents as you treat us. Do you understand? Also, apologize to Xiao Wu now. I guarantee you won't make mistakes again in the future. A woman should be gentle." "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about?" Qin Xiaoyun couldn't hold back anymore. "I have no relationship with Wu Chen at all. Where did you hear all this?" "Had no relationship? Can people without a relationship live together?" Qin's mother was very dissatisfied. "Xiaoyun, let me tell you, even if you have conflicts, don't stupidly break up. Look at your age. If you don't get married soon, your father and I won't be able to hold our heads up. This house is..." Qin Xiaoyun was about to explain, but suddenly stopped. No, she couldn't let her parents know that she was fired and sold the house, otherwise they would be furious. "I know, you bought this house to honor us." Qin's mother, who didn't know the truth, continued, "But filial piety has 3, and the greatest filial piety is to get married. I think Xiao Wu is good." "Dad, Mom, can we not talk about this?" Qin Xiaoyun was about to go crazy, but she didn't show it, and could only lower her head and reply, "Okay, I will reconcile with Wu Chen, you can rest assured. That's the way to go." Qin's mother nodded in satisfaction, turned to the side, and said, "Come, Xiao Wu, auntie will serve you soup, see how good auntie's cooking is." It's absolutely delicious. As the saying goes, the mother-in-law looks at the son-in-law, the more she looks, the more she likes. Wu Chen was already handsome, and now with his sweet talk and wealth, Qin's mother was very satisfied, eager to hold the wedding banquet immediately, otherwise she wouldn't feel at ease. After dinner, Qin's mother wanted to chat with Wu Chen, but Qin Xiaoyun disagreed. Finding a reason, she pulled Wu Chen into the room and whispered, "What are you doing? Why didn't you explain to my parents? Please, it's clearly your problem." Wu Chen shrugged and said, "Who told you not to inform them to sell the villa to me? I will go out now and explain it clearly." "Hey, wait." Qin Xiaoyun became anxious, stuttering, "Let's not explain it. Anyway, they won't stay for long, just consider it as helping me, okay?" Wu Chen coldly said, "Sister, how did you repay me for helping you deal with Ma Xiaolei last time?" "That was just a joke from others," Qin Xiaoyun chuckled awkwardly. "Okay, I admit I was wrong. I apologize to you, don't use this trick." Wu Chen pretended to be very angry, almost making Qin Xiaoyun panic. Helpless, she had to beg in a humble manner, almost kneeling down. Finally, Wu Chen sighed and said, "Fine, this is the last time I help you, don't come up with any more bad ideas." "How could that be? I haven't even thanked you properly yet." Qin Xiaoyun giggled, hooked Wu Chen's arm, pretended to be intimate, and walked to the living room, chatting with the elderly. Time flew by, and soon it was past 10 in the evening. Driven by their biological clocks, Qin's parents, who were used to going to bed early, both yawned. "Dad, Mom, it's getting late, you should rest," Qin Xiaoyun suggested. Qin's mother smiled and said, "No, I have to see you two go to the room first." The so-called resolving enmity with one act of kindness, the cunning Qin's mother simply didn't believe that her hot-tempered daughter could reconcile with Wu Chen so quickly unless something happened between them. Mom Qin Xiaoyun was very clever and immediately understood, her face turning red to the roots of her ears. Oh no! She had to ask Wu Chen for help in acting again, but how could she act in this situation? "Aren't you going yet?" Seeing her daughter's reaction, Qin's mother thought to herself that it was indeed a pretense of reconciliation. How could this be? She must properly resolve some enmity. Even if they had to stay up all night, she had to ensure that her daughter and her son-in-law could be as close as glue and paint the sky and earth. "Then we'll go rest." Helplessly, Qin Xiaoyun could only drag Wu Chen upstairs. Once in the room, before she could speak, Wu Chen smiled and said, "I know what you want to say, sorry, I never play games like this, it's not good for health." This directly shut Qin Xiaoyun up, and she huffed, "Humph, it doesn't matter, I can just sing a solo." Saying that, she went to the bathroom and turned on the shower. After running around all day in the heat, her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her stockings even had a slightly sour smell. Bathing in the hot water, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but simulate a few sounds, feeling quite realistic, so she covered her mouth and felt secretly pleased. "Humph, Wu Chen, you jerk, I don't need your help. As the saying goes, don't make false promises." Just after finishing her shower, Qin Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. This villa was no longer her own, the wardrobe was empty, and there were no spare underwear to change into. Oh no, were the ones she just took off too disgusting? Absolutely not. After hesitating for a few seconds, Qin Xiaoyun had to open the door slightly. "Wu Chen? Shuangguo? Handsome brother? What's up? Can you do me a favor and go buy a set of underwear?" "Okay." Extremely unusual, Wu Chen actually agreed. Hearing the sound of the door closing outside, Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly shouted, "Hey, I didn't tell you the size." However, Wu Chen had already disappeared. Foolish straight man. Qin Xiaoyun shook her head speechlessly, not even knowing the size. What kind of shopping is that? Obviously, he has never had a girlfriend. But something strange happened. A minute later, Wu Chen's voice came from outside the door, "Take it and wear it." This is. Looking at the underwear handed to her, Qin Xiaoyun was directly shocked. Oh my, a red lace hollow bra. The fabric was so thin. It was explosively sexy. What's even more terrifying was the size. It perfectly matched her figure. Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Wu Chen has a girlfriend with a figure similar to hers? This is impossible. Generally speaking, in situations where technology is rejected, women are usually either slim without curves, or curvy without being slim. Qin Xiaoyun is a rare exception, being both slim and curvy, with features like a swan neck, one shoulder, tiny waist, peach-shaped buttocks, long legs, and an exaggerated bust size, a perfect devilish figure that is rarely encountered. Thinking about this, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but be extremely curious. She quickly put on her underwear, wrapped herself in a bath towel, and ran out to find out the truth. Just then, Wu Chen's voice came from outside, "If we break up, then let's break up, I'm leaving now." Wu Chen is a clear-minded person. In his view, everything has its consequences. The end-time Qin Xiaoyun is ready. The urban Qin Xiaoyun must continue to tease. "Humph, singing a solo? I won't let you sleep all night." Back to the end time. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen arrived at the top of the tower with a mattress in his arms. Each time he traveled, he would put a hood on the end-time Qin Shaoyun to avoid unnecessary surprises. Qin Shaoyun was very obedient and never dared to peek. Woof! Seeing the master return, Sang Biao hurriedly rushed over to lick wildly. No, he was biting the pants. What are you doing, Sang Biao? Wu Chen jumped up in a hurry and looked around under the pale moonlight. Where is she? Oh my god, the freshly bathed Qin Shaoyun is gone. This scared Wu Chen. Could it be that he mistook the person and she ran away? Impossible, it has been some time since she was untied. If she wanted to run, she would have done so long ago. Besides, without a rope, she couldn't have gone down even if she wanted to. Thinking of this, Wu Chen quickly lowered his head and looked towards the gap in the stairs. There were obvious marks on the exposed steel bars. It's a rope end. Someone has been here. Wu Chen couldn't help but growl. Woof! Sang Biao immediately confirmed. Very well, daring to steal my woman. Wu Chen could basically confirm that the one who did this was most likely Ma Xiaolei. As for how he found this place, it was probably through a drone. There is a drone counter in the department store, and Ma Xiaolei should have a lot of inventory. After guessing roughly, Wu Chen didn't hesitate and directly controlled the drone to take off. The target, the direction of the department store. Due to the end time setting, there was no signal interference, and drones could often fly further. On the screen, the images kept flashing. Soon, Wu Chen saw a large group of people walking on the main road leading to the department store. One person stood out. It was Qin Shaoyun in a wedding dress. At this moment, she looked very unwilling, constantly cursing. Beside her, the bootlicker Ma Xiaolei looked very humble, as if he was persuading her. Thank goodness, nothing had happened to her yet. Wu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily he had gotten rid of the urban Qin Shaoyun and returned. If it had been a few hours later, it would have been dangerous. Although Ma Xiaolei is a bootlicker, he might not dare to do anything to Qin Shaoyun, but accidents could still happen. Wu Chen looked at the distance, about 2-3 kilometers away. It might be too late to rush over now, especially with so many people on the other side. It seems that he had to bring out the super weapon. Wu Chen cruelly smiled and said to Sang Biao, "Good dog, go and assist your mistress." Woof! Sang Biao wagged his tail frantically. It seemed like he understood. Wu Chen used a rope to lower it to the base of the tower, and sure enough, Sang Biao sniffed the air and ran towards the department store. Next, it was time for the main event. Wu Chen shuttled to the battle room and brought back a stack of modified drones. These drones were equipped with a remote-controlled powder spraying device underneath. Yes, it's the powerful combination of devilish chili powder and pepper. After recalling the reconnaissance drone, Buzz, the first modified drone took off. In just 1 minute, it arrived above the target, hovering in front of Ma Xiaolei and others, swaying left and right. Qin Xiaochuan in the crowd immediately closed her eyes and pinched her nose. This was a scene she and Wu Chen had rehearsed long ago. Damn, why are there still drones? Ma Xiaolei felt very strange. This is the end of the world. Drones like this should have run out of power long ago. He himself only had a dozen left, mainly used to find the goddess, so he faced strong opposition from his subordinates. Now, the goddess is finally in hand, and his subordinates will no longer complain. You guys, shoot it down for me, Ma Xiaolei ordered, and his subordinates all took out homemade slingshots. However, the next second, sizzle! The drone mercilessly sprayed out a terrifying powder, and in an instant, everyone standing fell down, each covering their eyes and nose, emitting heart-wrenching screams. My eyes! Damn! What the hell is this cough cough cough? Achoo! Achoo achoo achoo! Only Qin Xiaochuan, who was well prepared, was unharmed. While no one around her could get up, she quickly kicked off her red high-heeled wedding shoes and ran into a nearby alley. Perhaps out of instinct as a licking dog, Ma Xiaolei, who clearly couldn't open his eyes, sensed Qin Xiaochuan leaving. No! Goddess! I spit on you! Stupid thing! In the alley, Qin Xiaochuan turned around and cursed. She despised Ma Xiaolei, this licking dog, from the bottom of her heart. This unexpected incident made her even more disgusted. Damn it, she had finally waited to be favored by Xuangu, but she missed it. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace, hoping to return to Wu Chen's embrace soon. Roar! In the darkness, suddenly, a zombie's ferocious claw reached out. Qin Xiaochuan was so scared that she almost fell down. She quickly grabbed wildly, unexpectedly grabbing a rusty steel rebar with her luck bursting, turning it into a weapon. With a weapon in hand, things became easier. Worried about being caught up by Ma Xiaolei's men, Qin Xiaochuan did not choose to turn back but faced the difficulties head-on. Bang! The steel rebar erupted with astonishing power, smashing a zombie's skull fiercely. However, this was just the appetizer. In the depths of the darkness, more zombies crowded in. Bang 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 bang. For hope, for returning to Wu Chen's side, Qin Xiuquan went completely mad, rushing into the zombie pile like a beast swinging the steel rebar. The exquisite headpiece disappeared, the sacred wedding dress was dyed black and red with blood, and the fluffy skirt was riddled with holes. At this moment, Qin Xiuquan had turned into a bloody and terrifying bride, her beautiful face distorted from exertion. Bang! Another strike, and a zombie's head fell to the ground. However, the steel rebar was firmly stuck in that damn skull. Ah! Qin Xiuquan roared, finally pulling out the steel rebar stuck in the zombie's skull. At this moment, the surrounding zombies seemed to sense her weakness and approached her one after another, the air filled with the smell of decay and blood. Leaning against a broken wall, Qin Xiuquan breathed heavily, her fingers pale from gripping the steel rebar tightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Woof! In a critical moment, a zombie dog swooped down. Passing through the legs of the zombies, the dog's mouth sparkled, holding a titanium alloy hand axe. With the weapon in hand, Qin Xiuquan was instantly invigorated, tearing off a piece of wedding dress fabric and tightly wrapping it around the hand holding the axe. With the zombie dog, they glared fiercely and attacked. Meanwhile, outside the department store. Ugh! Lego, I can't go on. Cough! Ugh! Ma Xiaolei's group encountered an unprecedentedly brutal attack. One after another, the drones flew in as if they were free, crazily spraying deadly powder and then crashing automatically, only to come again. Even though the gang members kept coming to the rescue, they were just actively seeking death. Most people were choked to death, and the rest were almost all in shock, lying on the ground at the mercy of the zombies. At a critical moment, Ma Xiaolei used his subordinates as a barrier and finally avoided the ruthless powder attacks. Stumbling back to the department store, he shouted with all his might, "Everyone, move out and bring Xiaoyun back to me." However, his subordinates remained unmoved. "Sorry, Lei Ge, we can't do this. So many people died just for a woman, it's too much of a loss. If you want to go, Lei Ge, you go by yourself, we won't get involved." Department store. Faced with Ma Xiaolei's crazy orders, his subordinates began to rebel. "Lei Ge, some of us don't agree with what you're doing. Exactly, is it worth it for a woman? How much resources have we wasted? How many brothers have died? We can't beat them. We can't even count the number of drones that guy has. Heh, you don't want to live anymore, do you?" Ma Xiaolei restrained his excited expression, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "I'll say it one last time, everyone move out and bring Xiaoyun back to me." Some subordinates still resisted. "I object. PFF." Before the poor guy could finish his words, his head was ripped off. Ma Xiaolei suddenly opened his mouth and shot out a black, long tongue, the tip of which suddenly split, blooming like a sinister evil flower. The sharp teeth forming the stamen chewed the head of the dissenter, as easily as eating peanuts. Ma Xiaolei, mutation level, 3rd tier. Mutated part, tongue. Mutation ability, evil flower. With a 3rd tier mutated body, along with his original elite sales team, Ma Xiaolei became the master of the department store. Heh, anyone else objecting? Ma Xiaolei retracted his tongue, asking with a sinister smile. "Let's go, move out, capture the sister-in-law." Faced with the blatant threat, his subordinates hesitated, as if the earlier incident had never happened, and hurriedly rushed outside. However, as soon as they stepped out, they were knocked down by a sudden attack. "Not good, it's bullets. They have guns." "Damn, guns?" Ma Xiaolei was startled. How was this possible? Swish, swish, swish. However, the whistling of the bullets mercilessly announced the cruel reality. On a high ground outside the department store, Wu Chen was fully armed, lying behind cover, aiming through the scope, pulling the trigger, and another person fell. The air gun, also known as a semi-automatic air rifle, was meticulously modified by Wang Meng over a week. With a range of 500 m, a caliber of 0.45 mm, a firing rate of 30 rounds per minute, and an attached high-pressure air cylinder that could be manually inflated. Although its killing power was not as strong as conventional firearms, it was effortless to kill a person at a close enough distance. Swish, swish, swish. Because it was very dark and the air gun didn't produce muzzle flash like regular firearms, Ma Xiaolei's subordinates couldn't see where Wu Chen was. Wanting to take a few steps forward to assess the situation, they immediately fell. "Lei Ge, it's an air gun." One subordinate was hit in the arm, blood gushing out, but there were no burns from bullets. "Damn, flank them from the side," Ma Xiaolei said angrily. A subordinate reminded, "Lei Ge, the side is full of zombies." Ma Xiaolei was suddenly furious. "Of course I know the side is full of zombies, just kill them all. They're all idiots." But the subordinate wanted to say more, but was scared off by Ma Xiaolei's gaze. They had no choice but to pick up their weapons and charge towards the eerie and terrifying pile of zombies. But before they could run a few steps, a fiercely bright light suddenly struck. My eyes. Oomph. None of you will be able to leave alive. Wu Chen aimed his tactical flashlight at the entrance of the department store, the strong light enveloping it like the sun, followed by a loud roar. Roar! Zombie characteristics: sensitive to sound, bloodthirsty, and attracted to light. Seeing such brightness at night, they became excited and rushed towards the department store gate. The sheer number was awe-inspiring. Quick, close the door. At this critical moment, Ma Xiaolei no longer cared about the safety of the goddess. The department store was his survival haven, with countless supplies inside. Once breached by zombies, it would be all over. Buzz, however, how could Wu Chen just sit idly by? The modified drone started up again and flew straight into the department store. Towards the crowd retreating and attempting to close the door, the powder sprayer went into overdrive. Poor souls fell one by one, and as the zombie horde reached the entrance, Ma Xiaolei hurriedly used his mutant ability. Boom! The ferocious tongue split open and bit down hard on the drone, puncturing the lithium battery inside. A fierce fire erupted instantly, scorching Ma Xiaolei, who wailed in pain. But that wasn't the worst part. The powder canister carried by the drone also ruptured simultaneously, releasing devilish chili powder and pepper. In an instant, the smell of barbecue filled the air. Overwhelmed by the stimulation, Ma Xiaolei's tongue hadn't retracted before his eyes rolled back. With their leader down, chaos ensued. Amid internal and external troubles, his subordinates no longer cared about closing the door, fleeing in panic. Before long, the zombies rushed in, grabbing and biting anyone they encountered, turning the once peaceful department store into a terrifying hell. They brought this upon themselves. Wu Chen watched the entire process, sneered, and left. The department store had always been his coveted target, conservatively estimating the total wealth inside to be at least 50 million. Therefore, he had been preparing early, planning to launch an attack in a few days. But due to Ma Xiaolei's recklessness, the situation had become complicated. In Wu Chen's view, money could be obtained at any time. Teammates, on the other hand, depended on their usefulness, such as Qin Xiaoyun, a teammate with healing abilities who must be saved immediately. Xiaoyun. In the dark alley, a few zombies still lingered. Wu Chen wielded his alloy spear effortlessly, taking them out one by one, following the trail of blood. This place used to be an untransformed shantytown before the apocalypse, densely built with complex terrain, inhabited by a large number of low-income workers. Therefore, finding people was very difficult. Xiaoyun. After searching for over an hour, Wu Chen felt a bit discouraged. The deeper he went, the more zombies there were, including many agile child zombies, making it quite challenging. After much deliberation, he decided to return to the pagoda and come back during the day. However, just as he turned around, Shuangda, Qin Xiaoyun, dressed in a blood-stained wedding gown, appeared panting against the wall. Xiaoyun. Wu Chen hurried forward to support her. He thought that after fighting in the horde for so long, Qin Xiaoyun should be exhausted. But just as Wu Chen reached out, Qin Xiaoyun suddenly turned around. The titanium alloy hand axe in her hand swung fiercely, directly splitting an ambushing zombie into two pieces. Her strength was even more vigorous than a man's. Curious, Wu Chen asked, Xiaoyun, did you take some medicine? Shuangga, you guessed wrong. Qin Xiaoyun wiped the blood off her face, proudly saying, this time I killed quite a few mutant zombies so now I've advanced to the second rank. Qin Xiaoyun, mutant level, second rank. Mutant part, sweat glands. Mutant ability, enhancement factor. As the name suggests, this ability can significantly enhance physical strength. Although it cannot cure, the increase in defense and recovery abilities is not much different. By the way, where is Sang Biao? Wu Chen asked eagerly. Woof! In the darkness, Sang Biao, also covered in blood, appeared with its tongue hanging out. Wu Chen picked it up and asked Qin Xiaoyun, what exactly is its mutant ability? Have you figured it out? You definitely can't guess. Qin Xiaoyun's expression became even more excited. It's Sang Biao's mutant ability is. Before Qin Xiaoyun could finish her sentence, Ma Xiaolei's arrogant roar echoed in the sky. Didn't expect that, I'm not dead. Damn! Wu Chen was furious upon hearing this, quickly took off his backpack, and controlled the drone to take off. Ma Xiaolei's voice continued, listen up, you coward, come and fight me if you dare. I'm waiting for you on the top floor of the department store. Fight your ass. Wu Chen cursed disdainfully, does a mad dog think it can challenge me? I'll kill you in a moment. However, Ma Xiaolei actually anticipated Wu Chen's reaction. It seems like you really like money. As long as you defeat me, all the money in the department store will be yours. If you lose, I'll burn it all down with you. Damn! Wu Chen was hit where it hurt the most. That damn Ma Xiaolei was so vicious. Brother Shuang, don't listen to him. Whether you win or lose, you definitely won't keep the money. Qin Shaoyun hurriedly advised. Besides, someone like Ma Xiaolei will definitely not really fight one-on-one. There must be a trap. I have ways to deal with someone like him. Wu Chen controlled the drone to the sky and crashed into Ma Xiaolei's annoying drone. With a grim face after finishing, he returned to the pagoda with Qin Shaoyun. From now on, I will provide you with enough weapons for self-defense. Saying that, Wu Chen took off all his equipment and placed it in front of Qin Shaoyun. Qin Shaoyun asked anxiously, Brother Shuang, what are you going to do? I have something important to do. I may be back in a few days. Next, Wu Chen moved a large amount of supplies from the city, enough for a week's use. Coupled with carbon fiber helmets, composite crossbows plus a large number of ricin arrows, alloy spears, titanium alloy hand axes, and so on. Qin Shaoyun gained great trust in armed to the teeth, relying on the terrain advantage of the pagoda, making it almost impossible for anyone to successfully ambush her again. Of course, Wu Chen did not waste any time. Back to the city. The sky in the city was just getting light. In the master bedroom, there were occasional low sobs. The urban version of Qin Shaoyun sat at the end of the bed wrapped in a blanket, feeling very low. The consequences of Wu Chen sneaking away in the middle of the night last night were very serious. Qin's mother, squatting outside, quickly noticed that something was wrong, rushed into the room, and scolded her daughter for almost half the night after finding out that her son-in-law had really left in anger. Qin Shaoyun was so wronged. Several times, she almost confessed about being fired and the villa being sold. Finally, Qin's mother got tired of scolding and gave her daughter the ultimate order: she must coax her son-in-law back within half a day, otherwise, they would no longer recognize each other. Damn, why can't I get through on the phone? Qin Shaoyun kept dialing Wu Chen's number, but it kept saying out of service area. Squeak! Just then, Wu Chen, dressed in protective gear, sneaked in. Seeing the light on in the room, he was startled. Why aren't you asleep yet? It's all because of what you did. Qin Shaoyun pouted. What did I do? You don't really want to sleep with me, do you? Wu Chen said as he rummaged through the closet for his ID and passport. Just to sleep. It's not like I'll get pregnant. By the way, what are you doing? At this point, Qin Shaoyun was no longer as angry. She just wanted to pull Wu Chen into bed, otherwise, she couldn't sleep soundly at all. I'm going on a long journey to Siam. Wu Chen took off his protective suit, changed into clean clothes, then stuffed his ID and passport into his pocket. You stay with mom and dad, goodbye. Hey, wait. Seeing Hope about to slip away, Qin Shaoyun couldn't care about anything else. Throwing away the blanket, revealing his sexy lingerie, she hugged Wu Chen tightly from behind. You can't leave. Please let go, Miss Qin. Wu Chen was confused by the sudden tenderness. This is not appropriate. We are just ordinary friends. Relationships can change. Qin Shaoyun hurriedly said, please, just be my boyfriend for a few days, okay? Sorry, I'm in a hurry now. Wu Chen still refused to cooperate. Why are you in such a hurry early in the morning? Qin Shaoyun pushed Wu Chen against the wall, showing an unprecedented charm, and said softly, Brother Shuang, do you think I look beautiful now? Beautiful, Wu Chen nodded, but I still have to go. How about this? I'll call uncle and aunt later to explain the situation, so you won't have a hard time, okay? No. Qin Shaoyun felt greatly humiliated, staring at Wu Chen. Fine, you don't even want to look at me a few more times? Qin Shaoyun has always been very confident in her appearance. From the naive newcomers to the wealthy elders, everyone was captivated by her. There were plenty of followers behind her, but Wu Chen, who was so close, remained unmoved. Wait, last time in the apartment, he did react. Could it be that he was hurt? Thinking of this, Qin Shaoyun felt a hint of regret in her heart. I've looked at you several times already, that's it, goodbye. Wu Chen didn't have time to understand a woman's mind, gently pushed Qin Shaoyun away, opened the door, and left. Hey! Qin Shaoyun hurried to catch up, but when she looked up, she saw Wang Meng in the living room. She was only wearing sexy lingerie. How could she show her face? She could only stomp her foot in frustration. Wu Chen, come back to me. Bang! However, the only response was the sound of the door closing. As the day was just breaking, a Land Rover was speeding on the airport expressway. Wu Chen held the steering wheel, focused, and asked, is the ticket bought? Yes, the last step, okay. Wang Meng pressed on the phone screen. Done, the 11 o'clock flight, business class. What about Dao Ge? Wu Chen asked. He said that people in Siam haven't woken up yet. We need to inform them later. Wang Meng yawned. Dao Ge said we are good brothers, so we can rest assured that they will take good care of us when we arrive. I hope his brothers are reliable. Wu Chen saw that it was still early, so he slowed down the car. This time he set off in a hurry to Siam for something he had longed for: firearms. After confirming Qin Shoyun's loyalty, it was time for the firearms to make an appearance. During this period, Wu Chen's cooperation with Daogu became more stable through expanding gold trading. Through Dao Ji's introduction, he found a channel to purchase firearms in large quantities. Siam, the country closest to Longwa where firearms are legal. Humph, who is Ma Xiaolei? I'll crush you all. Wu Chen smirked triumphantly. Siam, Savarnabhumi Airport. Because they left in a hurry, Wu Chen and Wang Meng didn't bring anything, just a backpack with underwear and a power bank. Following the crowd out of the airport, they saw several dark-skinned men carrying a giant sign with just one word written on it: Wu. Mr. Wu. Before Wu Chen could approach, a man in a floral shirt and a large gold chain came up to greet him. With hands clasped together, he slightly bowed and said, "Sawadi Kabu. Mr. Wu, I am Chen Dawei, brother Dao. I have long admired you." "Hello, hello." Wu Chen smiled brightly. "Mr. Chen is really something, to personally come and greet me. I am truly honored." Chen Dawei laughed. "Oh, come on, Mr. Wu is such a distinguished figure. I have long wanted to see your style." After some warm greetings, Wu Chen and Wang Meng got into an imported Toyota Sequoia. Leaving the airport, they drove along the road for more than 3 hours until they finally arrived at a remote factory. "Mr. Wu, the goods you wanted are ready." Chen Dawei personally opened the car door and invited him in. "Great, then I won't be polite." Wu Chen got out of the car and followed into the factory yard, where several military green tents were set up under the shade of trees. In front of the tents, there were several tables, and a burly man in a vest was standing at one of the tables, playing with something black and hard. A gun. Wu Chen's eyes lit up instantly as he finally saw the real deal. "Mr. Wu, these are all brand new goods that just arrived at the port last week," Chen Dawei introduced as he followed behind. "We have all kinds of styles, so take your pick. But just to be clear, the retail price will be a bit higher." "Let me see." Wu Chen quickly grabbed a handgun and tried to aim. At that moment, the burly man beside him spoke. "Glock 17, a classic item, 9mm caliber, lightweight and easy to use, very suitable for someone like you." "Who the hell are you talking to?" Wang Meng angrily retorted. The burly man turned around and sneered. "Someone like you, a fat pig, is more suitable for using the MG4 belt-fed machine gun. Even someone with low intelligence can handle it on full auto mode. Ha ha." "Ong Shan, can you shut up?" Chen Dawei hurriedly stepped forward. "They are my guests. Can't you be a bit more polite?" "Guests? I despise the most those who don't understand guns but like to play with them." Ong Shan, the burly man, scoffed. At this point, Wu Chen spoke up. "I may not know much about guns, but guns are meant for killing. How many people have you killed?" "Ha ha ha, me?" Ong Shan immediately became proud, spreading his hand. "Since I became a mercenary, the number of people who died by my hands is about this much." "5? Wu Chen asked. 50. Ong Shan shook his hand, dissatisfied. "How about that, scared yet?" "Hee hee, I'm so scared." Wu Chen shrugged. "Just this number and you're showing off." "I'm nothing, but my count is 10 times yours." "Nonsense. Absurd." Ong Shan shook his head repeatedly. "You don't even know how to boast, and you." Before he could finish, Wu Chen gave him an extremely brutal look. "Slaughter." In just an instant, Ong Shan felt the raging aura of slaughter. As a professional mercenary, he immediately realized that a person with such a look must be a butcher who fought his way out on the battlefield. Even in the scorching heat of Siam, at that moment, Ong Shan felt a chilling sensation all over his body. However, this was just the beginning. Wu Chen would never allow anyone to insult him, and with a flash of his left eye, frenzy was released. Smack! Ong Shan raised his hand and gave himself a big slap. Before he could react, he was hit with a hammer fist on his own nose. The force was full on, and his fragile nasal bone instantly collapsed, blood gushing out wildly. "Ong Shan, are you crazy? I told you to be polite, not to self-harm." Chen Dawei was frightened, shaking Ong Shan, but he couldn't stop him from beating himself up. 3 seconds passed, and Ong Shan came back to his senses. Looking at his bloody fist, he was completely dumbfounded, no trace of his previous arrogance left. After solving a small problem, Wu Chen began to discuss with Wang Meng in a low voice. After reaching an agreement, he said to Chen Dawei, "Bring me 20 Glock 17s, as well as MG4 machine guns, AK-47s, Remington 870s, MP7s, Barretts, and do you have Gatling guns?" "Mr. Wu, what do you need these for?" Chen Dawei asked cautiously. According to Daogu, Wu Chen just wanted to buy some guns for fun. Why suddenly such a big order? Wu Chen coldly said, "Are they out of stock? Or do you not want to sell?" "Sell. Of course, I'll sell." Chen Dawei was originally a black market merchant in Siam, As long as there was money, he would sell anything. There was no reason to refuse a customer. After hearing Wu Chen's requirements, he quickly sent someone to the warehouse to check the goods. Soon, boxes of brand new firearms were moved into the tent. Wang Mang was responsible for inspecting the goods. When he opened the wooden boxes, a strong smell of gun oil filled the air. Hee, I said they just arrived at the port. If there are any problems, I'll take care of it. We are brothers after all. Chen Dawei was all smiles, thinking of doing a small insignificant business, just selling a favor to Daoge, never expected it to be a big customer. Also, I'll cover all the bullets. Wu Chen said firmly, Boss Chen, can't you give me a wholesale price for this quantity? Why do you need so many bullets? Chen Dawei was shocked. Over 100 guns and all the bullets covered. Was he planning to loot Bangkok? Stop talking nonsense, give me a fixed price. Wu Chen impatiently said, by the way, I don't need transportation, so cut that cost. No transportation? Chen Dawei was suddenly horrified. Even Anshan, who was bruised and swollen on the side, was also frightened. It was obvious that they were planning to loot Bangkok. Seeing that it was hard to explain for a while, Wu Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He let Wang Meng continue the negotiation and went into the tent himself. To the end of the world. Bang! A large box of firearms was heavily placed on the ground of the tower. Xin Xiaoyun, who had to guard the house, was not wearing a headscarf this time. When she suddenly saw Wu Chen appear, she was so scared that she almost pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Brother Shuang, you can teleport? Yes, this is one of my mutant abilities. At this point, Wu Chen was too lazy to hide it anymore. He just made a slight modification, packaging his teleportation ability as a mutant power. Wow, you have 2 mutant abilities. Xin Xiaoyun suddenly realized, no wonder Brother Shuang could get so many resources, his abilities were so abnormal. Stop talking nonsense, help me move things quickly. After saying that, Wu Chen teleported again, shuttling back and forth between the tent in the end of the world and the urban tent in Siam, sweating profusely, finally moving all the things to the top of the tower. After taking a few breaths, he quietly walked behind Xin Xiaoyun, who was struggling to move the boxes. With a smirk, he said, sweating, huh? That's good, quickly enhance me. End of the world, top of the tower. Xin Xiaoyun lay happily in Wu Chen's arms, a beautiful blush still lingering on her face. She never expected that the effect of the enhancement factor could be used in non-combat situations. What she didn't expect was that Wu Chen had actually brought back so many weapons and equipment. Brother Shuang, did you go and loot the armory? Well, something like that. After lying down for a while, Wu Chen immediately stood up, went back to the city, and brought back several large buckets of tap water. After last night's fierce battle, Xin Xiaoyun was already dirty all over. But this time, Wu Chen didn't mind. Instead, he couldn't help but indulge in the pure wedding dress and sticky sweat. Wow, I can take a bath again. Xin Xiaoyun couldn't wait to jump into the water, not only washing herself clean, but also taking care of the injured leopard. Then she began to arm herself completely. Wu Chen changed his previous appearance, put on a black Special Forces uniform, and changed his helmet to black as well. Carrying an AK-47 in hand, equipped with a tactical flashlight around the waist, a Glock 17 pistol, an M67 grenade, a titanium ally hand axe, and a Wasp high-pressure air tank dagger. On the back is a large backpack filled with magazines, with a Barrett sniper rifle and a Remington 870 pump-action shotgun on each side. Xin Xiaoyun changed into a more suitable tight underwear for combat, wearing a black yoga suit on the outside. Her slender figure with a prominent front and raised back, matched with a black carbon fiber helmet, high ponytail, and mid-calf combat boots, giving off a somewhat sexy biker girl vibe. Since she didn't know how to use a gun, her main weapons were a compound crossbow and an alloy spear. She carried an MP7 high-speed submachine gun on her back for Wu Chen, along with a large number of magazines. Finally, there was Sang Biao, wearing a wolf-proof collar, nothing else. The 2 people and a dog descended to the ground using ropes. They rushed madly towards the department store. Name, Wu Chen. Category, Human. Mutation level, 3rd tier, 499/500. Mutation site, left eye. Mutation ability, Frenzy. Stare at the opponent, causing them to attack their own people or self-harm, lasting for 3 seconds. They were just a little short of leveling up, and this situation had been going on for a while. This was because Wu Chen had assigned Xin Xiaoyun to harvest those low-level mutants. As for himself, he was going big. The 3rd tier Ma Xiaolei was the main course. At the entrance of the department store. Looking inside, the first floor was full of zombies. Xin Xiaoyun snorted. It seems that Ma Xiaolei deliberately left them here to consume our physical strength. Then he miscalculated. Wu Chen was not foolish enough to reveal his movements. After a period of unmanned drone reconnaissance, he had mapped out a detailed map of the surrounding 5 kilometers. Each area and building were marked according to different danger levels, with specific situations detailed. Similarly, he was well aware of the situation at the department store. Top floor of the department store. There used to be a large KTV and an international cinema here, packed with people every weekend, doing great business. But now, it was eerily quiet. In the large private room of the KTV, Ma Xiaolei was half lying on the sofa, enjoying a gentle foot massage from two young women. As they massaged, their hands began to wander upwards. Get lost. Ma Xiaolei kicked them over with great disgust. I told you not to touch me elsewhere, don't you understand? Lei Ji, we were wrong. The two women kept kowtowing. If I remember correctly, this isn't the first time, right? Ma Xiaolei smirked. You think you can seduce me with just that? Damn it, my body is reserved for Xiaoyun. Getting it dirty with you would defile the goddess, wouldn't it? Lei Ji, have mercy. Keeping you around is a waste of resources, go die. Ma Xiaolei opened his mouth, his tongue just sticking out, when a voice beside him shouted, Lei Ji, don't waste them. The man speaking was bald and only wearing a pair of briefs. He said to Ma Xiaolei, Lei Ji, why not reward them to me? Don't you have a bunch of women already? Ma Xiaolei was puzzled. Hee, Lei Ji, you can never have too many women. The bald man smirked lewdly. Since you're not planning to use them, why not let me have them all? Damn it, at least pay attention, don't keep doing this all the time. Be careful that guy suddenly shows up. What's there to be afraid of, Lei Ji? It's all zombies down there, that guy will definitely make a big commotion when he comes, besides, we have people watching. Alright then. Ma Xiaolei pointed to the two women, they're yours, just don't delay the real business. Got it. The bald man was overjoyed, grabbed the two women with both hands, and dragged them into the next room. Soon, the sound of a fierce struggle rang out. Ma Xiaolei couldn't help but shake his head, took out a photo of Qin Xiaoyun from his pocket, and licked it with his tongue. Goddess. Dada, ugh. However, just as he licked it a few times, there was a faintly strange sound coming from outside. Due to the soundproofing of the KTV private room, Ma Xiaolei couldn't hear very clearly, and he thought his subordinates were having fun. He continued to lick, goddess. Qin Xiaoyun was the light in his life, as well as the motivation and source of his struggle to live. Thinking back to when Ma Xiaolei first entered the company, he was completely captivated by Qin Xiaoyun at first sight. From then on, he became a licking dog without hesitation, working hard to bring in business, just to receive a few words of praise from the goddess. But little did he know that Qin Xiaoyun was not impressed by this. Achieving results? That's what's expected. Instead of praise, the next performance standard would only be higher. This kind of management style would be unbearable for most people, but Ma Xiaolei was different. He actually found pleasure in it. Looking at the domineering female CEO, his admiration for her became even more intense and twisted. Goddess. Holding the only photo, Ma Xiaolei fell into deep self-hypnosis. It was as if the goddess was sitting beside him, reprimanding him harshly. Goddess, I will work hard and double my performance to satisfy you. Ah bang. The door of the private room suddenly burst open, and Qin Xiaoyun appeared with a crossbow in hand. When she saw Ma Xiaolei on the sofa, she frowned. You pervert, what are you doing with my photo? Goddess? Ma Xiaolei could hardly believe it. It's really you, Xiaoyun. Swish, however, what awaited him was a fierce arrow. Ricin entered his body, and a large amount of foam overflowed from Ma Xiaolei's mouth. Xiaoyun, you. Didn't you want a one-on-one fight? Wu Chen walked out from behind Qin Xiaoyun, holding an AK with a wicked smile. I'm a kind person and don't want to get my hands dirty, so I'll let you have a one-on-one with your goddess. It's you! Ma Xiaolei was dumbfounded when he saw the AK. Why do you have a gun? Where did you come from? It should be noted that the entire building was heavily guarded, and as soon as someone broke in, the subordinates would immediately report it. The current situation was obvious. Wu Chen did not take the usual route. He even killed his subordinates. Do you know the ventilation ducts? Wu Chen pointed to the ceiling. It's not pleasant crawling in there, so I'm really annoyed now. With that, he gave a signal. Qin Xiaoyun took the AK, aimed at Ma Xiaolei's lower body, and pulled the trigger. You perverted dog, let you taste the consequences of your actions. Dada! Accompanied by screams, Ma Xiaolei's lower body was completely destroyed, but he still tightly held onto the photo. Dada! With anger, Qin Xiaoyun continued to shoot at Ma Xiaolei's body until he was turned into a pile of mud. After finishing, she spat, disgusting, you think you're worthy of marrying me? You're not even comparable to Shuangge's little toe. What about me? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Qin Xiaoyun and Wu Chen turned around at the same time, only to see a short, bald man in his underwear, appearing at the door of the private room. Go die! Qin Xiaoyun didn't waste any words and raised the gun to shoot, but the AK-47 clicked, out of bullets. Come on, shoot me. The bald man laughed wildly. To be honest, if I were that idiot Ma Xiaolei, I would have pinned you down long ago. Damn, you're really something, can't hold back at all. You're asking for it. Faced with blatant humiliation, Qin Xiaoyun threw away the AK and quickly picked up the crossbow. Swish, a strange situation occurred. The bald man's skin shone as brightly as his head. Even though the arrows had hit him, they swooshed and fell to the ground. Mutant! Wu Chen squinted his eyes, took advantage of the bald man's distraction, and slowly raised the Remington 870 pump-action shotgun. Boom! The power of this shotgun was no joke. A normal person would be sent flying with one shot. But this time, the target was not a normal person. Bullets poured down on the bald man like a storm, but he just slightly twisted, and all the ammunition slid past his skin. This damn 100% evasion. Wu Chen furrowed his brows, secretly surprised at the bald man's defense capabilities. Ah, keep shooting. The bald man's mouth curled into a cold smile, lowered his head and took a sudden step forward, fiercely waving the dagger in his hand. Abilities have a duration, and it was obvious this guy was seizing the opportunity to kill. Wu Chen didn't even bother with the gun, quickly retreated to avoid. He wanted to trigger frenzy, but the damn bald man was too short and had his head down, making it impossible to look into his eyes. Qin Xiaoyun on the side dared not shoot with the crossbow, afraid of accidentally hitting Wu Chen, just standing by anxiously. Woof! Just then, the zombie that had just finished fighting, swiftly rushed to protect its master. Opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, it fiercely bit the bald man's leg. Ah, useless! Qin Xiaoyun shook her head. Indeed, as the zombie's teeth were about to touch, they just grazed slightly before slipping away. At the same time, the bald man's dagger approached Wu Chen's neck. The whole process happened too quickly, in less than 2 seconds. Wu Chen never expected that despite the smooth progress with heavy firepower, he would flip the car at the last enemy. To maintain his momentum, he could only roar unwillingly, ah, ah. Unexpectedly, the bald man also howled. Then with a clang, the dagger fell to the ground, and he collapsed. A long, thin wound appeared on his calf, gushing blood in a jet-like manner. What's going on? Wu Chen was instantly dumbfounded. It's the zombie. It scratched the bald man's skin. Qin Xiaoyun exclaimed excitedly. Name, zombie category, K9 mutant level, second tier mutant part, K9 teeth mutant ability, unstoppable bleeding, causing the target's bleeding rate to increase by 10 times after inflicting damage, lasting for 2 seconds. What does a 10x bleeding rate mean? At this moment, the bald man's lips were already pale, devoid of any strength, completely paralyzed. Hee hee, my dog is amazing, right? After successfully escaping, Wu Chen grinned and patted the bald man's head. You're useless even with the chance I gave you. Go die. Hee hee. Knowing he was about to die, the bald man chuckled. Kill me, anyway, you guys are not far from death. With just these few guns, you can't beat the top 10 forces. What top 10 forces? Wu Chen said he had never heard of such a thing. The bald man struggled to say, it's the top 10 strongest forces in this city, all of them can easily crush our department store and kill you guys. Wu Chen sneered, using such a cliché name to scare me, huh? Scare you? Have you heard of the meat processing plant? It's full of butchers, and it's only the 9th force. And there's the Ma Ling cemetery, the people there are scarier than ghosts. The bald man couldn't continue speaking, cough cough. The department store is so big, with so many goods inside, you guys won't be able to guard it at all, ha ha. Fool, who said I want to guard this place? Wu Chen looked at the bald man who was already hiccuping, reached out and started touching his skin. Mutation point plus 217, congratulations on leveling up, current mutation level is 4th tier, congratulations on unlocking new mutation ability, contempt, mutation ability, contempt, stare at the opponent directly, causing them mental confusion for 4 seconds, getting stronger and stronger. Wu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to touch Ma Xiaolei's tongue. Mutation point plus 339, after harvesting a large number of mutation points, an exciting moment arrived. Wu Chen was originally planning to clear the building with an AK-47, kill all the zombies in the entire building, and then search for wealth. But little did he know that Ma Xiaolei, this guy, really kept his word and stacked all the banknotes in the largest screening hall of the cinema. They even poured oil on top, seemingly prepared to burn everything down in case of failure. Saves me the trouble, ha ha ha. Wu Chen threw away the AK and jumped into the small mountain of money like a child. Greedily breathing in the scent of banknotes, he climbed up contentedly, took Qin Xiaoyun and Sang Biao, and headed to the first floor of the building. Here, there was a large area with counters full of gold, silver, and jewelry, including brands like Zhou Taifu, Wufu, Zhou Shaoshan, Longwei Gold, and more, totaling over 10 brands. Almost untouched, Wu Chen exerted his strength and started smashing, not even bothering with silver, only picking gold and diamonds. Soon, bags of gold and diamonds were filled. Along with the mountain of banknotes, a problem arose, they couldn't move it at all. What to do, Shuanga? I think we shouldn't take so much back, Qin Xiaoyun suggested. No way, we must take everything back, not a single cent less. After a moment of thought, Wu Chen said, you stay here and remember to stay far away. I'll be back soon. Stay far away? Although not understanding the meaning, Qin Xiaoyun obediently complied and stood far away. At the same time, with a thought in his mind, Wu Chen returned to the city. In an instant, he was back inside the tent located on the outskirts of Bangkok, Thailand. Stepping out of the tent, he patted the shoulder of Wang Meng, who was dozing off. Holy crap, Shuanga, is it done? Let's not talk about that for now. Where's Boss Chen? He's in the warehouse. Good. Wu Chen nodded and quickly walked towards the warehouse, shouting inside, Boss Chen, want to do another big deal? What deal? Chen Dawei, who was counting inventory, hurried out excitedly and asked. Wu Chen replied, do you have pickup trucks in stock? I need them now. Pickup trucks? Oh, you want to transport goods yourself, right? We have them. Chen Dawei patted his chest. The new Toyota Hilux just arrived at the port, with excellent performance. Do you want one? Bring me 10. 10 Hilux trucks? Chen Dawei was shocked. Brother, these trucks are not cheap, each costs $70,000. Is it necessary to haul goods with them? Stop talking nonsense, I'll give you the money, arrange the trucks for me immediately. Wu Chen left a sentence, making Chen Dawei shut up and busy arranging the shipment. After waiting for over 2 hours, 10 Toyota Hilux trucks filled with fuel drove into the factory yard one by one. With a 3.4-liter twin-turbo V6 engine, 437 horsepower, capable of towing up to 5,533 kilograms of cargo, and integrating multiple advanced technologies, including Toyota's latest version of crawl control, electronic locking rear differential, multi-terrain select, and hill start assist control, etc. Chen Dawei detailed the features on the side, but Wu Chen was impatient. Alright, now you take everyone into the warehouse, no one is allowed out without my order. What are you up to? If not, I won't buy a car. Brothers, all go into the warehouse, quickly. In a flash, there was no one left on the factory's open space. Wu Chen started working, one after another, he managed to get a Tan-2 to the end of the world. Then, with the help of Qin Xiaoyun's ability, he did his best to bring down the cash from the top-floor cinema and loaded it into the car with gold and diamonds. The 10 Tan-tus were divided into 2 groups, each connected by steel cables. Wu Chen and Qin Xiaoyun each drove a lead vehicle, stepping on the gas pedal with all their might, and the small convoy full of wealth slowly set sail. The streets of the end of the world were filled with various obstacles, with the most vehicles. In order to get as close to the pagoda as possible, Wu Chen did not cherish the brand new Tan-2 that he had just obtained, and forcefully pushed forward. The harsh friction sounds continued one after another, and soon the cars were all scratched. Qin Xiaoyun's car even knocked off the safe. But the result was pleasing. In the end, they successfully arrived about 300 meters away from the pagoda, and further ahead were all building ruins, only tanks could pass through. That's about it. The reason why Wu Chen went through all this trouble was that he didn't want the wealth to stay in the department store all the time. There were too many supplies there, and someone could come in at any time. Once in the range of the pagoda, the danger level was much lower. After resting for a while, Wu Chen and Qin Xiaoyun started working again. Carrying by hand and shoulder, like ants moving house, they transferred the wealth to the first floor of the pagoda. Looking at the mountain of spoils, the exhausted Wu Chen smiled like a child. Urban area. As soon as Wu Chen appeared, he knelt down weakly on the ground. Wang Meng quickly helped him up. Brother Xuan, what's wrong with you? Tired from moving money. Damn, doesn't that mean striking it rich? It's not considered striking it rich until the money is brought back. Wu Chen said weakly, have you bought the plane tickets? Wang Meng replied, bought them early, the flight is at 2 a.m. Wu Chen looked at the time, there were still over 4 hours left, a bit urgent. So he hurried to the warehouse door and shouted, Boss Chen, you can come out now. The next second, Chen Dawei pushed open the warehouse door and was stunned. Where's the car? Taken away. So fast? Where did you take it? Why didn't I hear any sound? Boss Chen, this is the car money. Wu Chen didn't answer Chen Dawei's question, but directly paid with the cash he had just harvested in the end of the world. Chen Dawei quickly had his men check the money, and after confirming that there was no problem, he asked in confusion, the cars are all taken away, how are you going back? Of course, we'll have Boss Chen give us a ride, our transaction was so pleasant, you wouldn't refuse, right? Wu Chen smiled. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Chen Dawei said eagerly, I happen to be going back to Bangkok too, how about it, you two, let's go have fun together, whatever you want to play, we have it all. Hearing this, Wang Meng was instantly excited. He knew what kind of place Bangkok was, a man's paradise. However, Wu Chen delivered a fatal blow. Let's skip the fun, we have urgent matters and need to return to the country immediately. Let's go directly to the airport. You're going back as soon as you arrive? As Chen Dawei asked, he invited the two into the car. Pointing to the night scene flashing by outside the window, he pretended to be dissatisfied. You're going back like this, if Daoge finds out, he will definitely scold me for not being hospitable. Can you give me some face and stay for one more day? Although Wu Chen was eager to go back and move the money, deep down, he was similar to Wang Meng and really wanted to experience the customs of Siam. After careful consideration, he made a suggestion that he thought was perfect. Boss Chen, how about this? We are indeed in a hurry, but it's just idle time in the car. Why don't you arrange now, and later? Damn, your idea is quite creative. Chen Dawei slapped his thigh. Alright, since you're in a hurry, I'll arrange it like this. Have a blast all the way to the airport. After saying that, he made several phone calls in a row. After more than an hour, the car stopped by the roadside when passing by the seaside resort of Chunwali in the spring. Please take a look. Boss Chen pointed outside the car window and saw an extended version of a pink Hummer parked not far away. Next to the car, there were bikini beauties, some with blonde hair and blue eyes, some as dark as chocolate, some petite and exquisite, and some with outstanding looks and explosive figures, but with a blue stubble on their chin. I don't know the preferences of you two brothers, so I arranged a variety of them, hee hee. Chen Dawei opened the car door, shook hands with Wu Chen, and said reluctantly, Brother, have a safe journey. Be sure to have a great time next time you come. Okay, goodbye Boss Chen. Wu Chen turned around reluctantly, walked to the Hummer, and ordered, no black, no beards, the rest get in with me. Hey, I want the one with a beard. Wang Meng hurriedly shouted. Wu Chen shivered, Brother, you have such taste. Wang Meng scratched his head, Hey, Shuangda, try something new, you have to try new things in life. You poked me. Hey handsome, you're so strong. Amidst the cheerful voices, the pink Hummer set off. They drove all the way to the VIP channel of Suvarnabhumi Airport. The car door opened, and Wang Meng rushed out. Wu Chen followed softly, teasing, Let you try something new, now you've been humiliated, right? Shuangda, please stop, I beg you. Wang Meng ran towards the plane, rushed to the first-class seat, and lay down with a very painful expression. There was still some time before the plane took off, and only first-class passengers could board first. With light footsteps, a stewardess hurried over. She had delicate features, a tall figure, and her uniform accentuated her curves, especially her legs in black stockings, elegant and sexy. After bending down and asking softly, What would you like to drink? Forget about drinks, bring the food quickly. Wang Meng shouted. They not only skipped dinner but also expended a lot of energy, and their stomachs were growling. Besides, it was the time for the wise, and even the most beautiful stewardess was not appreciated. I'm very sorry, our meals are not ready yet, you have to wait a while. What the heck, we paid thousands for the tickets, and we can't even have a meal when we're hungry? I'm very sorry. The stewardess, despite maintaining a professional smile on her face, couldn't help but show a hint of disdain in her eyes after hearing Wang Meng's complaints. Sir, please maintain basic courtesy. Our service has regulations, this is not a restaurant outside. Wang Meng was stunned, not expecting the stewardess to respond like that, his expression changing from pain to anger. What's your attitude? Do you know I'm a customer? The stewardess smiled slightly, her tone still devoid of warmth. Of course, but even as a customer, please don't cause a scene. We will prepare your meal as soon as possible, but please be patient. Forget it, don't argue with her. Wu Chen pulled Wang Meng's sleeve and looked at the stewardess. Then bring us 2 glasses of cola, please hurry. Okay. The stewardess elegantly turned and left, but her eyes inadvertently glanced back. The obvious disdain made Wu Chen very uncomfortable. So he shouted, Come back. What's wrong? Do you have any other orders? The stewardess looked back, and Wu Chen's contempt successfully hit her. After being hit by Wu Chen's contempt, the stewardess was first stunned, then muttered, I'm a vain woman who loves money. Damn! Wang Meng was shocked by her words. Goodness, is she out of her mind? Every time I see a wealthy passenger, I can't help but want to seduce them. As long as they have money, I'm willing to do anything. Yes, I am a gold digger, but so what? I am so beautiful and have a great figure, I should marry a wealthy person, even if it means being their dog. It's better than being with a poor loser. The flight attendant kept saying all sorts of unspeakable things, speaking faster and faster, her expression becoming more and more excited. Just as boarding began, the passengers who walked in were all shocked by the scene. They stopped in their tracks, some whispering to each other, some taking out their phones, and an awkward and unbelievable atmosphere filled the air. My legs are only open for wealthy people. Want to experience first-class service? Pay up. Ha ha ha. The flight attendant laughed wildly, her face flushed with excitement, completely ignoring the eyes around her. Jiang Qingluo. At this moment, the chief flight attendant hurried over, shouting sternly, "What are you doing? This is an airplane, not a place to vent your personal emotions." Ah! The flight attendant's face instantly turned pale, seeming to realize the seriousness of her outburst, her lips trembling, but unable to make a sound. The chief flight attendant pointed behind her sternly, "You go to the back and wait there now, we will deal with this after the plane lands." Yes. Amidst mocking laughter, the flight attendant covered her face and ran, looking extremely embarrassed. After witnessing the whole process, Wu Chen also secretly marveled, this effect is a bit too harsh. His ability is control-based, with the key being the duration of control, ranging from 1 second to 4 seconds, greatly enhancing his absolute advantage in battle. As for the effect, it is secondary. But in the city, it's different, where the effect is what matters, not the duration of control. After the farce, the plane returned to calm. The chief flight attendant personally served the first-class cabin, taking care of Wu Chen and Wang Meng comfortably, allowing them to eat and drink before falling asleep, waking up already back over the skies of Beijing City. This flight belongs to Blue Sky Airlines, a large local enterprise in Beijing City. After landing, the flight attendant named Jiang Qingluo, who had just caused a scene, rushed out first, covering her face and crying, probably expecting punishment. Wu Chen felt a little embarrassed about it, but then thought, she was just speaking her mind. If Jiang Qingluo had a more innocent heart, she wouldn't have embarrassed herself like that. Time was running out, so after walking out of the jet bridge, Wu Chen and Wang Meng rushed to the parking lot without stopping. Starting the Land Rover Range Rover, they headed straight for their villa. Upon opening the door, they found it quiet and spotless, indicating that Qin Xiaoyun's parents had already left. Wu Chen nodded in satisfaction, finally some peace and quiet. To the apocalypse. We're rich, we're rich. In the room of wealth, Wu Chen collapsed on the ground, while Wang Meng jumped up happily beside him. Money, piles of money. After counting, all the cash added up to a total of 87.43 million. There were also gold and diamonds, totaling over 100 kilograms. Just the gold alone, at market price, was worth 31 million. As for the more expensive diamonds, their value fluctuates greatly depending on factors like clarity, cut, fluorescence, and color. Roughly estimated, it was about 45 million. The total harvest exceeded 100 million. The 12-square-meter room of wealth was already overflowing, but fortunately, Qin Xiaoyun's parents had left, so Wang Meng took over and moved the remaining wealth into the guest room. Then he helped Wu Chen to the living room, pinching his arms and legs. "Brother, is it really appropriate to keep so much money at home?" "Of course." Wu Chen shook off Wang Meng's greasy big hand and said seriously, "The amount is too large. We can't attract attention from relevant parties. We need to find a way to launder the money." "I really don't understand this, Xuangu. Is there anyone suitable to help with this?" Wang Meng said solemnly, "Or, let's ask Dao Gu." "No." Wu Chen immediately shook his head. "We can't rely on just one method. It's not that I don't trust Dao Gu, but once the money is too much, it's easy for people to lose their minds." Wang Meng also agreed with this, but there was simply no other way. One is an unemployed office worker, the other a lowly factory worker. Their social connections are simple. How could they know people from all walks of life? "We not only need to launder the money, but also need to set up a legitimate business to cover it up," Wu Chen continued. "Otherwise, I think we'll run into trouble sooner or later. Our money can't withstand scrutiny, and the result of unexplained sources could be complete confiscation, all for nothing." "Damn!" Wang Meng was frightened by this rhetoric, about to take out his phone to look up information on money laundering, when the door suddenly burst open. Qin Xiaoyun's parents rushed in with panic on their faces, and upon seeing Wu Chen on the sofa in the living room, they shouted, "Xiao Wu, you're finally back. Hurry to the entrance of the community, Xiao Yun is being harassed." "Huh?" Wu Chen was puzzled. "What harassment? Wait, isn't there security at the entrance of the community?" "Oh, don't ask, just go save Xiao Yun." Qin's parents were too flustered to explain clearly, so they simply pulled Wu Chen and dragged him to the entrance of the community. There, the ground was covered with roses, and a man was kneeling in the middle. It was Ma Xiaolei. On the side, a group of children who knows where they were invited, surrounded Ma Xiaolei and Qin Xiaoyun in front of the roses, shouting, "Sister, marry him! Sister, marry him!" Faced with this situation, the community security guards dared not intervene to ruin the good mood. They stood aside holding their phones, watching the show. "I've told you many times already," Qin Xiaoyun said coldly. "You saw it last time too. I have a boyfriend now. It's impossible for me to marry you." "Ha, are you talking about that kid Wu Chen?" Ma Xiaolei sneered. "Don't lie to me, based on him? Driving a test car and pretending to be someone he's not." Qin Xiaoyun frowned. "Test drive? You may not know, he's wealthy now. So what if he's rich? No one knows." Remember how he humiliated you at the company before? I saw it all. Ma Xiaolei remained unmoved. Even if Wu Chen struck it rich, you wouldn't be with him. Get lost. Faced with such harassment, Qin Shaoyun finally lost her temper. Ma Xiaolei, get lost. I'd rather die than marry you. Do you understand? Ha, alright. Little did Ma Xiaolei know, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind, resolutely saying, I've thought it through. If you reject me again, I'll kill you first, then myself. Hey, young man, you can't do this. The appearance of the dagger immediately shocked Qin's parents. The children burst into tears, and the security guards threw away their phones, not daring to act recklessly. Goddess, just lie in my arms obediently. Ma Xiaolei roared and fiercely stabbed towards Qin Shaoyun. In a critical moment, Wu Chen quickly moved forward, pushing Qin Shaoyun away. Grabbing the sharp dagger, he released a look of disdain towards Ma Xiaolei. Something eerie happened. Ma Xiaolei, unlike before, didn't speak his heart out crazily like the previous flight attendant. Instead, his face twisted extremely close, like a devil emitting a chilling scream that made people's scalps tingle. Goddess, I can't bear to kill you, but without you, what's the point of me being alive? Leaving these words behind, Ma Xiaolei turned around and aimed the dagger at his own chest. Poochie! Poochie! Hot blood sprayed all over Wu Chen's face. Ma Xiaolei's ferocious expression instantly froze. He slowly knelt down, and then fell forward. A security guard hurriedly shouted, Quick, call an ambulance. Wu Chen said expressionlessly, Call a hearse instead, he's already dead. Xiao Wu. At this moment, Qin's father and mother rushed over. Xiao Wu, are your hands okay? Hurry up and go to the hospital, let's go. At this point, Wu Chen finally felt the intense pain in his palm. Escorted by a group of people, he urgently went to the hospital. After stopping the bleeding, cleaning the wound, and bandaging it, he went to the police station to explain the situation. Fortunately, there were many eyewitnesses at the scene, all of whom clearly saw that Ma Xiaolei did commit suicide. The police did not give Wu Chen a hard time and released him after completing the procedures. By this time, it was already dark. Wu Chen hadn't even had lunch, and with the physical exertion of moving money, losing a lot of blood, he felt very weak. Stumbling out of the police station, he waved for a taxi, and someone came out from the side. Qin Shaoyun unexpectedly had a bob haircut, wearing a sleeveless chiffon top and a tight skirt below, paired with high heels. She gently approached Wu Chen. Softly she said, Are you okay? I'm sorry, it's because of me that you were involved with Ma Xiaolei. It's okay, no matter what, I can't stand by and watch someone die. Wu Chen stared at Qin Shaoyun, couldn't help but marvel secretly. Although she and the Qin Shaoyun from the end times were the same person, in different environments, they showed completely different styles, giving people a feeling of twins. Come, let me see. Qin Shaoyun immediately grabbed Wu Chen's hand, carefully examined it in front of her eyes. The wound is deep, I'm really sorry, don't worry, I'll take care of the housework for this period. Ha? Housework? Yes, my parents had to go back for something, so they asked me to take care of you. Qin Shaoyun smiled, no longer the domineering president, but a delicate and charming daughter-in-law. Wu Chen accepted it calmly. To be honest, the villa really needed someone to take care of it. Let's go, back home. Back at the villa, Qin Shaoyun did as she said, taking care of all the housework alone. Buying groceries, cooking, washing dishes, wiping tables, mopping the floor, doing laundry. She even personally hand-washed Wu Chen's underwear. Every night after work, she would be busy in the villa until late. This continued for nearly half a month until Wu Chen's hand injury completely healed. He told Qin Shaoyun on WeChat, Thank you for taking care of me during this time, you don't have to bother anymore in the future. He also attached a big red envelope, indicating that he didn't take advantage for nothing. But until late at night, Qin Shaoyun did not reply to the message, nor did she accept the red envelope. Brother, do you think we should hire a maid from now on? In the villa's living room, Wang Meng suggested while eating takeout hot pot. Eating takeout every day is not healthy, we are rich now, we should take care of our health. Makes sense, but a stranger maid is not reliable. Wu Chen drank a sip of beer. How about I bring my mom over? Wu Chen's hometown was a small county hundreds of kilometers away from Beijian City. His parents were farmers, honest and used to living in poverty. After having money, Wu Chen transferred money to his family several times, not a large amount, but enough to significantly improve their quality of life. How can we let Auntie do this? Wang Meng immediately objected. Auntie can come, but she must enjoy it. I'll have my mom come over. Wu Chen shook his head repeatedly. Forget it, I don't know your mom, she's known in the village as a big gossip, no way. Wang Meng scratched his head. Actually, I think Qin Shaoyun is pretty good, she works fast, cooks delicious food, but she is too capable. Being a maid is really a waste of talent. Hee hee, so what you mean is, she can only become a domineering female CEO? Wu Chen thought to himself, you probably don't know, on the other side of the apocalypse, Qin Xiaoyun is not just a maid. Managing the household, moving things, killing enemies, doing housework, serving in bed. She is truly a versatile talent, working tirelessly all day without rest, and she still feels grateful. It's not that, mainly because Qin Xiaoyun is too outstanding. Wang Meng said as he opened another bottle of beer, let me give you an example. If you don't have money now, honestly, you wouldn't even be able to meet her. What the hell, am I not handsome? Am I not fierce? Damn it, let's drink. Wu Chen grabbed Wang Meng and started drinking, finishing a whole case of craft beer that had just been taken out of the fridge in no time. By this time, the two of them were a bit drunk, embracing each other and talking endlessly. As they chatted, Wang Meng brought up Qin Xiaoyun again. Brother, I have to say you are quite principled. Why don't you make a move on her? Wu Chen said seriously, you don't know that we have a grudge. Don't be fooled by her calm appearance. She must still hold a grudge. Women. Hee, isn't it said to let bygones be bygones? Forget it, you don't know my taste, do you? I know, brother, you like to take the initiative. You don't like that feeling of reporting to the boss. Ha. Laugh my ass, let's drink. There's no more alcohol. Damn it, why didn't you stock up more? Unfair, brother, I did stock up a lot, but you took them all to the apocalypse. Seems like it. Wu Chen slapped his forehead, realizing that they had gone to the apocalypse to drink with Qin Xiaoyun. The villa was too remote, it would take at least 30 minutes for takeout to be delivered, but they could easily go out to buy from the supermarket across the street. Brother, let me go. Wang Meng stood up. I'll go, try out your unlimited speed electric scooter. Wu Chen said as he opened the door, only to be startled by Qin Xiaoyun standing at the door. What the hell? What are you doing here? Little did he know that Qin Xiaoyun looked very excited, stuttering, can I come back to live here? Why? Wu Chen asked strangely. Because I have feelings for this place, don't worry, I won't stay for free. Qin Xiaoyun pointed upstairs, I can sleep in the guest room, do you agree? This. Faced with Wu Chen's hesitation, Qin Xiaoyun felt extremely embarrassed. As a goddess, the pride she had developed over the years made her feel extremely ashamed of the current situation. But as if possessed by a demon, she urgently wanted Wu Chen to agree. Damn it, how did I end up being a lapdog? Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but recall her disdain for Wu Chen in the past, from kneeling down and losing clients, to the embarrassment of selling the house, the satisfaction of teasing him in the apartment, the helplessness of sharing a bed, and the anger of being left alone. All these things, combined with her parents' pressure, the heroic act of saving him, his indifferent attitude, led to a strange feeling sprouting deep inside Qin Xiaoyun's heart. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She immediately wanted to return to Wu Chen's side, trying to salvage the relationship that was about to break. Now, all she needed was a nod from him. The guest room is a bit inconvenient. Faced with the strange Qin Xiaoyun, Wu Chen hesitated. Why don't you sleep on the sofa? I have no objections. How is the guest room inconvenient? For a moment, Qin Xiaoyun suddenly realized that Wu Chen might have a problem. This was not surprising. After all, he was single and wealthy, women and all that. Wait, even if it's a woman, there's no need to arrange her in the guest room. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyun was shocked to find herself standing unconsciously at the door of the guest room. What was this? Instinct. Treating herself as the mistress of the villa, she hurriedly wanted to catch the cheating instinct. Sorry, It's okay, take a look. This room really can't be lived in. Wu Chen pushed open the door and the scene inside almost made Qin Xiaoyun's jaw drop. Oh my god, so much money. The entire guest room was piled with bright red banknotes, reaching the ceiling, with no gaps at all. Qin Xiaoyun, as a former sales executive, had dealt with a lot of numbers, but had never seen so much cash before. The huge visual impact made her feel dizzy, her delicate body softened, leaning against Wu Chen's chest. She whispered, can I not sleep on the sofa? After all, there's still Wang Meng, it's not convenient. I see, well, that makes sense. Wu Chen nodded, then only the master bedroom is left. I'll go sleep with Wang Meng, but in that case, I'm at a disadvantage. You can also sleep in the master bedroom. Qin Xiaoyun couldn't hold back anymore. You are the master of this house, you must sleep in the master bedroom. What about you? Wu Chen smirked. Don't you want to say that the former owner is also the master and can sleep in the master bedroom? Humph. Little did Qin Xiaoyun reply. She stomped her high heels, grabbed her bag, and went into the master bedroom. Then she changed into slippers, put on an apron, and went to the refrigerator to search inside. Wu Chen asked curiously, what are you doing? I'll add some dishes for you, so you won't have to eat takeout anymore, it's not healthy. Qin Xiaoyun said seriously. But there's no wine. There's white wine at home. Wait a moment, I'll make some appetizers, and then accompany you for a drink. Qin Xiaoyun went busy, and at this time, Wang Meng sensibly shook his head. Oh, I drank too much, I need to take a break. You guys have a good drinking capacity, you continue. Hey, weren't you just shouting that you didn't drink enough? Wu Chen wanted to bring him back, but Wang Meng ran away quickly, shouting after slipping out the door, I'm going to arrange activities with Dao Gu. You and sister-in-law can have a showdown, do whatever you want. Damn! Helplessly, Wu Chen could only face it alone. Watching Qin Xiaoyan busy around, soon the kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. Several exquisite appetizers were served. Qin Xiaoyan brought a bottle of Maotai, set the tableware, poured the wine, and smiled at Wu Chen. Come, let's have a drink. Okay. Wu Chen looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar beauty in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a different kind of feeling in his heart. Time quietly passed. 2 bottles of Maotai were finished. Qin Xiaoyan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shining with a strange light. She stood up and looked at the night outside the French window, softly suggesting, It's late, let's take a bath and go to bed. Wu Chen pointed to himself, Us? Yes, me and you. Qin Xiaoyan lowered her head, Don't misunderstand, I'll help you wash first, and then. Okay. Wu Chen calmly lay down on the sofa, You arrange it, I'll take a nap first. The long journey and the physical exhaustion of the past 2 days made Wu Chen very tired, coupled with the alcohol, drowsiness kept sweeping over him. Normally, in this situation, he wouldn't take a bath and go straight to bed. Now that someone else was taking care of it, why not? After preparing the hot water, Qin Xiaoyan gently pulled the almost asleep Wu Chen up. In the bathroom, steam filled the air. How is it? Comfortable. A bit harder. Like this? Refreshing, change positions. Okay. Qin Xiaoyan carefully rubbed his back. The gentle gesture made Wu Chen let out a comfortable moan. How is it? Does a hot bath relieve fatigue? Yeah, just a bit hot. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sweating will make the bath useless. Inadvertently, Qin Xiaoyan revealed her fiery temper again. After realizing something was wrong, she quickly helped Wu Chen up and supported him into the cool bedroom, and pretended to be charmingly said, Wait for me. Wu Chen nodded, then lay down on the bed. After a while, the door creaked open. Qin Xiaoyan was wearing the sexy lingerie from last time, with a pair of black suspender stockings wrapped around her long legs, a hint of blush on her face, looking extremely charming. Stepping lightly, she climbed onto the bed like a wild cat, about to do something, only to hear a loud snoring sound. Wu Chen was sleeping like a dead pig, drooling. You! Qin Xiaoyan was about to lose her temper again, but after some thought, she immediately put down her raised hand. Walking to the window, looking at the moonlight outside, she sighed softly. After a long time, she returned to the bed and softly said to Wu Chen, Rest well today. Then, she lay down next to Wu Chen, resting her head on his arm. It's unknown how long passed. Qin Xiaoyan woke up and found that the sky outside was already bright, and beside her, there was nothing but a little residual warmth on the bedsheet. She was surprised, got up quickly to search around, but Wu Chen was nowhere to be found. Standing in the empty living room, Qin Xiaoyan felt extremely desolate and filled with confusion and unease. Why? Why would he reject even this? Damn it! Apocalypse! The sky was clear blue, with rare sunshine. On the top floor of the pagoda, Wu Chen suddenly appeared, looking at everything in front of him, feeling a sense of security. With the abundance of resources in Qin Xiaoyan's hard work, the entire pagoda had been transformed into a luxurious base beyond recognition, designed to prevent enemies from spying with reflective coatings on the outer walls. Each floor inside was carefully designed to provide both comfort and defense. The first floor was the defense area, including a high-strength protective door and a multi-level security system, with infrared surveillance cameras covering every corner to ensure safety, and instant high-pressure traps to deter intruders. The second floor was the entertainment and leisure area, with various amenities such as small cinemas, game consoles, pool tables, fitness equipment, a kitchen, and a dining room. The third and fourth floors were rest areas, with 4 rooms each equipped with comfortable living facilities, including bathrooms and oversized beds. The fifth floor was the functional storage area, storing a large amount of supplies from food to clothing, medical supplies to tools. Everything needed was available and neatly organized for quick access when needed. In addition, as the top floor, it housed a water tank, an observation deck, and an energy system. The energy system of the entire pagoda was very advanced, with photovoltaic panels on the top floor collecting sunlight for electricity on sunny days, and diesel generators on the lower floors providing power on cloudy days, ensuring uninterrupted power supply with this dual system. To facilitate movement between floors, a super simple elevator made of steel cables was installed in the pagoda, allowing quick access to the desired floor. The overall transformation of the pagoda was designed by professional designers, procured and tested by Wang Meng, and moved and installed by Wu Chen. Finally, Qin Xiaoyan cleaned and made minor adjustments, and today was the day of complete completion. Wu Chen had been worried about it all along, so he rushed over early in the morning. Unexpectedly, he widened his eyes. Oh my, the bride. In the bright sunlight, Qin Xiaoyun was wearing a flawless white wedding dress, with light gauze like clouds, and the skirt gently swaying in the wind. Her hair was styled into a neat low bun, a few strands gently brushing against her fair neck, her delicate face looking particularly charming under the sunlight, as if she were a holy fairy. Wu Chen stood by the side, unable to take his eyes off Qin Xiaoyun, his eyes filled with amazement. Originally, he had planned to take a look and then return to the city to pamper the other Qin Xiaoyun. But now, it seemed like there was no way he could leave. Shuangbu suddenly, the post-apocalyptic Qin Xiaoyun turned around and smiled, revealing her white teeth. Our new home is finally ready, let's have a little ceremony, shall we? What kind of ceremony? Wu Chen asked. Qin Xiaoyun said solemnly, of course, it's a wedding ceremony, a post-apocalyptic wedding. Wu Chen pointed to his own attire. You didn't say earlier, I'm in my boxers and slippers now, I don't look like a groom at all. That's not important, the ceremony is what matters. Qin Xiaoyun extended her fair arms. Just help me put on the ring, that's simple. Wu Chen quickly went back and brought back a 50-carat diamond ring worth tens of thousands, while complaining, you women always like to do these meaningless things. Humph, you men always like to have a pure and carefree attitude after putting on the ring. Qin Xiaoyun extended her beautiful legs, revealing the black fishnet stockings on top. With just this, Wu Chen began to breathe heavily. The contrast between the pure wedding dress and the improper fishnet stockings. Swoosh, the cable slid, and the two descended straight to the fourth floor of the pagoda. Noon. On the top of the tower, the post-apocalyptic barbecue was in full swing. Qin Xiaoyun flipped large pieces of beef and lamb, sprinkling various spices on them. Wu Chen, on the other hand, lounged on an electric massage chair, waiting for the food to be cooked. Food, especially fresh animal meat, was a rare and precious commodity in the post-apocalyptic world. A juicy and delicious piece of meat was worth more than a human life. Drip, just as Wu Chen was about to get up to relieve himself, the alarm on the first floor of the pagoda went off. The surveillance footage showed a large number of unfamiliar faces outside the tower. These people all looked malnourished, with a strong sense of longing in their eyes, tightly packed together, continuously pounding on the door of the pagoda. Heh, they sure have sharp noses. Wu Chen sneered. This was the reason he deliberately set up the barbecue, to let the enticing aroma of the food drift as far as possible, attracting enough laborers to come. Bang! 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 A thin man squeezed to the front of the crowd, his voice hoarse as he shouted, please give us some food. I'll do anything. I can be a slave, a servant, just give me some food to eat. A charming woman with tears in her eyes pleaded, let me in, please. As long as I get some meat to eat, I'm willing to do anything. People in the crowd began to kneel down, continuously kowtowing towards the door. Meanwhile, more and more people were coming from behind, mostly survivors living in the vicinity, their gaits no different from zombies. The prolonged severe hunger had pushed them to the brink of collapse. In such a situation, any bit of food was enough to drive them crazy, willing to do anything. Wu Chen watched the surveillance footage, feeling a mix of emotions. In fact, he had almost endless resources to feed these people effortlessly. But he couldn't do that, because humans were the most terrifying creatures. Alright, you all want food, right? Fine. Wu Chen picked up the microphone and transmitted his voice through the loudspeaker above the door. But you have to bring something to exchange. The more you bring, the more food you'll get. What do you want? The crowd collectively shouted. I lack things to start a fire here, whether it's wood, waste paper, or even banknotes. Wu Chen said with a suppressed smile, by the way, I also need some metal materials, like gold, silver, copper, or iron. You guys go get them, I can exchange them for food. Really? The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Being able to exchange food for some broken stuff, such a good deal. Most people hesitated a bit, worried that it might be a scam. But there were always some who would take a gamble to fill their stomachs, and they quickly turned and ran. Not long after, a man hurried back, carrying a large stack of boxes in front of his chest. Kneeling at the gate, he shouted, here are the things you wanted. How much food can I get in exchange? Grass. Wu Chen shook his head when he saw the boxes. His real goal was actually banknotes and gold, but he couldn't say it directly to prevent people from hoarding goods. Unable to help it, to stimulate people to help out, he still took a piece of candy and threw it down from the top of the tower. It's food. It's really food. A piece of candy triggered a scramble among hundreds of people. The poor man hadn't even seen his reward clearly before he was overturned by others. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Chen didn't want the situation to get so chaotic, so he picked up his AK and aimed it below, firing a burst. Who dares to rob me? I'll take them out, damn it. If you want food, earn it yourself, don't cause trouble on my turf. Now everyone immediately behaved and collectively ran outside. After all, exchanging broken stuff for food was too good, and if they were late, they might not even get the broken stuff. Ha ha ha. Wu Chen nodded in satisfaction and, under Qin Xiaoyun's service, picked up a lamb chop to enjoy. Through this method, the wealth within a few kilometers would soon be plundered and offered up voluntarily. As for the cost, it was just a little cheap food. With the current defense of the tower, ordinary people simply couldn't break in. Even if there were some, Wu Chen, Qin Xiaoyun, and Sang Biao were not to be trifled with, they could easily wipe out any intruders. Here, the things you wanted are here. How much food can I get for these newspapers? And me, this is pig iron and brass, should be able to exchange for more, right? Don't worry, one by one. Wu Chen closely watched the screen, distributing food based on the estimated quantity and weight, without favoring those holding banknotes in gold. This move was carefully considered. After all, no matter what item, the total quantity was limited. With the stimulation of food, as it went on, there were fewer fire materials and metal materials, and the probability of banknotes in gold appearing increased. As for collecting so much waste, it wouldn't be wasted in vain. Wu Chen had already made arrangements. The fire materials would be used directly for barbecue on the top of the tower, while the metal materials would be moved back to the city to start a waste recycling company. Waste materials were mostly paid for in cash when collected, and it was in bits and pieces. After centralized processing and selling, the income received would be in transfers, a perfect way to launder money. He had already thought of a name for the company. It would be called Shuangyun Recycling Resources Company. The power of the masses was strong. By evening, the gate at the bottom of the tower was piled high with countless materials. Among them were a large number of banknotes in gold, conservatively totaling several million, while Wu Chen had only spent a few hundred yuan on food. Give us more food, please. A little food was simply not enough to satisfy everyone's appetite. They all knelt down, kowtowing 3 times to the tower, hoping for Wu Chen's mercy. If you want food, it's simple. Tomorrow morning go further to get materials. After Wu Chen coldly responded, he picked up his AK and prepared to drive them away. However, the gaze that lingered in the crowd suddenly froze. Damn, isn't that the flight attendant Jiang Qingluo? Next day, the apocalypse. Just as the day broke, many survivors carried materials and ran to the bottom of the pagoda. After a night of fermentation, the temptation of food had spread and almost caused a sensation throughout the city. It could be foreseen that in the future, all the scattered wealth in the city would fall into the hands of Wu Chen. The remaining wealth was all in the banks, just needing to be forcibly broken into one by one. Therefore, in great joy, Wu Chen unusually did not return to the city overnight. After spending a pleasant night in the apocalypse, he got up early in the morning feeling refreshed, was served by Qin Xiaoyun to wash up, and started distributing food. The food was all near-expiry goods purchased wholesale in the market, priced so low that it was unbelievable, but for the people in the apocalypse, it was simply delicious. Don't panic, line up. Wu Chen threw the food into the pipe on the top of the tower, and a few seconds later, it fell into the hands of a middle-aged man at the bottom of the tower. This guy had brought several bags of waste paper, many of which contained banknotes. After exchanging them for a few packs of bear biscuits, he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, big brother. It's my turn, it's my turn. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers, with many newcomers attempting to snatch the food and getting shot dead the next second. Half a day passed, and the number of people coming to exchange food did not decrease but instead increased. Looking around, there were crowds of people within several kilometers around the pagoda. They not only scavenged all the materials but also killed the zombies on the way. If Wu Chen had to do these tasks himself, it would take several months. As time passed, many people in the crowd began to plead bitterly, wanting to join Wu Chen. Almost all of them were young women, facing the fear and helplessness of the current chaotic world, hoping to have a strong reliance. Big brother, just take me in, I can do anything, and I eat very little. A delicate woman knelt on the ground, her voice choked with sobs. Get lost, who wants a skinny one like you? Another plump woman shouted towards the top of the tower, Big brother, now because of the materials, people are killing each other outside. I, a weak woman, can't compete. Please take me in, I am still breastfeeding, and my milk is nutritious. Make way. Just then, the crowd suddenly quieted down, and all eyes were drawn to a woman. Stewardess Jiang Qingluo, dressed in a snow-white dress, stepped lightly through the crowd with her fair and tender bare feet. Each step seemed to exude an irresistible charm, gradually dissipating the surrounding noise, and all eyes were inevitably drawn to her. Her small face was devoid of makeup but still exquisite. Her bright and clear eyes, graceful figure, and extraordinary temperament shook everyone around her. She's so damn gorgeous, I'm getting hungry just looking at her. Get lost, how can such a beauty come to get food? She should be used properly. Guys, let's go, grab her. Watch out, someone is playing dirty. MMM. There were occasional whispers in the crowd, all marveling at her beauty. But some harbored ill intentions and tried to grab Zhang Qingluo, yet before they could act, they were stabbed in secret. Poof! After reaching the bottom of the tower, Zhang Qingluo snorted lightly. As the 10th ranked force, a stewardess of Blue Sky Airlines, she came here this time to assess the defensive strength and supply situation inside the pagoda. Therefore, many accomplices were providing support from behind to ensure that she could attract Wu Chen's attention. The situation at Blue Sky Airlines was very grim now, with supplies almost depleted and an urgent need to expand into new territories within the city. Standing at the bottom of the tower, Zhang Qingluo made some adjustments and then knelt down, starting to cry. The charming appearance of Chu Chu made me feel pity. Her sweet voice was even more harmless. Big brother, I have no other request. I just want to help you have a child while I still have a life to spare. Wu Chen looked at her. A hint of scrutiny flashed in his eyes. Why do I need a child? The end of the world will pass sooner or later. Big brother, you are not lacking in food. Don't you want to have some descendants? Zhang Qingluo pointed to her belly. I am a woman without high-tech modifications, with good genes. The children born will be healthy and beautiful. A top beauty taking the initiative to offer to have a child. For survivors who are struggling to survive, it is truly a useless luxury. But for Wu Chen, who has no worries about food and clothing, it is a great temptation. Zhang Qingluo was confident that this move should be able to impress the other party and gain entry into the pagoda. I see, let me think about it. Sure enough, Wu Chen began to hesitate, his eyes scanning Zhang Qingluo's body with a lecherous look. After a while, he nodded. Fine, wait down here, I'll let you in later. The other women were excited now, imitating Zhang Qingluo's posture, trying to be alluring. However, Wu Chen poured cold water on them. What are you all doing? I won't just settle for anyone. Scram. Those without materials, get lost. With that, he took out an AK and fired at the ground. Under the threat of bullets, the crowd scattered and fled. Order was restored, with a large amount of materials piled at the base of the tower, exchanged for cheap food. As the sky darkened, a busy day came to an end. Wu Chen looked at the piles of materials like small mountains, nodded in satisfaction, and slid down to the first floor on a steel cable. Opening the door, he commanded Zhang Qingluo, who had been waiting outside for a long time, You want to have a child with me, right? Yes. Zhang Qingluo took the opportunity to peek inside the pagoda and couldn't help but widen her eyes. There was electricity, and the air conditioning was on. My goodness, what kind of treasure trove is this? I must go in and take a look. Hee hee, too bad I have no interest in having children now. Wu Chen sneered. I do need a laborer here, can you handle it? I can. Zhang Qingluo nodded hastily. Good, start working for me now. Wu Chen pointed outside. Sort all the materials, move the cash and gold in first. Ha? Zhang Qingluo looked at the mountain of materials in confusion. All of them? By myself? Of course, otherwise how can you be called a laborer? Wu Chen took out a Glock 17 pistol, aimed at Zhang Qingluo, and smirked. Now you belong to me, you have to work whether you like it or not. Ah, this. Zhang Qingluo had no idea that her nightmare was just beginning. Sorting materials was a physically demanding job, and with the hot weather, she soon began to feel weak. But with a gunshot, Zhang Qingluo, who had just caught her breath, jumped up and continued to sweat profusely. Until midnight, bundles of cash and boxes of gold were finally sorted out, dragged into the pagoda, and hoisted to the top floor with a steel cable. Phew, Zhang Qingluo collapsed on the cold floor, completely drained of strength. However, before she could lie down for a few seconds, a powerful electric shock sent her flying. After being violently shocked, Zhang Qingluo lost control and the smell of urine filled the air. TSK, quite yellow, a bit fiery. Wu Chen descended from above, pinching his nose, and stepped hard on Zhang Qingluo's back, sternly saying, You want to rest now? Get up and clean the floor first. Poor Zhang Qingluo was a key player in Blue Sky Airlines. Now reduced to this state, her emotions collapsed. She lay on the ground crying loudly, trying to awaken Wu Chen's sympathy. But the next second, the gun was pressed against her forehead. I'll say it one last time, get up and clean the floor, Wu Chen said coldly and mercilessly, then bring in the materials from outside. Only after finishing these tasks can you rest. Otherwise, you can wait to be shot in the head. Zhang Qingluo's beautiful eyes were red as she shouted, How can you be so heartless? Smack! Wu Chen delivered a slap, firmly hitting her delicate face. Heartless. Do you know what kind of world it is now? It's the end of the world. If I weren't heartless, I would have died a long time ago. You! Zhang Qingluo was about to get angry when suddenly she smelled an extremely enticing aroma. Looking up, she saw a small dog happily wagging its tail while gnawing on a thick pork elbow. That's pork elbow. How could they feed it to a dog? It's outrageous. Drool uncontrollably flowed down as Jiang Qingluo hadn't eaten meat for a long time. At this moment, she almost wanted to kick the dog over and snatch the pork elbow from its mouth to chew on. Why aren't you working? Wu Chen kicked Jiang Qingluo's buttocks. Look at you, so greedy. Are you trying to steal food from my dog? I'm not. Not? I see that you have the guts. Hurry up and work, and when you're done, there will be your share too. Really? Upon hearing that she would also get a share, Jiang Qingluo was instantly filled with boundless energy. She rushed outside the tower eagerly and started working hard. Under the moonlight, her slender figure dragged the materials like a mountain, emitting heavy gasps. At 5 a.m., the work was finally done. Jiang Qingluo almost crawled into the first floor of the tower, weakly saying, "Meat, I want to eat meat." Who said there's meat to eat? Wu Chen was upstairs playing games, but upon hearing the commotion, he turned around and threw a big bag down. Snail noodles? Seeing her favorite food, Jiang Qingluo was almost crazy. It's actually snail noodles. Oh my god, I haven't had it in so long. Wu Chen instructed, the hot water is on the second floor, go up and make it yourself. Remember to be quiet and not disturb Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun? Jiang Qingluo thought, there really are other people here. But this wasn't surprising, as it was impossible for one person to create such a secure base. Curious, Jiang Qingluo followed the steel cable to the second floor, and with just one glance, she was stunned. It was so luxurious. The entire second floor was covered with soft and comfortable carpets, and all kinds of furniture were available. Wu Chen was holding a game controller, surrounded by various snacks and drinks on the table. The TV screen on the wall was lit up, showing surveillance footage inside and outside the tower. Walking further in, there was a long row of fitness equipment, elliptical machines, rowing machines, treadmills, dumbbells, barbells, and more. Next was the kitchen, equipped with various high-end kitchen utensils and appliances, and the double-door refrigerator and freezer were filled with ingredients. Oh my god! Jiang Qingluo was increasingly shocked. She never imagined that in the end of the world, she could see such a comfortable place to live. Just then, Wu Chen's voice came from the side, "Xiao Yun, it's your turn, I'm going to sleep." Hearing this, Jiang Qingluo couldn't help but wonder, who was this Xiao Yun? Taking advantage of Wu Chen going upstairs, she quickly grabbed the steel cable, stretched her head to look at the third floor. There was a cozy and comfortable bedroom, with a neat and clean bed where a stunning woman stretched lazily and slowly got up. What are you looking at? Jiang Qingluo was so engrossed in watching that she didn't notice Wu Chen turning back. He grabbed her delicate arm, lifted her up, and pressed her hard against the wall. "Humph, I knew you would peep." Wu Chen sneered and, with the help of Qin Xiaoyun, securely tied up Jiang Qingluo with a rope. Then he pulled her to the top floor, tied her to a pillar, and delivered several slaps. Jiang Qingluo was already exhausted and hungry, unable to lift her head even after being beaten. The rules of the pagoda strictly forbid peeking at the owner. Are you looking to die? On the side, Qin Xiaoyun, dressed in a tight yoga outfit and holding an iron rod, sternly said, "For the first offense, you get 100 strokes. But since you're a first-time offender, I'll give you 10 strokes, and also, you're forbidden from eating anything." No! Jiang Qingluo struggled hard, but where could she break free from the restraints? Qin Xiaoyun's rod specifically struck at the elbows and knees, the areas without flesh, causing Jiang Qingluo to cry in pain. "I was wrong. Please stop. Have mercy on me." She now understood that hoping for Wu Chen's mercy was impossible, so she could only obediently show weakness in the hope of surviving. "That's enough." Indeed, Wu Chen intervened to stop Qin Xiaoyun's actions. Squatting in front of Jiang Qingluo, he said sternly, "The rules of the pagoda are as follows. First, no betrayal is allowed. Violators will be killed. Second, no defiance towards me. Violators will be severely punished. Third, no unauthorized use of any resources. Violators will be punished twice for the first offense and killed for the second. Fourth, no lies are allowed. You must be honest. Violators will be tortured to death. Do you understand?" "Yes." Jiang Qingluo nodded repeatedly in fear. "Good. I will now ask you a question." Wu Chen quickly said, "With your looks, how did you manage to survive safely until now? Do you have any backing?" "I survived by sheer luck." Just like Qin Xiaoyun back then, Jiang Qingluo spoke out the well-prepared narrative, vividly describing the painful struggles of a beautiful woman trying to survive in the apocalypse. However, after she finished speaking, Wu Chen and Qin Xiaoyun burst into laughter at the same time. "Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Laughing at how you can't even come up with a decent lie, ha?" Wu Chen laughed and then suddenly changed his expression. "Stop the nonsense. I know you. You're a stewardess from Blue Sky Airlines, right? You." Jiang Qingluo was struck as if by lightning. "How did you? Ha ha ha, didn't expect that, did you?" Wu Chen grabbed Jiang Qingluo's chin. "You're a spy sent by Blue Sky Airlines, aren't you? Didn't expect that, huh? I've already attracted the attention of the top 10 forces so quickly, great. I'm a spy, but I didn't mean to harm you. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Jiang Qingluo realized she was in big trouble. Her only hope of survival was to submit obediently, like a humble ant. So she struggled to curl her body and cried out, "Brother, spare my life, I swear I'll obey you in the future. I won't have any other thoughts, give me a chance. I beg you." "Alright, first tell me about the top 10 forces." Wu Chen said coldly, "If you tell a lie, you can go die." "Okay, I'll talk." Jiang Qingluo stopped crying and began to recount the most terrifying group in the city. Humans are social animals, inherently programmed to stick together, a trait that becomes especially evident in the apocalypse. In order to survive, there are countless forces of all sizes in the city, some newly established only to perish, some split due to internal conflicts, and some constantly growing and expanding madly. To become a powerful force, there must be some unique advantages. Ranked 10th, Blue Sky Airlines, located on the outskirts of the city, naturally isolated from other external enemies. The members were colleagues who were very familiar with each other and highly united. Led by the captain, they resisted the zombies, occupied the nearby airport, and possessed a large number of shops and resources inside. However, what comes from afar goes afar. After the resources were almost depleted, the people of Blue Sky Airlines had no choice but to expand towards the city area, encroaching on the territories of other forces. Ranked 9th, the meat processing plant, happened to be in the way of Blue Sky Airlines' expansion. The force is composed of a large group of butchers, all of whom are colleagues and even more fierce. Having a large amount of meat is their biggest advantage, and the various sharp knives in their hands are not to be underestimated. Ranked 8th Force, Crescent Moon Island, is a famous scenic spot in the city. Located in the center of a large lake, it is almost impossible for external enemies to break in. The island has a large number of restaurants and farms, with entire orchards and vegetables that are self-sufficient, making it the force least lacking in food. Ranked 7th Force, Thousand Buddha Zen Temple, is located at the top of a mountain in the city. The members are all monks and incense guests. When these people who eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha sutras reach the end of the world, they are not at all compassionate and show no mercy when killing. As a temple, there are already many well-developed farmlands inside, and since the monks do not eat meat, their food requirements are relatively low, but other supplies are relatively scarce. Ranked 6th Force, High-Tech Industrial Zone, is where Wu Chen's villa is located. Composed of tens of thousands of factory dogs, it is one of the most numerous forces. The industrial zone is most abundant in cold machinery, so their equipment is also the most powerful. Ranked 5th Force, Nine Dragons Construction Company. Led by contractors with thousands of migrant workers, they are well equipped with weapons, have a tough and hard-working work style, and are one of the most powerful forces in combat. Ranked 4th Force, Mailing Cemetery. This eerie place actually has few people, just over a dozen cemetery workers. But what is terrifying is that their leader has the ability to control the dead. Ranked 3rd Force, City 2nd Middle School, the middle school in the city with the worst school discipline. Thousands of mischievous and fierce teenagers, so ferocious and cruel that no one dares to provoke them. Ranked 2nd Force, Wildlife Park. The hungry mutated animals are about to go mad, stay away. Ranked 1st Force, Manhwa Kindergarten, the largest public kindergarten in the city. Mutation is very fair, the smaller and weaker a person is, the higher the chance of mutation. Mutant dolls roam the kindergarten, it is unreasonable, and a life can be taken with a single clap of their small hands. The top 10 forces are not self-proclaimed, but are selected by consensus, and the list often changes. After saying all this in one breath, Jiang Qingluo was already weak. "I only know the general situation, I really don't know the specifics, spare me, brother." "Spare you? Well, that's possible." Wu Chen sneered, "Tell me, what is your ability?" "It's an attack type." Jiang Qingluo, mutation level, 2 mutation site, right knee mutation ability, Jade Shatterstrike. "So, your task is to attack me when I'm not paying attention, right?" Wu Chen nodded, went to the side and picked up a steel plate. "Come on, let's see how strong you are." "I really have no strength." Jiang Qingluo hesitated. "Right, then let me get you something to eat." Wu Chen went down to the kitchen and took a bottle of milk from the fridge. He poured it all into a bowl, added a box of fruit-flavored cereal, and stirred it. Back on the top floor, he placed the bowl in front of Jiang Qingluo. "Eat up." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Qingluo crouched down and ate eagerly. Because she ate too quickly, she choked and rolled her eyes, far from the elegant demeanor of a flight attendant. After filling her stomach, Wu Chen directly hung her upside down. Blindfolded and gagged, just like when dealing with Qin Xiaoyan before, he would ignore her for a few days. After finishing, Wu Chen returned to the bedroom and fell asleep, sleeping straight through to the afternoon. After getting up and freshening up, he went straight back to the city. Villa living room. Wang Meng was directing the workers to move piles of metal materials. Seeing Wu Chen return, he hurried forward. "Ah, Brother Xuan, you're finally back. I can't handle it all by myself." "Damn, don't you know how to take a leave?" Wu Chen frowned. "Can't the factory run without you? Or are you reluctant to lose that bit of salary?" "No, I've already taken 8 days off this month." Wang Meng was distressed. "The manager has already talked to me, saying if I take another day off, I won't need to come to work anymore." Wu Chen hurriedly said, "Then you don't know to invite the manager for a meal. Giving money works too." "Damn, paying money to go to work, that sounds too stupid." Wang Meng couldn't help but shake his head. "If it weren't for those lathes in the factory, I really wouldn't want to work." "Don't worry, this time I hit the jackpot." Wu Chen raised his eyebrows, pulled Wang Meng to a corner, excitedly said, "Just 3 days of exchanging food for materials, guess how much money I made? 1 billion. Not including gold. Oh my god, then can't we buy lathes?" The reason why Wang Meng has been working in the factory is to use public resources for personal gain, taking the factory's lathes to make his own stuff. Although they purchased a large number of firearms in Siam, some things are hard to buy and can only be made by themselves. Money needs to be laundered before it can be used. "Don't worry, endure a little longer." Wu Chen comforted Wang Meng for a few words, then directed the workers to move the metal materials to the warehouse. Xuanyun Regenerative Resources Recycling Company has been registered, located just a few kilometers away, consisting of a 2-story small building and a huge yard, with 5 large warehouses inside enough to store a large amount of scrap. Due to a lack of manpower, the company is currently unattended, completely empty. After taking a look around, Wu Chen drove a Land Rover Range Rover, carrying Wang Meng to the factory. Li Chenlong, the manager of the factory, is Wang Meng's immediate superior. In order to keep Wang Meng in the factory to continue using public resources for personal gain, they had to spend some money to bribe this guy. At the factory gate, Wang Meng introduced Wu Chen to Li Chenlong. "Brother Long, this is my friend, Brother Shuang." Wu Chen reached out his hand. "Nice to meet you." But Li Chenlong's expression was very cold, and he said in a harsh tone, "Did you let Wang Meng do private work secretly? I have some quirky hobbies myself, like playing with some cold weapons." Wu Chen said in a friendly manner, "Managerly, don't be offended. I came here specifically this time to make friends with you. I'm busy, I don't have time to make so many friends." Li Chenlong was a bit impatient. "Besides, there are rules in the factory. Doing private work secretly affects the lifespan of the lathe, and if caught, you have to pay compensation. Do you know how much a lathe costs?" "Ha, money matters are trivial." Wu Chen pulled Li Chenlong and dragged him to the Range Rover. "Managerly, don't be polite. Let's talk in the car. I guarantee you will be happy tonight." "Is this your car?" Li Chenlong's attitude changed immediately upon seeing the cool and domineering Range Rover. His previously arrogant demeanor instantly diminished. Looking up at Wu Chen, "Since you are Wang Meng's friend, it's fine." As the saying goes, a car is a man's facade. Wu Chen drove the Land Rover Range Rover, conversing with Li Chenlong in a superior manner. "I had Wang Meng calculate that if caught, the compensation would probably be around 20,000 yuan. I think, instead of giving it to the factory, it's better to give it to you, managerly." "Oh, Brother Xuan, you." Li Chenlong blushed, not daring to refuse or agree. Joking aside, among those who drive Range Rovers, 9 out of 10 are big shots. Coupled with Wu Chen's sharp and aggressive eyes, how could Li Chenlong, a mere small manager, dare to act recklessly? Nodding repeatedly, he regarded Wu Chen as his superior. Then, the three arrived at a high-end restaurant. Enjoying good food and wine, in less than an hour, Li Chenlong was drunk and collapsed on the ground. Frantically patting his chest with his eyes closed, he swore to Wu Chen that he would take good care of Wang Meng, take leave as he pleases, and do private work as he pleases. Finally, clutching the 20,000 yuan that Wu Chen gave him, he lay on the floor and fell into a deep sleep. As they walked out the door, Wang Meng suggested, "Brother Xuan, we haven't had enough to drink, shall we continue?" Wu Chen decisively nodded. "I have this intention. I have been a bit visually fatigued in the past 2 days in the end times. I need to experience more of the colorful world. Then let's head to the Imperial Dynasty nightclub." The restaurant was just a street away from the nightclub. Wang Meng rushed across the street first, followed closely by Wu Chen. Walking into the lobby of the Imperial Dynasty nightclub, they were warmly welcomed by the mama and led into a private room. At the same time, next door, sitting on the large leather sofa were a row of middle-aged men with big bellies. They were all holding delicate princesses, drinking with flushed faces, and their large hands were wandering around restlessly. One of the short and fat guys, holding a glass of wine, looked at Qin Xiaoyun, who was dressed as an office lady next to him, and said with a smirk, "Xiao Qin, you drink this glass first, then we'll talk about the rest." Okay, Manager Zhang. Xin Xiaoyun stood up, raised her head and drank the wine in one gulp. After showing the bottom of the glass, she gently leaned against the edge of the sofa with a very humble posture. The man in front of her was named Zhang Defa, the big client who had been hit in a vital spot before, the boss of the Jiulong construction company in the city. He made a fortune in construction a few years ago, and then plunged into the hot real estate market, changing from a contractor to a developer. Now he was worth millions. So straightforward? Come, let's have another drink. Zhang Defa smirked. I know your capacity, a few more drinks won't hurt. Okay, I'll drink. Xin Xiaoyun stood up again, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and couldn't help but cough, her fair neck instantly turning red. It was hard, she had to lower her head to ask for help with insurance, busy to the point where she didn't even have time to eat dinner, and she rushed to attend this drinking session. After being treated coldly by Wu Chen, Xin Xiaoyun secretly decided to be independent and self-reliant, not relying on anyone. She worked day and night to sell insurance, until today when she received a call from Zhang Defa, asking her to come and accompany him for drinks, saying that if she made him happy, he would not only buy her insurance on the spot but also bring friends along. This was a rare big deal, and Xin Xiaoyun had no hesitation. She dressed up carefully and eagerly went to the appointment. But who knew? Xiaoqin, why can't you handle just this much? Are you disgusted by looking at me? Zhang Defa's expression changed. No, no. How could that be, Manager Zhang? Xin Xiaoyun hurriedly explained, I'm on an empty stomach, I just need to eat something. Oh, I see. Waiter. Zhang Defa called the waiter and ordered, this beauty is hungry, have the restaurant next door send over a basin of sour and spicy fish. No need, Manager Zhang, I'll just eat some fruit. Xin Xiaoyun was almost scared to death when she heard about the restaurant next door. The Sichuan restaurant was famous for its spicy dishes, and she was already on an empty stomach, she couldn't handle it at all. However, Zhang Defa completely ignored Xin Xiaoyun's words. After giving the order, he made her drink 3 more glasses in a row. Soon, the sour and spicy fish was served. Seeing the densely packed dried chili peppers inside, Xin Xiaoyun hesitated and didn't move her chopsticks. Zhang Defa, seeing this, frowned and said, Xiaoqin, I kindly invited you to dinner, and you won't even give me this little face. Do you still want to close the deal? I do. As soon as she heard about closing the deal, Xin Xiaoyun became enthusiastic. I'll eat. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Zhang. Saying that, she buried her head and started eating, but before she could take a few bites, she was choked by the chili peppers. She hurriedly tried to get a glass of water, but Zhang Defa handed her a glass of wine. When eating spicy food, you have to drink wine. Finish it for me. Xin Xiaoyun had no choice but to comply, eating a bite of food and drinking a sip of wine until her stomach started to ache, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She endured the pain and asked, Manager Zhang, about this deal. What deal? Zhang Defa pretended to be puzzled. You don't think it's that simple to make me spend hundreds of thousands on insurance, do you? Manager Zhang, how could you? Xin Xiaoyun said indignantly. Humph, how could I? Zhang Defa stood up, pointed to his vital area. Do you know about the consequences? You did a good thing. Damn it, now I have to take medicine to maintain myself. Xin Xiaoyun immediately responded, impossible, the hospital clearly said you're fine. Where did the sequelae come from? Physically fine doesn't mean there are no psychological issues. Zhang De's face turned dark. Now whenever someone touches me, I have a conditioned reflex. They all say to treat the root cause when seeking medical treatment. This is caused by you, you have to solve it. As he spoke, he leaned on the sofa, with one leg on the coffee table, smirked. Why don't you come and treat the root of the disease? Hee, while you're at it, help my friends with preventive treatment, then I will consider buying your insurance. Hee. The other middle-aged men also laughed obscenely together. Faced with such humiliation, Xin Xiaoyun's temper flared up, but she couldn't vent it out at all, because she couldn't afford to offend them. Xin Xiaoyun is currently selling the highest commission financial insurance, and the people in front of her are all wealthy and influential figures. Once she offends them, it means losing a large number of potential clients. Why don't you want to? Zhang De took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled smoke. To achieve results, you have to bow your head, you have to kneel and lick. 1 million. As long as you come over to treat me, this money will immediately be your achievement. 1 million. Upon hearing this number, Xin Xiaoyun quickly calculated that she could receive up to 370,000 in commission. Not only would her mortgage be settled, she could also buy a small car for commuting to work. However, Xin Xiaoyun has always had her own principles and bottom line. Money is important, but once a person has no limits, they will only become a slave to money. I'm sorry. Resisting the huge temptation, Xin Xiaoyun began to refuse word by word. I absolutely will not. Bang! Before she could finish her words, the door of the private room was violently kicked open. Wu Chen, holding a bottle of wine, with a solemn expression, went straight to Zhang De. His left eye gleamed strangely, and the contempt was instantly activated. What do you want to do? Faced with Wu Chen's aggressive approach, Zhang De instinctively wanted to fight back, but as soon as he raised his fist, I said I have a mental illness, but I can't do it. I'm useless, ha ha ha. After a hysterical outburst, Zhang De turned to his friends, a bunch of idiots, pig brains. With your little ability, you think you can sit on par with me? Damn, if I didn't want to trick you into investing, I wouldn't even look at you. Stupid pigs. Ha, all pigs. Wait, what did I just do? You called them pigs. Wu Chen helped him remember. You also said you're useless, even if you didn't say it, we all know. It's you, kid, playing tricks. Zhang De knew exactly what he had just said, but those were the words hidden deep in his heart. Saying them without reservation, he directly offended all his friends. To change the subject, he quickly grabbed Wu Chen. Who the hell are you? Coming in to cause trouble, I'm not someone to mess with. With that, Zhang De swung a punch at Wu Chen's face. Who dares to hit my brother? At a critical moment, the drunk Wang Meng rushed in. Without a word, he pulled Wu Chen away, using his sturdy chest to block Zhang De's punch, smirked. You were the one who started the fight, so I can defend, right? Ha! Before Zhang De could react, Wang Meng erupted with terrifying strength. With a heavy kick, he hit Zhang De's stomach, followed by a rain of punches. You dare to hit me? Zhang De, with a terrified expression, said. What, are you my father? Can't hit you? Wang Meng sneered, continuing to beat him mercilessly. Before long, Zhang De was turned into a pig's head, lying on the ground yelling, You're finished. I'll make sure you go to jail. Damn, is the court run by your family? Do you think you can just go to jail like that? Wang Meng stomped on Zhang Defa's head again. Everything must be based on evidence. Did I hit you? No, clearly you were the one who got drunk and hit yourself. Nonsense. Zhang Defa trembled as he pointed to the onlookers. They all saw it clearly. The evidence is solid. Quick, help me call the police. Mr. Zhang, I didn't see anything at all, a middle-aged man shrugged. Exactly, nothing happened. Why call the police? Another middle-aged man echoed. Yeah, we're all clueless fools. If you want to call the police, Mr. Zhang, do it yourself. The middle-aged men collectively left, leaving the bewildered princesses behind, who were then called over by Wu Chen. 10,000 for each person to keep quiet, to make sure they all testified that it was Zhang Defa who started the fight and Wang Meng was forced to retaliate. Since there were no cameras in the private room, the testimonies of the onlookers became the only evidence. The police arrived quickly. After some questioning, both parties were fined and given a warning. Zhang Defa reluctantly paid the fine with tears, losing interest in continuing the entertainment. In the private room, silence reigned. Qin Xiaoyun sat dazed on the sofa, her head spinning. In her mind, she replayed Wu Chen's actions from earlier. His left eye could emit light. This scene was missed by others, but Qin Xiaoyun saw it clearly. Yet, she felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with a sense of security. He stood up for me, he cares about me. After murmuring these words several times, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed into the adjacent private room, pulled the girl out of Wu Chen's arms, dragged him into the restroom, and slammed him against the wall. The next morning, in the master bedroom of the villa, Qin Xiaoyun lazily opened her eyes, glanced at the time on her phone, and jumped up in a panic. Oh no, I have a client appointment, only half an hour left. Ha! Wu Chen, who was beside her, was awakened by her, looking puzzled. Didn't you say last night that you wouldn't sell insurance anymore? This woman, never reliable with her words. I don't want to be kept for nothing by you. Qin Xiaoyun, unlike her usual fierce self, pouted her red lips in a charming manner. Due to the high quality of her sleep the previous night, her complexion had become extremely good. With a rosy complexion, silky black hair cascading down her fair skin, and a hint of sexy black lace peeking out from her slender waist, Wu Chen was instantly wide awake. He quickly explained, Don't worry, I won't keep you for nothing. I have plenty of work for you to do. What kind of work? Qin Xiaoyun curiously asked. Wu Chen pointed upstairs. There are billions in cash up there that need to be laundered. Can you handle it? So much money? Qin Xiaoyun was shocked. What exactly are you doing? Even robbing a bank wouldn't get you this much money. Hee, it's indeed robbing a bank. At this point, Wu Chen no longer concealed anything and told Qin Xiaoyun how he acquired his wealth. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyun was shocked and remained in a daze for more than 10 minutes before coming to her senses. Unlike Wang Meng, who often read online novels, she was not very accepting of such things. But with real money right in front of her, she couldn't help but believe it. I've already chosen the direction for you. Xuanyun Regeneration Resource Recycling Company, you will be the owner of this company in the future, Wu Chen proudly said. As for me, I'll just enjoy being the chairman. Xuanyun? This name seems familiar. Qin Xiaoyun pondered, it's a combination of our names. Well, you've been planning to target me early on, how despicable. He. Wu Chen naturally wouldn't say that the reason he chose this name was because of another Qin Xiaoyun in the apocalypse. While Qin Xiaoyun verbally expressed her disdain, she was actually quite pleased inside. As their relationship continued to grow closer, her attitude towards Wu Chen underwent a significant change, from initial contempt to admiration. Ultimately, women are all admiring of strength. In modern cities, men's power is often established by money. Wu Chen not only has money, he is also young and handsome, and has a mysterious ability in his left eye, which Qin Xiaoyun has personally experienced. Not to mention, Wu Chen seems to have an exceptional understanding of Qin Xiaoyun's body, as if they were a married couple from a past life. Even the scar on her lower back is clearly visible, not to mention other aspects. In short, there is no need for any adjustment, directly on the fast track. Clap, 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 clap. Several days later, the Xuanyun Regeneration Resources Recycling Company officially opened. Drums and gongs resounded, firecrackers sounded in unison. Qin Xiaoyun stood in the center in a high-end suit dress, with Wu Chen and Wang Meng on either side, cutting the ribbon amidst the applause of the guests. TSK, such a beautiful woman is also in our line of work. Clearly an amateur, she's going to lose big time. Making it so grand, I estimate it will go bankrupt in no more than 3 months. Among the guests were many peers who heard that a beautiful female boss had started collecting scrap, so they all came to watch the joke. Unfortunately, starting today, the Xuanyun Regeneration Resources Recycling Company will shake the waste industry in Beijing City. Laughing now? Cry every day from now on. Laundering money is something Wu Chen has studied for a long time. The conclusion is that it must be operated in cash-intensive industries, such as scrap collection stations, farmers' markets, small supermarkets, small restaurants, and so on. Among them, scrap collection stations are the most suitable, high-priced cash purchases of various scrap, simple processing and resale to upstream, that's it. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyun deeply implemented Wu Chen's ideas, taking over the Xuanyun Regeneration Resources Recycling Company and starting off in a big way. Recruiting a large number of workers, purchasing a large amount of equipment and trucks, buying all kinds of scrap at a price 5% higher than the market price. After this setup, they directly made their peers go crazy, forcing them to raise their scrap purchase prices. The price war didn't last long before their peers collapsed, one by one closing down, waiting to see when Xuanyun would go bankrupt. Xuanyun Company, General Manager's Office. Because the rent is cheap in the suburbs, the venue here is very large, and the office is naturally spacious. With an area of 150 square meters, various high-end furniture is placed inside. Qin Xiaoyun, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a snow-white suit dress, sat on a single leather sofa, her slender black silk legs side by side, her pretty face coldly making a phone call. Beside her, Wu Chen was smiling mischievously, constantly teasing her. Then let's go with this price for this batch of goods, okay, bye. Hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyun let out a soft gasp. I hate it, Xuangu, can't you see I'm talking business? Almost heard by the other party. I just love your serious business look, can't help but want to defile you. Wu Chen smirked. Just think about it, the dignified and solemn female CEO, actually in the office privately. Pervert. Aren't you tired after so many times? Although she said that, Qin Xiaoyun quickly closed the electric curtains to prevent people outside from seeing. Then she smiled back, unbuttoned a few shirt buttons, and at the same time, with a seductive posture, she leaned on the large office desk. Xuangu, now I'm reporting to you about work. Please go ahead. The company's daily turnover is already tens of thousands. How's the efficiency? Very good, worthy of a reward. Also, the precious metal refining machine I ordered has arrived, so we can process gold ourselves in the future. Very good, worthy of a big reward. But, we can't expand too quickly all at once. After all, we are collecting scrap. Where can we get so much gold? When it comes to this, Qin Xiaoyun climbed onto the table directly. To solve such a large amount of gold, we have to expand our business to the entire province and even the whole country. After listening to a 2-hour work report, Wu Chen, the chairman of Xuanyun Company, left the office satisfied and went straight to the second floor. Here, there is a highly private large room for storing materials. Wu Chen is now running between two places, with money in the villa's money-making room and materials stored here to avoid the trouble of moving back and forth, as the villa cannot accommodate them. Back to the end of the world. On the top floor of the pagoda, Zhang Qingluo has been hanging for a full 10 days. During these 10 days, she only had one meal a day, could only go to the toilet once, and occasionally had to endure torture. All of this is to make her completely desperate. With a clang sound, Wu Chen untied the large iron chain that bound Jiang Qingluo. Then he removed the blindfold, tore off the tape, and Jiang Qingluo immediately kowtowed without saying a word. "Brother Xuan, please spare me, don't do this to me anymore." "Well, this time I just want to give you a chance," Wu Chen said coldly. "Your people should be nearby for backup, right?" "Yes, there are a total of 5 people, all lurking nearby," Jiang Qingluo blurted out. "As long as I succeed, they will rush over to help occupy this place." "Very well, then next you just pretend to succeed." Wu Chen picked up a MG4 belt-fed machine gun and instructed, "However, you have to personally kill them, but not all of them, you have to let one person go." "Are you asking me to become a shameful traitor?" Jiang Qingluo couldn't help but feel afraid. "But if that's the case, the people from Blue Sky Airlines will spare no effort to kill me." "Ha ha ha, do you think they can break through here?" Wu Chen uncovered a nearby canvas, revealing neatly arranged ammunition boxes, the quantity of which is enough to fight a small-scale battle. "Oh my god!" Jiang Qingluo covered her mouth. She had been speculating all along what these canvases covering the top floor of the pagoda were hiding. It turned out to be weapons. The quantity is so large, it's simply unbelievable. After the shock, she quickly started kowtowing again, while complimenting, "Brother Xuan, you are so powerful, not to mention Blue Sky Airlines, even if the top 10 forces join forces, they are no match for you." "Enough!" Wu Chen stepped on Jiang Qingluo's back, dissatisfied. "No flattery is allowed here. Say what you have to say, don't give me this act." Yes, Brother Shuang is right." Jiang Qingluo quickly changed her tone. "Can I lure my accomplices over now?" "Well, it depends on your performance," Wu Chen nodded. Unlike Qin Xiaoyun, Jiang Qingluo is a ruthless gold digger. After a series of twists and turns, she has long regarded herself as Wu Chen's dog, without a hint of disobedience. She hurried downstairs, pushed open the door, covered her lips and made a few strange calls. Soon, several haggard-looking people emerged from the surrounding ruins, excitedly rushing into the pagoda. "Wow, there's air conditioning inside, and it smells like meat. Damn, I'm starving. Hey, Miss Jiang, why is your face all bruised? Go to hell." Faced with the concern of her accomplices, Jiang Qingluo did not hesitate at all. She suddenly raised her slender and fair right leg, and her knee burst out with a terrifying light. Bang! Bang 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 bang! After continuous impacts, the 4 accomplices fell down with their bodies bent, spitting blood and cursing, "Traitor!" The remaining one, seeing that he was unharmed, quickly turned and ran, only to start cursing from a distance, "Traitor! I spit on you! I'll bring people back to kill you." Hearing these words, Jiang Qingluo lowered her head in shame. After the apocalypse, Blue Sky Airlines, under the leadership of the captain, was very united, like a family. Betraying them like this, it's a bit. At this moment, Wu Chen's voice came from behind. Well done, deserves a reward." Jiang Qingluo widened her eyes and saw that it was roast chicken. A whole fragrant roast chicken. This made her so excited that tears streamed down her face, and she knelt down, crying out, "Thank you, Xuangu. Thank you for your reward. Hee, after eating, go take a bath upstairs." Wu Chen couldn't help but smirk. "You know what to eat to replenish, right? I'll see your performance in other aspects later." If Qin Xiaoyun is the kind of woman who can be both salty and sweet, then Jiang Qingluo can be summed up in one word, charming. As a flight attendant, her appearance and figure are impeccable, but the key point lies in her temperament. She can be very elegant when serious, and downright charming when not. Wu Chen has a deep understanding of this. It wasn't until dark that he reluctantly left the 3rd floor of the pagoda. Climbing to the top, he saw Qin Xiaoyun blushing with a gun in her hand. No need to ask, she must have heard something. Sure enough, after hesitating for a few seconds, Qin Xiaoyun said with a hint of complaint, "Xuangu, you really should be more cautious, not trusting that vixen. She has already pledged allegiance." Wu Chen placed his hand on Qin Xiaoyun's fragrant shoulder. "Are you jealous?" Women are always jealous, but it's different in the apocalypse, where there are no traditional moral constraints, only the strong rule as they please. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly explained, "How could it be, Xuangu? You can do whatever you want, I'm just worried about your safety. I came up here to discuss safety with you." Wu Chen said seriously, "It may not be peaceful recently, so we'll take turns standing guard and be on high alert." Qin Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly. In the following days, everything seemed calm on the surface. The 3 people in the pagoda had clear divisions of labor. Jiang Qingluo was responsible for exchanging food for money and materials during the day, while Wu Chen and Qin Xiaoyun took turns monitoring everything on the top of the tower. At night, Jiang Qingluo, who had been busy all day, couldn't rest and had to join the security work, patrolling outside. It was pitch black all around, and enemies could appear at any time. But Jiang Qingluo was not afraid at all because she had powerful teammates behind her. Due to the luxurious conditions inside the pagoda, Jiang Qingluo was now more afraid than anyone else of losing everything. She patrolled very carefully, not missing any corners. Xuangu, the weather has been getting hotter recently on the top of the tower. There was no glass installed around for better observation of the outside. Xin Xiaoyun, wearing a cool camisole, had a flushed face, sweating all over from the heat. It's strange, it should be autumn already, why is it still so hot? Wu Chen wore a thermal imaging night vision device on his head, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, staring intently at the darkness outside. In fact, according to the defense capabilities of the pagoda, he didn't need to be so cautious at all. Even in a crisis, he could instantly return to the city. But when it comes to money, no one thinks they have too much. Eliminating those major forces, extending the money-making tentacles throughout the city, has become Wu Chen's biggest obsession now. Xuangu, it's been a few days since you touched me. Xin Xiaoyun suddenly pouted, deliberately letting her camisole slip off, revealing her fragrant shoulder, and holding Wu Chen's hand to shake it. This posture was imitating Jiang Qingluo. It's no wonder that recently Wu Chen's tastes have been changing frequently, and the inside of the pagoda is not soundproof. As a smart woman, Xin Xiaoyun not only doesn't get angry when jealous, but also reflects on where she went wrong. Ahem, not now. Wu Chen looked at the Richard Mille rose gold watch on his wrist. 3 a.m., the time when people are most prone to drowsiness and slackness. He must be vigilant at all times. Oops, I won't affect you, Qin Xiaoyun said as she knelt down, but the next second, she grabbed nothing. They're here. Wu Chen excitedly looked at the thermal imaging night vision device, which displayed densely packed red and yellow figures. Wow, there were at least 1,000 people, all crawling forward in the ruins on the side. Wu Chen quickly raised the walkie-talkie. Zhang knew, there are people all around you, don't panic, slowly move towards the tower. Okay. Jiang Qingluo nodded lightly and turned around calmly. According to the rehearsed tactics, once she found enemies attacking, not only could she not return to the tower, but she also had to find a way to lure the enemy out. As for what method? After a little thought, Jiang Qingluo walked to the bottom of the tower, squatted down, and started whistling. As a traitor, the people of Blue Sky Airlines wanted to tear her apart. Jiang Qingluo was now focused on whistling. It was the perfect time to strike. In no time, several people emerged from the darkness and attacked her from behind. SSS. Just as they were about to be caught, Jiang Qingluo suddenly turned around, and the powder sprayer in her hand started spraying. Ah! What the hell is this? Several people fell to the ground instantly, starting to wail, which made their comrades anxious, and they immediately sent reinforcements. As expected, Jiang Qingluo took them all down. At the same time, she arrogantly said, "How many more want to die? Come over here. Damn traitor, I'll kill you." In the darkness, a dignified middle-aged man with a large group of people, holding various weapons, appeared aggressively. "Captain?" Jiang Qingluo was surprised. "Why did you come in person? Wait, why did everyone else follow?" The middle-aged man was the leader of Blue Sky Airlines. This time, he mobilized everyone not only to eliminate the rebels but also because the supplies had run out and they had to move out of the airport. "Jiang Qingluo, you betrayed and killed your own people despite my trust in you." The captain roared angrily, "Once I take down this tower, I will torture you to death." "Oh, I'm so scared." Jiang Qingluo sneered, "So what if I betrayed? Come on, kill me. Damn it." Faced with such mockery, although the captain felt something was wrong, he didn't pay too much attention to it. With a raised long knife, hundreds of his men launched an assault. At a critical moment, Jiang Qingluo, who had completed her mission, hurriedly entered the tower. On the top of the tower, Wu Chen held a Barrett sniper rifle, sneered, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet pierced through the air and directly hit the captain's left arm. He fell to the ground in pain, and his men were scared by this sudden attack and began to retreat. "There's a gun!" But it was too late. Wu Chen and Qin Xiaoyun, from a high vantage point, each held a Gatling gun and fired wildly below. Rat-a-tat-tat! Due to the close range, the sharp bullets mercilessly tore through the bodies of the enemies. For a moment, flesh flew, blood splattered, and the scene was unbearable. Retreat! The captain, who was shot, watched as his men fell one by one, filled with anger and unwillingness. There was such powerful firepower on this tower, no wonder Jiang Qingluo was so arrogant just now. Quick, retreat! The flesh and blood bodies couldn't withstand the bullets. The captain endured the pain and got up, loudly commanding his men to retreat. Dodging bullets whizzing past their heads, they managed to lead hundreds of remaining soldiers into the ruins. Before they could catch their breath, pairs of fierce and terrifying eyes appeared in the darkness. A sinister voice sounded, "Brothers, this is top-quality meat, why not take it now?" Poochie! Sharpened steel bars mercilessly pierced the captain's chest. He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and uttered his last words, 9 dragons. Damn it, so many nonsense even when you're dead. In the darkness, the fat face of Zhang Defa, the boss of the Nine Dragons Construction Company, appeared. But unlike in the city, the nostrils of his nose were actually shimmering with a strange light. With a sizzle, an extremely tiny nose hair lightning fast drilled into the captain's forehead. Ha ha ha! The captain, who was about to burp, unexpectedly burst into a crazy and inhumane laughter. Zhang Defa, mutation level, 5 mutation site, nose hair mutation ability, unbearable itching is the 5th ranked force, the boss of the Nine Dragons Construction Company. Zhang Defa never fought head-on, always stabbing in the back. When his underling scout reported that the Blue Sky Airlines people had appeared near the pagoda, he didn't hesitate and brought his men to stake out. If Blue Sky Airlines won, Zhang Defa would take advantage of the situation and seize the pagoda. If Blue Sky Airlines lost, Zhang Defa would cut off their retreat, at least getting a bunch of fresh meat. It wasn't easy to lead a large group of laborers. Don't be fooled by these seemingly honest people, they were actually quite cunning. Boss Zhang, why are there only men in this airline? Where are the flight attendants? Asked one of his men with a bloody face. Zhang Defa replied, they must have been killed. I heard that the airport has run out of supplies, so. Damn, what a waste. I haven't had a chance with a flight attendant yet. The man cursed immediately. By the way, the woman under the tower just now was not bad, with a slim waist and wearing silk stockings. He. Thinking about women, huh? Then you guys better cherish them. Zhang Defa began to reprimand his men. Every time you bring in a few women, they end up being exhausted by you in a few days. Boss Zhang, there's no way around it. There are too many of us brothers, not enough to go around. Let me think about this problem. Anyway, you guys endure it and don't mess around. The so-called Dunbar's number means that no matter how powerful a leader is, relying on ordinary means can only maintain a group of about 100 to 200 people without collapsing. If you want to organize on a larger scale, you must rely on the power of the spirit. In the apocalypse, this power could be the belief in survival. But Zhang Defa's group was different. With thousands of laborers under his command, it was difficult to maintain them with just belief. Therefore, in order to control them, Zhang Defa had to come up with a new spiritual pursuit: women. These men were often hungry on the construction site, barely filling their stomachs with cheap fast food. In the apocalypse, without constraints, they began to indulge in all kinds of feasting, their appetites increasing rapidly. Under Zhang Defa's personal guidance, the laborers began to learn all kinds of tricks, and from then on, they couldn't stop. Women, damn it, where can we find beautiful women? Zhang Defa couldn't help but feel a headache. At this stage of the apocalypse, there were few attractive women left. Fortunately, this time the backstabbing was successful, and they harvested a bunch of fresh meat and dry rations without a fight. Retreat! Just as Zhang Defa ordered the retreat, something strange happened. On top of the pagoda, 2 stunning beauties suddenly appeared. The bright moonlight outlined their figures exceptionally enchanting. Accompanied by music, the beauties, dressed in light gauze, danced gracefully under the moonlight like fairies. Damn, goddesses! His men were stunned by this sudden beauty, their originally fierce faces gradually relaxed, turning into a look of infatuation, drooling profusely. Zhang Defa was also mesmerized, his mouth slightly open, his gaze locked tightly on the ethereal and beautiful scene. In the past, he had enjoyed many such beauties. But now, in the apocalypse, even beautiful women were unkempt and barely attractive, except for a few parts. Rarely can you see such a refreshing and charming beauty. The feeling is different. Is this a real person or a fake one? One of the henchmen stuttered, his voice full of shock. Oh my god, she's even more beautiful than a fairy. I have to snatch her. Look at those movements, that posture, it's incredible. Another henchman exclaimed excitedly, we must snatch her. The brothers have never played with a fairy before. Yes, let's snatch her. Who cares if she has a gun? Once the bullets are gone, she's just a stick. Zhang Defa had many henchmen, who were used to being arrogant and domineering, and they had to snatch anything good they saw. They immediately discussed and decided to adopt a siege tactic, first deplete the bullets in the pagoda, and then rush in to capture the beauty. Although Zhang Defa was somewhat worried about this, he did not dare to stop his henchmen, fearing that they would turn against each other when they were angry. So the tactics were deployed, the crowd dispersed, tightly surrounding the pagoda, and then began to shout loudly, "Beauty, come down and have fun together. Stop dancing, come to me, I promise you'll fly directly. Come down quickly and kick your useless men." Who are you calling useless? Provoked by the language, Wu Chen appeared with a Gatling gun. Looking furious, he aimed at the speaking area and pulled the trigger. Day. Bullets were fired randomly. After taking down a few unlucky guys, with a click, the magazine was empty. Helpless, Wu Chen took out a crossbow and started shooting at the ground. He's out of bullets. Brothers, we can charge. Wait! Zhang Defa, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly stopped them. It might be a trick. Don't all rush in, let a few people check the situation. I'll go too. The construction site was full of brave men, and soon several workers grabbed their knives and ran towards the tower in a serpentine manner. Using a crowbar, they forcefully opened the large iron gate in a few tries. Seeing their comrades already deep inside the tower, just a stone's throw away from the ferry, the other workers couldn't hold back. Without waiting for Zhang Defa's orders, they all ran towards the tower. Damn, there's a lot of supplies inside. And it's powered. Damn, there's air conditioning and a refrigerator. In an instant, thousands of workers surrounded the pagoda. The first ones to enter grabbed the steel cables and scrambled to climb up, almost starting a fight. Even Zhang Defa was no longer calm. He ran with the remaining men, and when he reached the tower, he roared, "Get out of the way, all of you! Boss Zhang, you were the one who stopped us from charging earlier. What's the meaning of coming to grab the first spot now?" A dissatisfied henchman said. "Who the hell do you think you are to point fingers at me? As a leader, authority must be established through violence." Zhang Defa's nostrils flared, and a gleaming nose hair shot out, piercing the henchman's eye. Ouch, it's itchy. As Zhang Defa's signature skill, the ability to cause unbearable itching was truly abnormal. Wherever it penetrated the body, it caused maddening itchiness, worse than death. In order to relieve the itch, the poor henchman directly gouged out his own eyeball and fainted due to excessive bleeding. Seeing this, the others dared not defy their leader. They all obediently slid down from the steel cables. "Don't worry, once I'm tired of playing with the ferry, I'll reward you all." Zhang Defa threw down these words, smugly grabbed the steel cable, ready to climb up, but suddenly felt something was off. Wait, at this point, why aren't the people on the tower resisting? Something's wrong. As Zhang Defa was standing at the innermost part of the crowd inside the tower, if he alerted his comrades, he would be blocked from retreating. So he slightly clutched his stomach and said, "Damn, I need to go to the toilet at a critical moment, can't hold it, move aside." As soon as the leader said to retreat, the subordinates quickly made way for a passage. Each of them was secretly pleased, but then there was a sizzle sound. The electric grid buried on the first floor of the pagoda started up, crazily outputting 220 volts of electricity. Sizzle! Inside the pagoda, all the laborers collectively fell to the ground, shaking wildly from the electric shock. The people outside the circle were still unaware of the situation. After they saw what was happening, they pushed even harder to get inside. However, as soon as they touched the large iron door, they were stuck by the electric current. One after another, hundreds of people were strung together, being electrocuted inside out. Run! After breaking free from the crowd, Zhang Defa turned back to remind his subordinates, but it was already too late. Wu Qin descended from the sky with a hang glider on his back, and as soon as he landed, he raised the large thick pipe in his hand. The flamethrower, meticulously crafted by Wang Mang, contained high-pressure inert propellant gas and an electronic trigger switch. With a gentle press, the mixture of gasoline and thickening agent could be sprayed out at high speed, creating an unstoppable fierce flame when mixed with air. Boom! Without a word, Wu Qin sprayed the flamethrower towards the laborers below the tower. Anyone touched by the fierce orange flames screamed in agony. Rolling on the ground was futile. A grown person could only endure for a few seconds before turning into black charcoal. Flames rose around the pagoda as Wu Chen mercilessly sprayed flames in all directions, leaving the laborers of the Zhulong Construction Company with no escape. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyun and Jiang Qingluo also dealt with the enemies inside the tower, armed themselves, and came outside to chase and kill indiscriminately. With a substantial supply of resources, even if the gun barrels overheated, the bullets were never exhausted. The one-sided massacre lasted for a full half hour, and the once prestigious fifth-ranked force, the Zhulong Construction Company, was essentially wiped out. Brother Shuang, I didn't see the leader on my side. Same here. The weather was already hot, and with the roaring flames everywhere, Qin Xiaoyun and Jiang Qingluo were only wearing their underwear, their bodies covered in blood and soot. Did he manage to escape? Wu Chen shook his head speechlessly. This cunning bastard, let's see where he can run to. From what I know about him, he will probably seek revenge when the opportunity arises. Qin Xiaoyun, in the post-apocalyptic world, also knew Zhang Defa, but they had no personal grievances, just a regular client relationship. Revenge? Well, I like people who can't let things go. Wu Chen chuckled. With his current strength, the only thing he feared was enemies hiding. As long as they dared to show themselves, hee. Brother Shuang, how do we deal with so many bodies? Jiang Qingluo asked, pinching his nose. That's simple, just wait for the zombies to come and eat them. But won't that confirm that we did it? Destroying two forces in one day will surely cause a big commotion. What's there to fear? Our strength doesn't allow us to stay low-key, understand? Yes. At the same time, in a gloomy alley, Zhang Defa led dozens of surviving subordinates, killing the zombies surging from all directions while cursing, "Damn, it's just a small pagoda, yet their strength is so terrifying. Boss Zhang, they even have Gatling guns and flamethrowers from the movies, this is unbelievable," a subordinate said angrily. "Of course, it's unbelievable. Do you even need to say that?" Zhang Defa touched his nose, his precious nose hair was burned to a crisp by the flames, igniting his anger. "But this isn't a bad thing. Once we take down the pagoda, all those good weapons will be ours." The subordinate asked in confusion, "Boss Zhang, how do we take it down? We can't win." "Hee, we definitely can't do it alone, we need to find reinforcements." Fearing being hunted down by Wu Chen, Zhang Defa led his team through remote paths. After killing zombies all the way, they finally returned to their base, the Jiulong Construction Company. As the fifth-ranked power, Zhang Defa relies on having many people and being ruthless. It doesn't matter if half of the people are lost at the pagoda, there are still over 1,000 people left in the lair. After returning, Zhang Defa selected a group of elites, took a short break, and then led the team towards the outskirts. Stepping on gravel and broken walls, listening to the low growls of zombies, they crossed the abandoned city. After a whole day of trekking, when night fell, they finally reached their destination. The sixth-ranked power, the high-tech industrial zone, was indeed the reinforcements that Zhang Defa had mentioned. There were tens of thousands of factory dogs here, making it the largest force in terms of numbers. Coupled with the industrial zone's mechanical equipment and raw materials, their equipment was also the most powerful. Zhang Defa and his team were stopped at the outskirts of the industrial zone. After the guards verified their identities, they were allowed to enter. Most of the towering factories had already collapsed, with corrugated iron roofs eroded by the elements, presenting a rusty appearance. Despite being dilapidated, tight defense measures were visible everywhere, with guards patrolling and keeping the zombies under control on the outskirts. "You must be General Zhang, please come this way." A guy wearing glasses greeted them politely and introduced himself. "I'm Li Chunlong, the deputy leader here." "I've heard of your great name." Zhang Defa immediately showed respect. Although his Nine Dragons construction was ranked one place higher, in terms of strength, they were actually not as strong as the high-tech industrial zone. It was just that the people from Nine Dragons construction were fierce and had killed numerous people, while the people from the high-tech industrial zone were relatively low-key in defending their base, leading to the discrepancy in rankings. Following Li Chunlong, Zhang Defa walked into the largest factory building. Inside, it was bustling with a large group of shirtless men gathered around, watching a simple boxing match on a makeshift ring. And the prize was just a cigarette. On the other side of the ring, there was a large reclining chair, and a burly man was sleeping with his eyes closed, while a few of his men were fanning him attentively. "General Zhang, this is our leader, Brother Meng." Li Chunlong whispered, "You must not disturb Brother Meng when he's sleeping. Please wait a moment, General Zhang." "Okay." Because he was seeking help, Zhang Defa had to wait honestly, standing aside and watching the boxing match. But as he watched, hours passed by. Brother Meng was sleeping like a log, snoring louder and louder. Zhang Defa was already tired from the journey and hadn't eaten or drunk anything, so he couldn't hold on any longer. He had to go out and find Li Chunlong. "Brother Long, can you get me something to eat?" Li Chunlong shook his head. "Sorry, our food is distributed based on the number of people." "Brother Long, please try to find a solution." Zhang Defa took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Li Chunlong. "I don't have high demands, just need something to fill my stomach, please help." Ahem. Cigarettes were a valuable commodity in the post-apocalyptic world, and Li Chunlong's eyes lit up immediately. He pointed to the cultivated fields around. "You see, these are the only vegetables we have. Eating them every day makes people sick, but we have no choice, we have to eat them." Zhang Defa understood and pretended to be surprised. "Wow, Brother Long, you grow vegetables so well here. Can you teach me? Follow me." Li Chunlong walked to the edge of the field, secretly pulled out a radish, and quickly handed it to Zhang Defa. Zhang Defa wiped the radish and immediately started eating it, exclaiming, It's very juicy, just a bit pungent." "General Zhang, you must have come here with a request for Brother Meng." Li Chunlong whispered, "Let me tell you, what we lack the most now is meat. As long as you can get meat, Brother Meng can agree to any request." "Understood." Zhang Defa smirked, "I have plenty of meat in the main city area, if nothing else." Then the two of them chatted sneakily for a long time, occasionally bursting into laughter. At that moment, the leader Wang Meng suddenly appeared behind them. "What are you talking about?" "Meng Gu." Zhang Defa and Li Chunlong turned around together and respectfully called out. Sorry, I played cards all night last night, and I overslept just now, the post-apocalyptic Wang Meng chuckled. Different from his urban self, Wang Meng, as a pure rough man, found his own vast world in the apocalypse. Because of his large build and strong combat abilities, being one of the few college students in the factory, and often reading online novels, Wang Meng quickly stabilized the situation at the beginning of the apocalypse and became the undisputed leader. Mengge, it's not a big deal. I came here specifically to ask for your help, and it's only right to wait as long as necessary, Zhang Defa humbly replied. Wang Meng nodded. Just tell me, what exactly is the matter that the dignified General Zhang of Jiulong Construction came here in person for? Well, recently a new force emerged and wiped out the people of Blue Sky Airlines. Zhang Defa exclaimed excitedly. More than half of my people were killed or injured, and I had no choice but to come and ask Mengge for help. Oh, that's impressive. How many people does this new force have? Wang Meng asked in astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, it should be just 3 people. Damn, 3 people managed to wipe out Blue Sky Airlines? They have guns. Their weapons and equipment are more exaggerated than in movies. Zhang Defa danced around, boasting about Wu Chen's pagoda. Mengge, do you know how much supplies are in that tower? It's full. I saw it with my own eyes. Really? Wang Meng was surprised. I swear it's true. Zhang Defa slapped his chest wildly. Besides, if the situation is not as I described, you can deal with me at any time. Well, what's in it for me if I help you? Meat. I can give you 1,000 pounds of fresh meat, and 60% of the supplies in the pagoda. Damn, only 60%? Wang Meng immediately changed his expression. So, you mean I risk my life going to such a distant place, and all you do is talk to get nearly half of it? Zhang Defa asked. Then how much do you want? 90%, I won't do it for less. After saying this, Wang Meng glanced at Li Qianlong and received a positive response from him. Li Qianlong was his former boss, now turned advisor, the second most important person in the group, and all major decisions were made by the 2 of them. Okay, 90% then. Zhang Defa gritted his teeth in response. With the deal settled, it was time to discuss tactics. After Wang Meng learned about the actual situation of the pagoda in detail, he decided to adopt Zhang Defa's old method, surround the pagoda and deplete their ammunition. But the difference was that the ones doing the work here were not humans, but zombies. Jiulong Construction Company and the High-Tech Industrial Zone, the 6th and 5th ranked forces, reached a strategic cooperation. With a total of 2,000 people, fully armed and equipped with supplies, they set off towards the city center in a grand manner. Late at night, near the pagoda, under Wang Meng's command, most of the troops withdrew to a distance, leaving only a 200-man assault team to place hundreds of rotting corpses under the tower. When they attracted more zombies, there would be no shortage of gunfire from above. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots soon rang out from the tower, and the assault team suffered heavy casualties. Humph, keep shooting, the more bullets the better. In a building in the distance, Zhang Defa, holding a telescope, gritted his teeth. Damn, they really have guns. Where did they get them? Wang Meng was quite shocked. I heard that the city's arsenal couldn't be opened at all, and the special police had run out of bullets long ago. Wait, a Gatling? Report. At this moment, Li Qianlong ran over, sweating profusely, reporting to Mengge, the zombie horde has been attracted over. Wang Meng nodded repeatedly. Good, let the zombies attack first, and we'll sit back and watch the show. Mengge is truly wise. Li Qianlong gave a thumbs up and then exchanged a glance with Zhang Defa. King Meng did not notice this scene. He was concentrating on holding the binoculars, watching 2 sexy beauties on the top of the tower using Gatling guns to shoot zombies. Damn, they are so hot. They look so clean and fragrant. Such beautiful women are rare in the post-apocalyptic world. Drooling, the next moment, King Meng was dumbfounded. He saw a naked man appearing on the top of the tower, embracing the beauties from behind and engaging in a dual shooting game. It's Wu Chen. King Meng never expected that his childhood friend and staunch ally, Wu Chen, was the owner of the tower. What to do? After the apocalypse, besides his parents, Wu Chen was the person King Meng missed the most. Seeing his brother unharmed and living a carefree life, King Meng was overjoyed. But attacking the tower was a very serious and major decision. For this, King Meng sought the consent of the key members of the group, and even mobilized everyone to come here through all kinds of hardships. If they were to retreat now, it would be difficult to convince everyone. Moreover, people's hearts change a lot in the post-apocalyptic world. Is Wu Chen still the good brother he used to be? Silence, a long silence, made King Meng almost go crazy. Seeing the zombies continuously approaching the tower and the bullets running out. Damn, I'm done playing. He suddenly stood up and ordered Li Qianlong and Zhang Defa. Zhang Defa was directly dumbfounded. What did you say, Mengge? Li Qianlong was also puzzled. Mengge, What do you want to do? We are about to succeed. I said I'm done playing. King Meng pointed at the tower and said, the situation has changed. Order all the brothers to go out and kill the zombies, clear the field, and wait for my next instructions. Meng Gu. Zhang Defa couldn't take it anymore. Are you crazy? Why change the advantage when everything is going well? No, I can't accept this. Hee, you can't accept it, huh? King Meng sneered, suddenly took out a triangular scraper from his pocket, and stabbed Zhang Defa in the chest. Blood gushed out, and Zhang Defa fell to the ground with an incredulous look in his eyes. If you can't accept it, then go die, F***CKU. King Meng turned to Li Qianlong. Did you hear me? Go down and deal with those workers, then gather to kill the zombies. Yes. Li Qianlong was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Just a second ago, they were strategic partners, and the next second, they were ordered to kill. But there was no choice. In terms of strength, even 10 of him were no match for King Meng, otherwise, he wouldn't just be a deputy leader. When the leader spoke, he had to obey. Li Qianlong hurried downstairs, found the captains hidden everywhere, and gave them a fierce look. Disarm those workers. Those willing to submit can stay, those who don't will be dealt with. Ha! Dragon brother, are you going to? It's Meng Ge's order. All right. The captains passed on the orders, and the poor workers who were just chatting and laughing a second ago were suddenly pressed to the ground. The whole process took just over 10 minutes, and the elite of Jiulong Construction obediently surrendered. With a knife at their backs, they obediently went to kill the zombies they had just attracted. As the slaughter continued and the zombies were about to approach the tower to be shot, leader King Meng jumped up like a child, waving his arms towards the tower and shouted, Brother Shuang, don't shoot, it's me. Da 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 da. However, the response he got was a burst of bullets. Da 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 da. The Gatling gun roared with death, almost making King Meng wet his pants. After several minutes, the gunfire stopped. He turned around and saw that all the workers and zombies around him were dead, leaving only him standing in place. On the top of the tower, Wu Qin shouted loudly, Little Meng, feeling good? Feeling great. It's F***King awesome. The heavy door on the first floor of the tower opened, and King Meng rushed in with one swift step. Holding Wu Qin tightly in his arms, he sobbed and said, You little brat, you're not dead. Damn, if you're not dead, why would I be dead? After just a few seconds of embrace, Wu Qin pushed Wang Meng away, unable to stand the stench. Wang Meng was also uncomfortable and asked, Brother Shuang, why do you smell so good all over? Wait, why do I smell barbecue? Hee, authentic X-cut beefsteak, want to try? Naturally, Wu Qin wouldn't be stingy with the post-apocalyptic Wang Meng, so he directly invited him up the tower. After meeting two beautiful women, the super delicious barbecue began. The steak was fried to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the grilled fruits and vegetables sizzling with oil, along with a large bowl of lamb fat, hand-grabbed rice, charcoal grilled oysters and squid, and chilled craft beer. Wang Meng's eyes widened. Brother Shuang, this can't be heaven sent, right? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to eat or not? Eat. Wang Meng no longer held back and began devouring the food. Long-term lack of protein intake had caused him to lose weight, and his muscles had shrunk considerably. After stuffing himself until his belly bulged, he stopped chewing and jokingly asked, Brother Shuang, how much? Wu Chen replied seriously, 10 billion. Ha! Wang Meng was shocked by the amount. Brother Shuang, are you serious about the money? We're brothers, I won't beat around the bush. Wu Chen said frankly, I need money, the more the better, you should be able to get it, right? Well, Wang Meng's high-tech industrial zone didn't have much cash, but it was different for the Kowloon Construction Company, which had influence over an entire district and naturally had plenty of money. With Zhang Defa already taken care of, the workers were all under Wang Meng's command, making it simple to make money. Understood. After a brief discussion, Wang Meng left the tower and instructed his subordinates to gather materials and money. Of course, it wasn't for free. Every 100 pounds of metal materials or 10,000 yuan could be exchanged for a small pack of compressed biscuits. This was a good thing that could fill their stomachs. His subordinates were overjoyed and scattered to work. As the leader, Wang Meng didn't need to lift a finger and personally presented Wu Chen with a gift, the remains of Zhang Defa and other mutated zombies. Mutation points plus 584, mutation points plus 315, mutation points plus 141. Congratulations on leveling up, current mutation level is 5th tier. Congratulations on unlocking a new mutation ability, Evil Gaze, mutation ability, Evil Gaze, staring directly at the opponent, causing them to fall into deep fear for 5 seconds. After absorbing a large number of mutation points, Wu Chen leveled up again. Because his main goal in the apocalypse was to make money, he wouldn't engage in unnecessary battles, so his leveling speed wasn't particularly fast. But that didn't stop people from coming to him. Several days passed. Wang Meng sat in the tower eating and drinking extravagantly, his complexion much improved. With his subordinates' relentless efforts, materials and cash were continuously delivered, filling the tower and the surrounding area for several kilometers. After a simple calculation by Wu Chen, the total value exceeded 300 million. It could be said that most of the cash in the main city area had been plundered. The rest was in the bank's vault. After finishing the work, the issue of resettling thousands of people arose. Wu Chen's idea was to find a reason to gather them together and eliminate them all. However, this was strongly opposed by Wang Meng. Brother Xuan, we can't do this. Brothers have followed me all the way to today, we can't kill them. Then what do you suggest? Wu Chen said impatiently, let me make it clear, I don't have enough resources to support them. I want to take them back to the industrial zone. Wang Meng clenched his teeth and said reluctantly, I can't leave my brothers behind and enjoy alone in the pagoda, nor can I let you, Xuanga, be in a difficult position. There is only one way, which is to take them back. Fortunately, we have planted vegetables in the industrial area. Now he is the leader of a major force and can no longer just think about himself. Wu Chen expressed understanding and did not try to keep him. A large batch of compressed biscuits was given as support, allowing Wang Meng to leave with his people. Xuanga, are you just letting them go like this? On the top of the tower, Jiang Qingluo poked his head out from behind. I always feel that this may pose a hidden danger. After all, so many people know that we have a lot of resources. Do you need to say this? Wu Chen naturally understood this point, but there was no way. He couldn't even do anything to Wang Meng. After much thought, the only option was to strengthen the defense and give Jiang Qingluo the operational rights to all weapons. In addition, there was an issue with ammunition. To prevent accidents, it was necessary to ensure that the ammunition reserve remained above 80%. It seems that another trip to Siam is needed. A large amount of materials and cash were all moved back to the city. Under Qin Xiaoyun's operation, they continuously turned into clean money, flowing into the company's account as legitimate tax revenue. Wu Chen did not leave immediately but took a few days to rest. Life in the apocalypse is too tense, and people easily become depressed over time. The city is so much better, with all its extravagance and indulgence, without having to worry about any sudden dangers, let alone the feeling of spending money freely. Although he already had Qin Xiaoyun, Wu Chen had become accustomed to the rhythm of the apocalypse. One is not enough. He would get up at noon, inspect the company, and then have a good time with Wang Meng at night, sometimes not returning home. On this day, as soon as Wu Chen stepped into the company, he heard a tense confrontation inside. We're not moving, don't even think about it, we're not moving. Hey, President Qin, I offered a reasonable price, besides, the documents for this have been approved. Alright, 1 billion. If you offer this price, I'll agree to move. In the office, Qin Xiaoyun had a stern face and a very cold attitude. Facing her was the familiar Zhang Defa and his followers. They had come for the land acquisition matter. Nowadays, the real estate market is not doing well, so Zhang Defa changed his business strategy to focus on industrial parks. The land in the suburbs is cheap, and after leveling it and building factories with water and electricity, it doesn't cost much. As long as the investment promotion is done well, stable rental income can be obtained every year, which is great. However, there was a problem. Most of the land approved was originally abandoned, with only a few neglected sites, making demolition easy. Little did they know that one of the sites had been rented out and was being used for business. Upon investigation, they found out that the person in charge was Qin Xiaoyun. Since the last time he was beaten, Zhang Defa still held a grudge and wouldn't let go of his enemy this time. Slamming the table, he said fiercely, President Qin, you don't want to drink, then you'll have to face the consequences. What, are you trying to threaten me? Qin Xiaoyun was not afraid at all. Business is not broken, this place has been rented by me for 3 years. Either you pay $1 billion relocation fee, or wait honestly for 3 years. Damn, you want to die, huh? Zhang Defa signaled, and his followers behind him stood up aggressively. Since the last loss, Zhang Defa never dared to be careless again and always brought a few people with him to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. At critical moments, they could also argue with the other party. The boss gave a signal, and the followers immediately shouted at Qin Xiaoyun, you arrogant woman, who do you think you are? Who are you cursing? The office door was pushed open, and Wu Chen swaggered in. Behind him were dozens of porters, sturdy and muscular, instantly creating a tense atmosphere in the office. What, bullying the few with many people? Zhang Defa pretended to be calm, but his voice was trembling. Didn't you just ask for a fight? Wu Chen sneered, hands on his waist, his eyes sharp as he scanned Zhang Defa and his followers. No problem, I'm happy to accompany you. If I don't beat you to death or cripple you, I'll pay for it." Before the words fell, the dock workers behind Wu Chen all stepped forward, staring aggressively at Zhang Defa and his group. Seeing this, the followers of Zhang Defa took a few steps back, already feeling the urge to retreat. Zhang Defa, seeing his followers so cowardly, felt even more angry, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and continue to hold his ground. "Don't be angry, I was just discussing with Manager Qin earlier. There's no need to escalate things like this, right?" "Discussing?" Wu Chen snorted. "Is this your idea of a discussion?" "Bullshit." His voice grew louder, and the atmosphere in the office became more tense. Zhang Defa knew that if this continued, things might get out of hand, so he had to compromise. "Forget it, let's call it a day, we're leaving." "Stop!" Wu Chen shouted, and the dock workers immediately surrounded Zhang Defa and his group, blocking their way. "Hee, you think you can just leave like that?" Wu Chen said coldly. "You must apologize to Manager Qin, bow at a 90-degree angle. Otherwise, don't think about leaving this office." Zhang Defa's face turned pale. He knew that if he didn't back down now, it might lead to a bigger conflict. So, he gritted his teeth, turned to Qin Xiaoyun, and said, "Manager Qin, I was wrong. Today's incident was our fault. I apologize to you." Qin Xiaoyun looked at Zhang Defa coldly. After a few seconds, she said with a slight smile, "I've already said it. If you want me to move, it's either 1 billion or a 3-year lease. Do you understand?" Zhang Defa quickly nodded. I understand. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction. "Don't come to disturb me again in the future, now get lost." Zhang Defa felt relieved and left the office with his followers in a dejected manner. "Stop!" But Wu Chen was relentless. "Did I say you could leave?" "But you said earlier." "I said you could leave this office, not leave altogether. What else do you want?" "Hee, entertain me." Wu Chen's smile was eerie, making Zhang Defa shudder. "Entertain you with what? All of you, get on." With Wu Chen's command, Zhang Defa and his group were taken to the open space behind the office building. There was a large amount of miscellaneous items piled up nearby, waiting to be sorted and stored. Among them, a rusty carousel stood out, which the workers had acquired from a closed-down kindergarten for only 200 yuan. It wasn't broken, just a few screws loose, causing it to sway and easily induce dizziness when spinning. "Get on!" Under Wu Chen's coercion, Zhang Defa and his group obediently sat on the carousel. "Daddy's Daddy is called Grandpa," a creepy nursery rhyme played, and the carousel spun rapidly, making Zhang Defa's face turn green in no time. The followers didn't fare any better, enduring for a while before starting to vomit. "Want to get off? The iron rod is waiting." After sitting for half an hour, one by one vomited until they were on the verge of collapse, unable to walk and lying on the ground gasping for breath. Holding his nose, Wu Chen said, "Pay up, damn it, pay for the cleaning." By this time, Zhang Defa had no strength to resist. He took out his wallet and handed over all the money inside. Looking miserable, he left with his group. "Zhang, should we call for more people?" A follower grumbled. "Call whoever the hell you want." Zhang Defa retched a few times, then shouted, "Get lost, all of you. A bunch of useless people." With the development of self-media nowadays, netizens are deeply disgusted with forced demolitions, and large-scale fights are definitely not allowed. But if this continues, there will be financial problems. The real estate industry operates on high turnover, and Zhang Defa is no exception. Rob Peter to pay Paul, all the money in hand has been invested. Once a project cannot generate immediate returns, it is easy to cause a financial chain rupture, with unimaginable consequences. There's no other way. After much contemplation, Zhang Defa made a decision with a grim face. Imperial Dynasty Nightclub. In the largest private room, Zhang Defa sat upright, with a fair arm hooked around his waist, belonging to the flight attendant Jiang Qingluo. As a well-known local tycoon, Zhang Defa has high standards for women. They not only need to be good-looking but also presentable to earn him face. There is no profession better than the image of a flight attendant. At this moment, Jiang Qingluo is dressed in a flight attendant uniform, with a huge suitcase on the side. She first met Zhang Defa at a high-end private party not long ago. A friend introduced Jiang Qingluo to Zhang Defa, describing him as a well-known local tycoon with ample resources who enjoys socializing with various beauties. Jiang Qingluo knew that her opportunity had finally arrived. At the party, she wore a decent evening gown and behaved elegantly. With a gentle voice, she talked to Zhang Defa about her flying experiences, narrated her observations in different countries, and even cleverly mentioned her unique insights on luxury goods. Zhang Defa was attracted by Jiang Qingluo's eloquence and knowledge, finding her not only beautiful but also profound, so he made a move. In a short time, Jiang Qingluo quickly integrated into Zhang Defa's circle, knowing how to highlight her importance, being not only gentle and considerate but also able to help Zhang Defa deal with various social situations. Soon, Zhang Defa became increasingly dependent on Zhang Qingluo, even bringing her to important events like tonight. Director Zhang. Before long, the private room door was pushed open, and in walked a cool man in a leather jacket. Zhao Tianyu, the son of the famous local enterprise Hongye Group. Ah, finally, Master Zhao, you're here. Zhang Defa hurriedly got up to greet him, and with a glance, Zhang Qingluo understood and promptly started serving. Haha, Director Zhang, you're kidding, clearly having a great time with the beauty. Zhao Tianyu glanced at Zhang Qingluo harshly. You're so happy, can't wait for me? Stop kidding, how could it be, Master Zhao is joking again. Zhang Defa said, giving another glance. Zhang Qingluo understood and quickly hugged Zhao Tianyu's arm. I've long heard of Master Zhao's name. Tonight I must accompany you to have a few more drinks while inwardly cursing, that damn Zhang Defa, treating me like a social butterfly. He must pay more. After following Zhang Defa for a while, Zhang Qingluo calculated the gains, which were few. A few thousand yuan in tips, a luxury brand bag. The rest were all empty promises. Just like tonight, Zhang Defa had instructed that as long as they could please Zhao Tianyu, Zhang Qingluo would receive a big red envelope. The specific amount was not mentioned. Zhang Qingluo believed that anything less than 100,000 would be a loss. Thinking this way, she couldn't discount her actions. Zhang Qingluo coquettishly said, Master Zhao, come, let's have a drink, let's go. After a drink, Zhao Tianyu felt a bit hot. He took off his leather jacket, revealing a black shirt underneath, with clear tattoos on his forearms. Hongye Group has never been a legitimate enterprise. In its early years, it was a small loan company formed by a violent gang, founded by Zhao Tianyu's father, Zhao Dehua. Relying on fists and knives, they ruled the streets and alleys, with their thugs being ruthless. If borrowers couldn't repay high-interest loans, they would either have their legs broken or face ruin. In those years, when the neighbors mentioned the Zhao father and son, everyone's expression changed. Later, Zhao Dehua seized the business opportunities in the real estate market, using violent means to forcibly demolish residential houses, acquiring land at low prices, and then selling it at high prices to developers. Those unwilling to relocate would often encounter attacks by a group of masked men in the middle of the night, leaving them severely injured. In this way, the Zhao family quickly accumulated a large amount of wealth. With the increase in wealth, Zhao Dehua began to consciously whitewash himself, using illegal gains to invest in legitimate businesses, and established the Hongye Group. On the surface, the Hongye Group is a legal enterprise operating in various industries such as real estate, finance, and hotels, but behind the scenes, it is still engaged in various shady dealings. As Zhao Dehua grew older, he gradually handed over the family business to his son, Zhao Tianyu, to manage. Zhao Tianyu inherited his father's ruthlessness and cunning, but compared to his father, he was more arrogant and domineering. Relying on the family's influence, he acted wantonly in the market, having a hand in both legal and illegal activities. He enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle, with luxury cars, watches, beautiful women, and a group of friends around him, reveling in nightlife and luxury. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu fixed his gaze on Zhang Qingluo, his eyes flashing with ill intentions. As soon as he entered, he was captivated by Zhang Qingluo's beauty, but he did not make a move out of respect for Zhang Defa. And now, the beauty was in his arms. Miss Zhang, come, have another drink. Zhao Tianyu smiled meaningfully, raising his glass. Zhang Qingluo's heart tightened, but she maintained a smile on her face, taking the glass and saying lightly, Master Zhao, you have a good drinking capacity. As the glasses clinked, Zhao Tianyu's hand inadvertently landed on Zhang Qingluo's thigh, exerting force with a hint of aggression. Zhang Qingluo's heart trembled, but she endured the discomfort, continuing to smile. Master Zhao, we can take our time with the drinks, Mr. Zhang is waiting to discuss business with you. Oh? Zhao Tianyu then turned to Zhang Defa, right, Mr. Zhang, did you invite me over for some business? Zhang Defa cleared his throat, his face full of a pleasing smile, raising his glass to Zhao Tianyu. Master Zhao, I did invite you over today to discuss a major issue. Zhao Tianyu put down his glass, his eyes still fixed on Zhang Qingluo, and said lightly, Mr. Zhang, go ahead with the major issue. It's like this. Zhang Defa smiled even more obsequiously, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I have a piece of land that needs to be cleared for redevelopment, but there's a troublesome holdout. Zhao Tianyu's gaze finally shifted from Zhang Qingluo to Zhang Defa, a cold smile playing on his lips. What do you mean, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Defa lowered his voice, a hint of ruthlessness in his tone. I hope Master Zhao can help solve the issue by dealing with the other party's boss. Of course, after it's done, the reward will definitely not be small. Zhao Tianyu smiled, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, what era are we in now? You understand, right? Dealing with a person is troublesome. Zhang Defa quickly nodded, a look of preparedness on his face. Master Zhao, rest assured, I've already found out. That person is planning to go abroad, to Siam. As long as you're willing to take action, the reward is 5 million. Zhao Tianyou's eyes sharpened. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Since it's overseas, alright, I'll take on this deal. Zhang Qingluo listened with trepidation, but she continued to smile as if she were indifferent to the conversation. Seeing Zhao Tianyou's agreement, Zhang Defa's face showed a smug smile. Raising his glass, let's toast to a pleasant cooperation, Master Zhao. Zhao Tianyou raised his glass and lightly clinked it. Hee, Mr. Zhang, don't be polite. I always require payment up front. Is the money ready? This. Zhang Defa was momentarily stunned, then said, rest assured, Master Zhao, tomorrow. Tomorrow I will definitely deliver it to your home. Deliver it to my home? Are you kidding me? Zhao Tianyou shook his head dissatisfiedly. In that case, I'll give you a call, and you can follow the instructions to deliver the cash to the designated location. Alright, Zhang Defa nodded repeatedly. Then the two chatted about the target, which was the specific situation of Wu Chen. After getting Zhao Tianyou's assurance, Zhang Defa finally breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly toasting to express his gratitude. Watching them drink until late at night, Zhang Qingluo endured the fear in her heart, continued to smile, and thought to herself that this Wu Chen was probably more dangerous than lucky. After drinking until late at night, it finally ended. Since there was a flight early in the morning, Zhang Qingluo did not drink too much, mainly to provide service on the side and accompany Zhao Tianyou happily. After leaving the private room, Zhao Tianyou turned back to look at Zhang Qingluo. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Thank you for accompanying me tonight. I will treat you to a meal another day. Please do me the honor. Zhao Gongzi is too polite. I will definitely come. Zhang Qingluo forced a smile and nodded. After Zhao Tianyou walked away, she quickly grabbed the tipsy Zhang Defa. Brother Fa, what about my red envelope? What red envelope? You promised. Oh, that's after the matter is settled, but nothing has happened yet. At this point, Zhang Defa suddenly realized that he needed to shut Zhang Qingluo up, so he reluctantly transferred 10,000 yuan. As if giving alms, he leaned in with a big fat face. Come, give me a kiss. Oh, I'm going to be late. Just 10,000 yuan. Zhang Qingluo didn't want to compromise her dignity. She grabbed her suitcase and ran, getting into a taxi. Thinking back to Zhang Defa's greasy fat face, she couldn't help but frown. She thought she had hooked up with a big shot, but it turned out he was stingy. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. After all, she had an important flight mission today. Upon arriving at the airport, Zhang Qingluo quickly touched up her makeup, straightened her flight attendant uniform, stood at the boarding gate, and welcomed the arrival of the passengers. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in her sight. It was the man who had driven her crazy last time. After resolving the dispute over the demolition, Wu Chen also finished his rest. Since he had already established a good cooperative relationship with Chen Dawei, this time he was traveling alone to Siam. When Wu Chen entered the first-class cabin and saw Zhang Qingluo, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After all, in the apocalypse, he had interacted with her many times, so he was very familiar with her. Zhang Qingluo's heart skipped a beat, encountering an enemy again. The incident last time had led to her being reprimanded, with no bonus and being assigned to the economy class, never to come into contact with tycoons again. But no matter how emotional she was, she couldn't show it now. Zhang Qingluo bowed slightly, smiled, and said, "Welcome aboard this flight, please show me your boarding pass." Wu Chen nodded. When Zhang Qingluo saw the shiny limited edition Richard Mille watch on Wu Chen's wrist, her eyes widened involuntarily. It was worth nearly 8 figures. Zhang Qingluo had done some research on luxury goods. After all, she had interacted with many wealthy passengers, and the value of this watch was enough to make her reassess Wu Chen's status in her mind. A real tycoon. Zhang Qingluo had always thought that Wu Chen was just an ordinary person experiencing first class, but who knew he was actually wealthy? Xiaojiang, at this time, the chief steward came over. Xiaolu suddenly fell ill and can't fly this trip. Can you take care of the first class as well? Okay. So Zhang Qingluo regained her qualification to serve the first class. After all passengers had boarded, she walked to Wu Chen's side, showing a professional smile. Sir, may I offer you any wine or beverages? We currently have red wine, champagne, coffee, and various fruit juices. What red wine do you have? Penfolds 389. I'll have some. Alright. Zhang Qingluo nodded and turned to bring back a bottle of Penfolds red wine worth a few $100s, carefully pouring a glass for Wu Chen. At the same time, she whispered, "Sir, this is the best red wine on our flight. I hope you like it." Wu Chen took the wineglass, gently swirled it, sniffed the aroma, then took a sip, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, thank you. Zhang Qingluo stood aside and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you traveling to Siam for business this time?" Wu Chen smiled, a hint of mystery flashing in his eyes. Sort of. There are some business matters to attend to. Zhang Qingluo nodded without asking further. Of course, she knew her boundaries and couldn't inquire about passengers' privacy, but she had already become a little interested in Wu Chen. Just then, another passenger in first class suddenly called out to Zhang Qingluo, "What are you doing, stewardess? Only serving one person? I want a cup of coffee." "Coming, coming." Zhang Qingluo hurriedly responded, turned to serve the other passenger. Wu Chen leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window with deep eyes. This trip to Siam was mainly for relaxation and entertainment. Ammunition needed to be replenished regularly, so it seemed like it was time to prepare for a private jet. After pondering for a while, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The plane flew smoothly through the clouds, and Zhang Qingluo gently covered Wu Chen with a blanket. After looking at him carefully, she thought he was quite young and handsome, and wealthy too. Why did she provoke him in the first place? Several hours later, the plane landed slowly at Dongling International Airport. Passengers disembarked one by one, and Zhang Qingluo also arrived at the designated hotel with her luggage. The room was a standard double room, but due to her colleague Xiaolu's illness, it became Zhang Qingluo's exclusive room. She took off her high heels and stockings, lay on the bed in a star shape, ready to take a comfortable nap. But at that moment, her phone rang. It was a voice call from Zhang Defa. "Baby, have you arrived at the hotel?" "Yes." Zhang Qingluo responded coldly. "Hee, that's great, send me a few photos. I'm tired, let's talk about it tomorrow." After hanging up the call, Zhang Qingluo couldn't help but frown. That damn Zhang Defa, with his weird tastes and stinginess despite being wealthy, it's disgusting. Although he had spent a lot of effort on Zhang Defa, she now wanted to break up immediately. But hesitating for a moment, she wavered. After all, she had invested a lot in Zhang Defa. Breaking up now? It would be too much of a loss. She should at least demand a few million from him, right? Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the faint wrinkles on her face, Zhang Qingluo couldn't help but feel 1,000 emotions. Alas, logically speaking, she was at the age to get married. But wealthy men were mostly older, and those who were not wealthy were unwilling. It was too much of a compromise. As she thought about it, Wu Chen's image appeared in Zhang Qingluo's mind. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. It was the chief steward calling. Due to a sudden typhoon, the return flight scheduled for the day after tomorrow would be delayed by at least a day. Great! Zhang Qingluo didn't want to return home and be with Zhang Defa at all, so she decided to take this time to relax in Bangkok. She took out her phone, searched for tourist attractions and food recommendations in Bangkok. After making a plan, she had a good night's sleep. The next day, she changed into casual clothes, took a taxi to the famous Grand Palace in Wat Phra Kaeo, and was amazed by the magnificent buildings and exquisite carvings, taking a bunch of selfies to post on social media. Then she went to the Chao Phraya River and took a boat tour. The destination for the third day was Khao San Road, a backpacker's paradise with various street food stalls and bars lining the streets, full of exotic charm. Tasting the local delicacies, walking through the bustling streets until the sunset. Nightlife is also something that should be experienced well. Zhang Qingluo walked into a cool nightclub called Babyface, where neon lights flashed, colorful lights intertwined in the air, creating a psychedelic atmosphere. The music was deafening. The strong rhythm of electronic music made people involuntarily dance along. The bartender skillfully mixed colorful cocktails, and people in the dance floor were reveling, with lights casting mottled shadows on them. Zhang Qingluo casually ordered a beer, passed through the crowd, and walked to a relatively quiet corner. Suddenly, her gaze was attracted by a familiar face. In the VIP area, Wu Chen was wearing a luxurious embroidered shirt, holding a glass of wine, surrounded by a large group of beautifully dressed women. Sitting across from him was a man with dark skin and a floral shirt, his partner Chen Dawei. "Come, brother, cheers." Wu Chen raised his glass, gesturing to Chen Dawei. "How about it, isn't the scene in Siam interesting? Damn, all kinds of women, you can play whatever you want." Chen Dawei drank boldly, skillfully opened the bottle, champagne gushed out, splashing on the faces and clothes of the surrounding women, but they didn't mind at all, instead cheering more excitedly. Then Chen Dawei waved arrogantly. "We must have a good time tonight, make sure Xuangu accompanies me well, got it?" "Don't worry." Weigu's several hot-bodied beauties immediately approached, charmingly entwining themselves around Wu Chen. "Very well, let's finish this glass together. I'm going up to have some fun." Chen Dawei finished the drink in one go, then pulled up a few women and jumped onto the high platform in the middle of the dance floor, dancing wildly to the music. Surprisingly, his dance moves were quite professional, drawing applause and cheers from the surrounding people. In this noisy atmosphere, several stern-faced men walked in from outside. Passing through the crowd, they aimed at Wu Chen, who was drinking, and pulled out knives gleaming with cold light. Wu Chen was drinking wine and embracing a beauty, just getting into the excitement when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Danger! This was the nerve memory he had developed in the post-apocalyptic world, with a strong perception of sudden danger. He turned around suddenly and indeed, several stern-faced men were holding knives and stabbing wildly towards Wu Chen. Having sensed it in advance, Wu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body instinctively reacted. He quickly pushed the beauty in his arms away, rolled off the sofa, avoiding the first wave of attacks. The knives cut through the air, almost grazing his ear. Without time to be afraid, Wu Chen's body pressed close to the ground, like a nimble leopard, swiftly sliding towards a nearby coffee table, grabbing a large ashtray. Standing up abruptly, his eyes sharp as an eagle, he smashed the ashtray onto one of the assassin's heads without hesitation. Bang! The poor assassin was directly hit, blood spurting from his forehead. Murder! The beauties were all frightened, screaming in panic, even alarming the DJ on stage. The other assassins clearly did not expect Wu Chen's reaction to be so swift. Hesitating for a moment, it was already too late. A large group of people appeared from nowhere, surrounding the assassins. Chen Dawei pushed through the crowd and walked out, looking fierce. Damn, where did these people come from? Trespassing on my turf. Damn it, kill them all. Yes. As a local Chinese boss in Bangkok, Chen Dawei hadn't encountered such a situation in many years. Even if it was the police, they had to inform him before coming to arrest someone. Damn it, kill them all. Chen Dawei's men acted swiftly, pulling out their pistols from their waists, pressing the cold muzzles against the assassins' heads. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, several assassins fell to the ground. The remaining ones tried to resist, but before they could do anything, they were kicked down by Chen Dawei's men, followed by a series of punches and kicks, with screams filling the air. Then, Chen Dawei, who had been watching coldly, walked slowly to the assassins, his eyes as cold as a knife. Tell me, who sent you? One of the assassins hurriedly replied, It's young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao? Chen Dawei turned to Wu Chen. Who is this person? You should know, right? I don't know, Wu Chen shrugged. I've never heard of him, but it doesn't matter, I can guess who's behind this. Heh, whether it's young Master Zhao or young Master Ma, the only person they've offended recently is Zhang Defa. Damn it, just finished dealing with the apocalypse, now trouble in the city too. Good to know, I'll let them continue to handle it. Chen Dawei waved his hand, and his men immediately understood, escorting the assassins out. After a few gunshots, everything returned to calm. Then, Chen Dawei ordered indifferently, dispose of the bodies, don't mess up the place. His men nodded and quickly began to clean up the scene. Wu Chen took a deep breath, walked up to Chen Dawei, patted his shoulder. Thanks, Dawei. Chen Dawei turned his head, revealing a cunning smile. Brother, no need to be polite between us, come on, let's continue the music and dance. As the boss spoke, the DJ on stage immediately resumed the music, the deafening rhythm once again filling the entire nightclub. Lights flickered, and the people in the dance floor resumed their revelry, as if the bloody scene just now had never happened. In the VIP area, Chen Dawei smiled at Wu Chen. Brother, don't let this little thing ruin the mood. Come, let's continue drinking. Wu Chen nodded. Surrounded by beautiful women, he downed his drink. Tonight, Chen Dawei's arrangements were well thought out, knowing that with Wu Chen's strength, he must have grown tired of everything in the country. He specially arranged several blonde, blue-eyed beauties, each exuding exotic charm, with curvaceous figures and snow-white skin, captivating Wu Chen. At this moment, a blonde beauty gently leaned on his shoulder, smiling coquettishly, while her fingers lightly slid across Wu Chen's chest, sending a sensation like an electric current. Another beauty boldly sat on Wu Chen's lap, her arms around his neck, her lips almost touching his ear, whispering words of seduction. Just then, a beautiful woman in an off-the-shoulder dress swayed her hips and walked over. She had an extremely exquisite face, tall figure, and elegant temperament. Immediately catching Wu Chen's attention, she was the flight attendant he had seen on the plane before, Jiang Qingluo. Sir, can we talk? Jiang Qingluo smiled as she walked up to Wu Chen, speaking softly. What for? Wu Chen was slightly surprised, then smiled, trying to strike up a conversation. Sorry, I'm busy right now. Little did he know, Jiang Qingluo's expression turned serious as she leaned in next to Wu Chen, whispering softly, I know who sent those assassins. You know? Now Wu Chen couldn't joke around, his brows furrowed, his eyes sharp as he stared at Jiang Qingluo. Jiang Qingluo nodded, glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then continued, I know Zhang Defa from Jiolong Construction. He offered 5 million to have young Master Zhao's men get rid of you. Wait, how would Zhang Defa let you know about this kind of thing? Wu Chen asked in surprise. Because I'm his woman. At this point, Jiang Qingluo didn't hide anything. Yes, she was materialistic, but she couldn't stand the idea of hiring someone to kill. and she was already completely disillusioned with Zhang Defa, a bald, big-bellied old man who was stingy and meaningless to be with. On the other hand, Wu Chen is different. He is handsome and wealthy, and he has power in Siam. The way he just smashed someone's head with an ashtray was also very cool. As for grudges? In Jiang Qingluo's view, grudges are actually an opportunity. You are Zhang Defa's woman? Wu Chen asked in surprise. I used to be, Jiang Qingluo nodded slightly, but not anymore. I don't like him at all. Well, thank you for the information. Wu Chen expressed his gratitude slightly. By the way, are you alone? Yes. Then let's have a few drinks together. Is that convenient? Sure. Jiang Qingluo readily agreed, stepped out with her long legs and black silk stockings, squeezed past the big ocean horse, and sat next to Wu Chen, her pretty face full of pride. By revealing the behind-the-scenes manipulator, touching Wu Chen's heart, and using the previous grudges to gain sympathy. This is Jiang Qingluo's series of moves, pretending to drink too much later and falling into Wu Chen's arms, and the rest will follow naturally. As for these big ocean horses? They can't even speak Mandarin, they are just disposable tools, no threat at all. However, things did not develop as Jiang Qingluo had imagined. Wu Chen spent the whole time drinking and having fun with the big ocean horses, barely paying attention to her. In the end, Jiang Qingluo couldn't bear it anymore. She resorted to a trick, pretending to be drunk and falling into Wu Chen's arms, with closed eyes murmuring drunken words, waiting to be carried away. However, the one who carried her was someone else. When the wine was half drunk, it was time for the next event. The big ocean horses were more and more open, showing off in various ways, behaving boldly, completely ignoring the eyes around them. Wu Chen had long been teased to the extreme, and he didn't care about Jiang Qingluo anymore, leaving in a hurry with his admirers. Hey! Wait for me! Jiang Qingluo was anxious, got up to chase after them, but was stopped by the waiter because she hadn't paid for the beer she ordered when she entered. After hurriedly paying the bill, when she went out again, she could only see the backs of Wu Chen and the others. Damn it! Jiang Qingluo stomped her foot in anger, feeling a mix of emotions. She thought she was smart enough to win Wu Chen's favor by revealing Zhang Defa's secrets, but reality dealt her a harsh blow. Why? Clearly, she was quite attractive, although not as hot as the big ocean horses. She still had the unique charm of an oriental woman. Why didn't Wu Chen even look at her? She threw herself at him, but he didn't even touch her. Watching Wu Chen and the big ocean horses walk into the hotel chatting and laughing, Jiang Qingluo was filled with despair and unwillingness. She knew she had missed the best opportunity. She had betrayed Zhang Defa and there was no turning back. Back in her proper room, Jiang Qingluo spent almost a sleepless night, constantly planning her next move. She knew she had to take the initiative to regain Wu Chen's attention. The next day at noon, Wu Chen walked out of the elevator wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts, with a satisfied smile on his face. Jiang Qingluo, who had been waiting in the lobby, immediately greeted him. She was dressed like an improved flight attendant, with her long hair pinned up, a delicate face glowing, a slim flight attendant uniform highlighting her slender and proud figure, and under her silky long legs were a pair of shiny high heels. Who can resist the temptation of a flight attendant? Jiang Qingluo was very confident about this. She walked towards Wu Chen, and with a gentle tone, she asked, "I'm sorry, I drank too much last night, did you wait for me?" She even squeezed out a bitter smile to seek his pity. Wu Chen looked at her, looking somewhat surprised. "Why should I wait for you?" Jiang Qingluo was at a loss for words for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. "I want you to take me around Bangkok, can you? Seeing that you have friends here, following you will definitely be safe. By the way, we can split the cost, okay?" "I see." Coincidentally, Wu Chen was planning to explore today, so when Jiang Qingluo took the initiative, he naturally wouldn't refuse. So the two of them walked out of the hotel together and set foot on the streets of Bangkok. The sunlight filtered through the tall palm trees and sprinkled on the ground, with the air filled with various spices and the aroma of snacks. "Handsome, buy a bouquet of flowers for your girlfriend." With the enthusiastic greetings from the vendors on the sides of the street, Jiang Qingluo hooked her arm around Wu Chen's, as if they were a couple. Wu Chen smiled and took out some change to buy a bright bouquet of roses. Jiang Qingluo took the flowers, a happy smile on her face. "Let's go get an amulet. I heard the amulets here are very effective." "Sure." Wu Chen nodded in agreement. The two arrived at an ancient temple, where the air was filled with incense and the solemn Buddha statues. Jiang Qingluo held Wu Chen's arm tightly, softly asking the monk for information about the amulets. Wu Chen, on the other hand, yawned on the side. He couldn't help it, he had gone a bit overboard last night. Images of last night's excitement flashed through his mind. Oh, the guilt, this was in front of the Buddha statue. Just as Wu Chen was absent-minded, Jiang Qingluo gently tied an amulet around his neck. This amulet is said to bring safety and wealth. Oh, mine is for marriage fate, Jiang Qingluo said to herself, glancing shyly at Wu Chen. Seeing that he had no reaction, she was not discouraged. She knelt in front of the Buddha statue, devoutly praying. As expected, it was about marriage fate, quite obvious. When she stood up, Jiang Qingluo suddenly swayed. Oh, my legs are numb. Be careful. Wu Chen instinctively caught her. Feeling the physical contact, Jiang Qingluo raised her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes showing a hint of shyness and anticipation, her voice soft as water. Thank you. It's okay, just be careful. Wu Chen softly replied, helping her stand steady. Jiang Qingluo leaned against his shoulder, as if unwilling to leave that warm embrace. Her white onion-like fingers gently traced Wu Chen's chest, with a teasing hint, don't let go, just hold me like this, okay? This. Wu Chen seemed a bit resistant, trying to create some distance. Jiang Qingluo, however, refused to let go, her hands around his waist, tears shimmering in her eyes. Why? What's wrong with me? Her voice choked with emotion, sounding particularly moving. But it didn't move Wu Chen. He said coldly, come on, this is a temple, can't you behave appropriately? Behave appropriately? Jiang Qingluo was puzzled. She never expected Wu Chen to be so unromantic. Stop pretending, I know who you are. Wu Chen smirked, don't worry, since you're willing to seduce me, I'll accept your intentions. What do you mean? Jiang Qingluo asked in confusion. What I mean is, if you want to be with me, you have to be honest. Wu Chen pinched Jiang Qingluo's firm and round thigh, smiling, less of these tricks, be serious when you need to be, got it? In the future. Jiang Qingluo's eyes lit up at the mention of the future, finally succeeding. As for what else Wu Chen said, who cares? In the following time, Jiang Qingluo took Wu Chen around the streets and alleys of Bangkok, tasting various foods and visiting different attractions. She was like a caring girlfriend, always attentive to Wu Chen's feelings, occasionally linking arms with him, creating an intimate relationship. In the evening, the two returned to the sea view room where Wu Chen stayed, sitting by the infinity pool, enjoying the golden sunlight shining on the sea, shimmering with beauty. Jiang Qingluo leaned on Wu Chen's shoulder and whispered, thank you for accompanying me all day. I had a great time today. Wu Chen smiled slightly, raised his hand and gently patted her back without saying a word. Jiang Qingluo raised her head, her eyes filled with tenderness, her red lips trembling slightly, about to launch an attack. Unexpectedly, Wu Chen suddenly stood up, lit a cigar, and said lightly, now, it's my turn to set the rules. Rules? Jiang Qingluo was puzzled. Wu Chen sneered, you don't think you can spend my money carefree like this, do you? Wu Chen's rules were based on the template from the end of the world. 1. Once chosen, there can be no betrayal unless both parties agree. 2. No deception allowed, even well-intentioned ones, be honest with each other. 3. Rewards are earned through performance, no asking for money actively. After hearing the rules, Jiang Qingluo even thought that Wu Chen had traveled back from ancient times. It was like an emperor's demeanor. But on second thought, it was quite domineering. Women admire strength, and Jiang Qingluo was no exception. Since she chose to rely on someone powerful, she had to be prepared for it. So she nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. However, things were not over yet. Wu Chen made a new request for Jiang Qingluo to continue undercover next to Zhang Defa. Jiang Qingluo was anxious, how can this be? It's very dangerous for me to betray him. Don't worry, he won't know about this. Wu Chen reassured her, just do as told, but there's one condition, don't let Zhang Defa do that. This seems very difficult, Jiang Qingluo said, as Zhang Defa was a stingy person who never engaged in losing deals. Since he was financially supporting her, she had to be intimate with him whenever he wanted, which she couldn't refuse. It's simple, just pretend to be sick. Wu Chen smirked, don't worry, it won't take a week for this to be over. You don't mean to kill him? Jiang Qingluo was frightened, was he going to kill again? She had a rough idea of Wu Chen's capabilities, as the local big shots in Siam were his brothers, and they didn't hesitate to kill, a truly sinister force. What are you thinking? I'm not into illegal activities. Wu Chen said impatiently, there are countless ways to mess with someone, sometimes much more terrifying than killing directly, got it? Phew, that's good then. Jiang Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it was legal, anything was fine. Time flew by, and it was already evening. Since they had to fly back early the next day, Wu Chen didn't feel like going out aimlessly. He had the hotel front desk deliver a sumptuous dinner in a basket, floating on the surface of the infinity pool. Stripping down to his underwear, he jumped into the water, enjoying the bustling night view in the distance while feasting. Only the corridor light was on in the room, casting a soft light on Jiang Qingluo's face, highlighting her delicate features. She changed out of her uniform, silk stockings, and high heels, putting on a wine-red silk nightgown. The short, lightweight fabric clung to her skin, revealing a pair of fair and shiny legs, looking particularly enticing. This should be tempting enough. Standing in front of the mirror, Jiang Qingluo carefully examined herself, so alluring. Satisfied, she went to the mini-bar and poured 2 glasses of red wine, then walked to the pool, stepping into the water with her jade feet. Brother Shuang Jiang Qingluo gently swirled the liquid in the glass, pouting, and leaned her head on Wu Chen's shoulder. Taking a sip of red wine, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful night view! If I could have a house like this, it would be so nice." Wu Chen smiled slightly. "Well, I might need to come to Bangkok often in the future, so buying a house is necessary." "Really?" Jiang Qingluo, with her excellent image and temperament, was in charge of popular international flights, with Siam being the most frequent. "If there was a home here, I wouldn't have to squeeze into a hotel with my colleagues anymore. It's too late this time, let's do it next time. Next time you come, we'll buy it." Wu Chen continued, "As for where to buy, I'll leave it to you." "Okay." Jiang Qingluo put down the wineglass, raised her head to look directly into Wu Chen's eyes. "Shuanga, do you really have any feelings for me? I mean, you seem cold to me on the surface, but you're so easy to talk to." "Feelings, of course I have them. I have feelings for all beautiful women." Wu Chen's eyes became deep. He put down the wineglass, gently lifted Jiang Qingluo's chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. Jiang Qingluo's heart began to race. She could feel Wu Chen's fingers gently stroking her chin. At such a close distance, she could almost feel his breath. "So, what about now?" Jiang Qingluo asked softly, with a hint of trembling in her voice. "Do you have any other thoughts about me?" Wu Chen's eyes became fiery. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching Jiang Qingluo's ear, and whispered, "What do you think?" Jiang Qingluo felt a surge of electricity spread through her body from her ear. She closed her eyes and slumped directly on Wu Chen's shoulder. Beijing City, Kowloon Construction Company headquarters. The chairman's office door was tightly closed. Zhang Defa sat on the sofa, looking at Zhao Tianyu opposite him, his face full of disbelief. "What? They're all dead? This Wu Chen is quite difficult to deal with. His background is extraordinary. How is that possible? I checked him. He's just an ordinary guy with an ordinary background." Zhang Defa's fingers trembled slightly, a hint of fear and anger in his eyes. "Young Master Zhao, are you sure the information is accurate? You're not deliberately deceiving me, trying to." "President Zhang, it's meaningless to speak like that." Zhao Tianyu's face instantly darkened. He took out his phone and placed it in front of Zhang Defa. "Take a look for yourself, the front page news from Siam. Damn it, I sent only clean-handed experts, but they all died. They were shot. Although there are no clues yet, it's certain that this Wu Chun has a problem in Siam. What should we do?" Zhang Defa said in fear. "Could he find out and come back to seek revenge on us? You can rest assured, in Beijing, no one can touch me." Zhao Tianyu frowned. After a moment of thought, he said, "In any case, Wu Chen must be eliminated, otherwise I and my brothers will have no explanation. I've already sent people to the airport, as long as he dares to come back." Zhang Defa's eyes lit up, then hesitated. "Take action in the country? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if something goes wrong?" "President Zhang, at this point, even if I don't take action, your side can't start work. The loss is not small, right?" Zhao Tianyu sneered, took a few puffs of smoke. "As for people, I've arranged it. A few tough characters who have just been released from prison, ruthless and unflinching. After the job is done, I will arrange for them to leave the country quickly, so rest assured." "Okay, let's do as you say." Zhang Defa slapped his thigh firmly. Zhao Tianyu was right. His funds were extremely tight at the moment, and he was at his wits' end. The only hope was the piece of land in the industrial area, to get the government subsidy. "Darling, I'm back." Just then, the office door was pushed open. Jiang Qingluo, dressed as a flight attendant, walked in with a large suitcase, looking nonchalant. However, at this moment, her heart was pounding like a drum, because she heard the conversation just now clearly. "Shuanga is in danger. Miss Zhang, we meet again." Before Zhang Defa could speak, Zhao Tianyu stood up first. Walking to Jiang Qingluo's side, he looked her up and down, then suddenly said sharply, "You were eavesdropping outside the door just now, weren't you? Listening in?" Jiang Qingluo's face instantly turned pale, but she quickly calmed down and squeezed out a sweet smile. "Master Zhao, what are you saying? I just got off work and came back. How could I have time to eavesdrop on your conversation? I was just replying to a WeChat message at the door." Zhang Defa, seeing the situation, quickly walked up and smiled to diffuse the situation. "Master Zhao, how could Qingluo eavesdrop? Besides, she is the person I trust the most. Even if she heard something, there wouldn't be any problem." Zhao Tianyu snorted coldly, still staring coldly at Jiang Qingluo. "It's better be that way, otherwise." "Master Zhao, don't scare the girl." Zhang Defa interrupted. "Qingluo, you go rest first, we have some things to discuss." As the chairman's office, Zhang Defa's office was equipped with a large compartment with all kinds of facilities. It was mainly used for resting during overtime work, and since hiring Zhang Qingluo, they often entertained themselves there. After all, there was nothing more enjoyable for a boss than watching employees work hard outside while having fun behind the wall. Zhang Qingluo nodded, trying to remain calm as she slowly walked towards the room with her luggage. She knew she had to act naturally at this moment, without showing any flaws. When she closed the door, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly took out her phone, and sent a message to Wu Chen. At the same time, Zhang Defa sat back on the sofa and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Master Zhao, you were too nervous just now, you scared Qingluo." Zhao Tianyu whispered, Zhang, have you noticed something? Your woman should be tired coming back from work, but she looks radiant. Zhang Defa explained, you don't know the situation. Their flight was delayed, and they spent 2 days in Siam, that's why she looks so good. I see. Zhao Tianyu nodded, although he still had some doubts in his mind, he didn't say much. The two continued to discuss the details of dealing with Wu Chen until a sudden phone call came in. What? Okay, I got it, keep an eye on him. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Tianyu frowned, that Wu Chen is back. It's strange, he and Miss Jiang were on the same flight. What's so strange about that? Zhang Defa shook his head repeatedly, there are only a few flights to Beijing City in a week. Master Zhao, are you being too nervous? It's better to be cautious. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, anyway, this matter is of great importance. Remember not to leak any information. I'll go back and arrange the operation. You better not ask anything these 2 days, just stay put. After saying that, he left, leaving Zhang Defa behind. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Defa smiled and ran into the compartment. While unfastening his belt, he shouted, "Baby, you're finally back. Defa, don't come in, I'm feeling unwell, seems like I caught the flu in Siam." In the room, Zhang Qingluo had wiped her nose until it turned red, lying on the bed without even taking off her high heels, looking sickly. She tried her best to make her voice sound weaker. "Defa, don't come in, I'm aching all over, my head is about to explode." Hearing her voice, Zhang Defa stopped unfastening his belt, frowned, and asked, "Qingluo, are you really feeling that unwell?" Zhang Qingluo weakly replied, "Yes, Defa, I'm afraid of infecting you, so don't come in." Zhang Defa hesitated for a moment, apparently reluctant, but finally sighed, "Alright, then rest well, call me if you need anything." Okay. Zhang Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she was lucky to be prepared. This stingy Zhang Defa, after not seeing him for a few days, was so eager, but also incompetent, much worse than Shuangda. Xuanyun Regeneration Resource Recycling Company, General Manager's Office. Brother Shuang Qin Xiaoyun's eyes were charming, lying on Wu Chen's thigh, her pretty face still blushing. "I can't get up, so hold me. What? It's only been a short while, and your physical fitness has declined so quickly?" Wu Chen expressed some speechlessness. The urban Qin Xiaoyun's body was much worse than that of the post-apocalyptic world. "Brother Shuang, you don't know how busy I've been lately." Qin Xiaoyun pouted, "I have to manage hundreds of people in the company, the business is expanding rapidly, the price of scrap changes every day, and there are so many things waiting for me to do every day. I don't even have time to eat." Alright, I've given you money." Wu Chen comforted her, "If you're too busy, just hire some assistants." "Brother Shuang, you're silly, we're laundering money here." Qin Xiaoyun said seriously, "If I hire assistants when we're losing money, how do I explain to them? If I don't explain, will they suspect something? Why take risks, and besides, once everything is on track, I won't be so busy." Wu Chen nodded in satisfaction, "Yes, I trust your handling of things." Brother Shuang, shall we go shopping tonight? I want to spend some money and relieve stress." "No, I have to stay at the company tonight." "Why? Don't you never ask about company matters?" Because there's a good show coming up." Wu Chen mysteriously told Qin Xiaoyun about the possibility of being assassinated. "Brother Shuang, are you crazy? Why don't you report such a dangerous thing to the police?" Qin Xiaoyun shouted after hearing it. Reporting it is your job." Wu Chen gently stroked her hair, comforting her, "Don't worry, I have my arrangements, these people can't do anything to me." Qin Xiaoyun still worried, a hint of tears in her eyes. "But what if something happens? What if something happens to you, what should I do?" Wu Chen smiled slightly and said firmly, "I'll be fine, just wait and watch the show." At this point, Qin Xiaoyun had no choice but to obey. She sat obediently in the office, waiting for danger to come. Late at night, the building of Xuanyun Recycling Company fell into silence. Suddenly, several dark figures silently sneaked into the building, their movements agile and obviously well-trained. "Bro, the lights are still on. Are there anyone else?" "They're all gone, other places are already dark, probably just that guy alone." "Okay, let's make it quick." The assassins muttered a few words, then quickly moved in the darkness, their knives shining coldly like poisonous snakes, aiming directly at the general manager's office. However, when they gently pushed open the office door, "Bro, what's that sound?" "Well, no wonder he's still here so late, playing with a woman inside." The leader of the assassins listened to the passionate noise, grinned and raised his knife. "Dying in a woman's arms, that's a good way to go." With that, he led the way in. But as soon as they passed through the screen, the assassins were stunned. They saw Wu Chen sitting calmly on the sofa, while Qin Xiaoyun was screaming in fear at the sight of someone entering. "I've been waiting for you," Wu Chen said coldly, calm and composed. "Go to hell." The assassins were stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and rushed towards Wu Chen. Faced with the close-range attack, Wu Chen remained unmoved, a strange light bursting from his left eye. Evil gaze, staring directly at the opponents, plunging them into deep fear, lasting for 5 seconds. As a 5th-tier ability, it was no longer limited to a single target, but a group. Ah! In an instant, the assassins were like being seized by an invisible giant hand, letting out a piercing scream. Their eyes instantly became hollow and lifeless, as if they had seen the most terrifying nightmare. Each of their faces turned as pale as paper, sweat dripping continuously down their foreheads. The leader of the assassins, who had been tightly gripping a sharp dagger, weakly dropped it to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. The other assassins were the same, their eyes filled with despair and panic, their lips trembling, wanting to shout something but only able to let out intermittent groans. They tightly held their heads in their hands, their legs trembling uncontrollably, trying to shield themselves from the invisible fear, but obviously to no avail. Wu Chen coldly watched all of this, the strange light in his left eye still flickering, like a demon peering into their souls. Until these assassins were completely defeated, the fear deep in their hearts could never be erased. "Damn it, dare to cause trouble here." The workers who had been ambushing outside for a long time rushed over at the appointed time. Like a tide, they surged in, holding steel pipes and wooden sticks, quickly binding the assassins who had already been overwhelmed by fear one by one, stepping on them, and mercilessly began interrogating them. "Speak! Who ordered you?" A worker roared, thrusting the steel pipe fiercely into an assassin's abdomen. The assassin was in so much pain that he almost fainted, but under the dual pressure of fear and pain, his will quickly collapsed, trembling as he uttered a few words. "Zhao Tianyu. Who is Zhao Tianyu? Why did you attack our boss? How was the whole thing arranged? I'll talk." The assassin spilled all the information like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Zhao Tianyu's background, the purpose and plan of this operation, including the escape route and reward. Qin Xiaoyun organized this evidence, recorded videos and audios, ensuring that every detail was flawless. "Call the police." After finishing everything, Wu Chen instructed Qin Xiaoyun. Qin Xiaoyun nodded, quickly took out her phone and dialed the police, describing the situation with a trembling voice. Soon after, the sound of police sirens pierced the night sky, and several police cars rushed over. The police quickly got out of the cars, holding their guns as if facing a major enemy, cautiously rushed into the office. When they saw the subdued assassins, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and systematically escorted these people onto the police cars. Goodness, they all have criminal records, and they are damn serious offenders. A police officer walked up to Wu Chen and Qin Xiaoyun, exclaiming, "Geez, who did you guys offend? This is going all out." Wu Chen pretended to be confused and said, "I don't know either, but they just confessed that they were instructed by someone named Master Zhao." "Master Zhao?" Upon hearing this name, the police officer's cheek twitched involuntarily. If Zhao Tianyu could have escaped justice until today, there must be a protective umbrella behind him. Wu Chen could naturally guess this, so he set a trap, recorded solid evidence, and simultaneously uploaded it to the internet. If the protective umbrella tried to cover it up, he would spend money to spread the news widely, making this murder case go viral on the internet. The police took away the evidence and escorted the assassins away. Qin Xiaoyun finally breathed a sigh of relief and threw herself into Wu Chen's arms. "Brother Chen, I was so scared just now." Wu Chen patted her back lightly and comforted her. "It's okay, everything is under control." "Brother Chen, you were so amazing just now, scaring them with just a glance." "What's that? I have even more amazing tricks, but they can only be used on women." "Annoying, Brother Chen, you're still in the mood for jokes now. Didn't you want to go shopping and spend money?" "What, do you still want me to foot the bill?" "Yes." Qin Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly, and soon, the sound of eating could be heard in the office. Some are happy while others are sad. Just as Wu Chen was floating on cloud 9, Zhang Defa was suffering from despair. "What? Failed? The situation is very bad, I'm afraid I'm in trouble." "Zhang, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Prepare some money for me to escape." On the phone, Zhao Tianyu said gloomily, "If I'm safe, you'll be safe, otherwise. How much money do you need?" Zhang shouted in shock. 10 million in cash, bring it to me now. So much? Zhang, are you still being stingy? Fine, I'll bring it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhang slumped in his chair, sweat soaking his back. He knew that if he didn't meet Zhao Tianyou's demands, he would be finished. The crime of hiring a hitman was very serious. Helplessly, Zhang had to use his last bit of funds. This was his life-saving money, exactly 10 million, locked in a cabinet in his office for emergencies. In case something went wrong with the business, he could start over somewhere else. Late at night, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, silent except for a few stray cats rummaging through garbage piles. Zhang carried a huge suitcase full of cash, walking into the warehouse with a heavy heart. Zhao, here's the 10 million you wanted. Hee, well done. Zhao Tianyou smirked, had his henchman count the money, nodded in satisfaction when it was all there, and said, Zhang, you're smart. Don't worry, as long as I successfully escape, you'll be fine. Relieved, Zhang nodded repeatedly, that's good. By the way, Zhao, where are you planning to go? Of course, Siam. No visa required there, and I'll find out who killed my men. With that, Zhao Tianyou left the warehouse quickly with his henchman and the suitcase full of cash, disappearing into the night shadows. Zhang watched them leave, feeling a weight still on his chest. The money was gone. What was he going to do now? With heavy steps, he slowly walked back to his car, started the engine, and drove home. It was late when he arrived home. The house was quiet. Zhang gently pushed open the bedroom door, only to find Zhang Qingluo not in bed. Strange, wasn't she sick? Why wasn't she resting at home? Calls went unanswered, messages unreturned. Damn it! Zhang slumped weakly on the bed, Zhang Qingluo's beautiful face replaying in his mind. The money was gone, the woman was gone, and it seemed like all hope for the future had vanished. Zhang felt powerless, as if a huge stone was crushing him, making it hard to breathe. Why? He muttered, his voice echoing in the empty room. A difficult night passed. Zhang arrived at the company with a tired body, only to be greeted by chaos. Employees gathered in groups, anxiously discussing something. Seeing the boss come in, they surrounded him. Zhang, we heard there's a problem with the company's funds? Will we still get paid this month? Zhang, when will we receive payment for our projects? Zhang, you need to give us an explanation. Who said that? Faced with the employees' questions and unease, Zhang couldn't help but get angry. Who said there's a problem with the company's funds? It's all rumors, they must be fired. At the same time, he wondered how the news of the lack of money had spread so quickly in just one night. However, the employees were not convinced, their eyes filled with suspicion and dissatisfaction. Zhang, if it's just a rumor, where's the money? Don't rush, we'll talk about it later. Back in his office, Zhang rushed to the inner room, hoping to see Zhang Qingluo, but it was still empty. Knock, knock. At this time, the office door was knocked, and the company's financial manager walked in with a solemn expression, saying, Manager Zhang, there is something you need to know. Zhang Defa's heart sank, and he forced himself to ask, what's the matter? The financial manager handed him a report and said in a low voice, the company is in a tight financial situation. The funds for several important projects have been misappropriated, and some payments cannot be delayed any longer, or the work will stop. Zhang Defa couldn't believe it and said, how is that possible? I remember there was still some money left? It's like this, Manager Zhang. Miss Zhang came this morning and asked us to pay the overdue wages, saying it was your idea, the financial manager answered cautiously. Oh my god. Zhang Defa felt dizzy. He never expected such a thing to happen. In order to scrape together funds, the company had been withholding employees' wages for several months, especially at the construction site where there were thousands of people, which could free up millions. Manager Zhang, what should we do? The financial manager asked anxiously. You ask me, who should I ask? Zhang Defa shook his head weakly. If he had known, he wouldn't have used that 10 million to save his life. The company's financial situation was already very bad, and with the additional 10 million given to Zhao Tianyou, he had emptied all the liquid assets. Once bankrupt, he would be beyond redemption, worse than death. No, he had to find a way. Zhang Defa repeatedly made phone calls, hoping to raise some funds. However, those friends who usually had good relationships with him all coldly refused and made excuses. After some inquiries, it turned out that someone had leaked the situation. Now everyone knew that Jiulong Construction was on the verge of collapse. Who would dare to lend money? It would be like pouring water into a sieve. As time passed by, Zhang Defa's mood became heavier and heavier. Standing in front of the office window, looking at the busy street outside, he knew that his doomsday might have really arrived. No, there was still hope. As long as he could flatten the industrial area and get the government subsidy, he could turn the tables. Thinking of this, Zhang Defa, who was at his wits' end, did not hesitate anymore. It was just asking for help. Back in the day when he was down and out, he had even licked other people's shoe soles. This was the only way. Zhang Defa knew he had to take action, so he quickly tidied up his clothes and hurried out. Xuanyun Regeneration Resource Recycling Company was located on the outskirts of the city, with a messy environment where workers were busy processing various waste materials. Zhang Defa was thinking about how to persuade Wu Chen as he walked, feeling anxious and uneasy. Finally, he arrived in front of the general manager's office, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhang Defa pushed the door open and saw Wu Chen sitting on the sofa, playing games on his phone. "Hello, General Wu. I come here without an appointment because I have something to ask of you." Zhang Defa tried to force a smile and said respectfully. Wu Chen glanced at him and said coldly, "Manager Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Defa knew he had to humble himself at this moment. He walked quickly to Wu Chen, knelt down directly, clasped his hands together, and pleaded, "General Wu, I beg you, please move out. As long as you are willing to move, I will be very grateful for your great kindness." "Manager Zhang, what are you doing? Let's talk properly." Although Wu Chen spoke, he showed no intention of helping Zhang Defa up, and smirked. "Why have you become so humble in just a few days, Manager Zhang? Quite strange. General Wu, you don't know, my company is in financial trouble now. If we can't get the subsidy for that piece of land, the company will be finished, and thousands of employees will lose their jobs. Please help me." Zhang Defa pleaded repeatedly. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and a graceful figure walked in. "Oh, who is this?" Qin Xiaoyun was wearing a suit dress, with one hand on her waist, her eyes flashing with a gleam of schadenfreude. "Manager Zhang, didn't I say it before? Either give the money, or wait for 3 years, there is no other way." Zhang's face changed, feeling a sense of danger in his heart, but at this moment, there was no turning back. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Xiaoyun, you are being a bit." "Don't, what's our relationship? Can you call Xiaoyun?" Qin Xiaoyun sneered, full of sarcasm in her tone, then walked to Wu Chen's side and said lightly, "Brother Shuang, don't be soft-hearted, this person has no bottom line. Today he kneels here to beg you, tomorrow he can turn his face and deny people." Zhang's face turned pale, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He knew he was in a desperate situation now, but still unwilling to give up. So he gritted his teeth and continued to plead, "I know I did some things wrong before, but this time is really different. The thousands of people in the company rely on this money to survive. Please, help me, please." Wu Chen put down his phone, a hint of indifference flashing in his eyes, while Qin Xiaoyun, in high heels, walked slowly to Zhang's face, looking down at him, with a mocking tone. "Manager Zhang, you also have today? You used to be so glorious, made me suffer a lot, but I didn't see you let me off? Manager Qin, just consider it as accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. Help me this time, I will definitely remember it. How about this, you kneel here and kowtow to us 3 times, we will consider it, what do you think?" This. Zhang was shocked, a painful expression on his face. He knelt to the ground, banging his head several times, and even gave a few extra. "Ha, you don't really think that kowtowing a few times can solve the problem, right?" Qin Xiaoyun laughed, her voice trembling with laughter. "Manager Zhang, let me make it clear to you, give up on this idea. Get lost. You." Zhang's heart completely collapsed, the mocking laughter echoing in his ears, his head buzzing. He couldn't bear it anymore, stood up suddenly, rushed out of the office, straight to the parking lot, got in the car, started the engine and drove away at high speed. The car raced on the city streets, Zhang's mind in chaos, not knowing where to go, just mechanically driving, until the car finally stopped in front of his own house. Pushing open the door, Zhang walked into the living room with heavy steps, and to his surprise, he saw Zhang Qingluo standing there. "Qingluo, what are you doing here?" "Brother Fa, this is my home, why can't I be here?" "But you." Zhang was about to go crazy, but was gently held back by Zhang Qingluo. "Brother Fa, I was at my girlfriend's house last night, took some medicine and slept soundly, didn't reply to your messages." "Sorry, then why did you go to the company today? Why did you take the initiative to pay the employees?" "Brother Fa, you don't know, I happened to hear about those migrant workers yesterday, it's so pitiful that they haven't been paid." Zhang Qingluo used a silly and sweet look, instantly dispelling all of Zhang's doubts. "But Qingluo, I'm on the verge of bankruptcy now." "It's okay, Brother Fa, I happen to have saved some money and bought a house in Bangkok." Zhang Qingluo said very considerately, "Hurry up and leave, start over there, I'll be there for you." "Qingluo." Zhang choked up, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. However, what he didn't see was the cruel expression that flashed across Zhang Qingluo's face.